Welcome to your basic English course, Simple Present and Common Vocabulary. My name is John and I will be your teacher. Now, who is John? Who is your teacher? I have a bachelor's degree in teaching English as a foreign language and I'm pursuing a master's in education. I love traveling and I have visited different countries such as the United States, Czech Republic, Germany, Panama, and Austria. I'm very excited to be with you here because teaching is what I love. You can also see me in other courses here at Platzi. For example, your TOEFL preparation course. It's an advanced course, but eventually you will get there. What will we learn in this course? Are you ready to find out? In this course, you will learn many things, but especially you will learn how to introduce yourself, how to present your personal information to others. You will also learn the use of verb to be and other verbs when we are using the simple present. We will practice with different examples so you can get a real master in this topic. You will also practice how to make simple questions in English and how to use basic and common vocabulary. You will also practice prepositions, how to talk about places, especially. And finally, you will also learn some irregular nouns, some differences between regular and irregular nouns. Now, are you excited? Because I am very excited. Leave your comments on how excited you are in the chat and go to the resource section and download the workbook. We will write all the answers for your activities in that workbook. Are you ready? Let's do it. Introducing myself. This is very important in English because normally you have to give information about you. In this class, you will learn how to introduce yourself to other people. Let's check. 4 aspects are very important here. First, your name. Second, your nationality. Third, your job or occupation. And fourth, you need to say your age. You can also change the order. You don't have to give the same sentences all the time. You can change the order. Pay attention to my personal presentation. Pay attention to the introduction of myself. Hi, my name is John. I am Colombian. I am 27 years old and I am a teacher. I work at Platzi. That is my personal presentation. That is the introduction of myself. Practice in your house, in your office. Do this exercise. Introduce yourself in front of a mirror and see your pronunciation. Write the comments of your personal presentation in your workbook, and I will see you next class. How to introduce others. In this class, you will learn how to introduce other people. You already practiced how to introduce yourself. In this class, you will watch and listen how to introduce other people. Before you watch that conversation, pay attention to this vocabulary. To introduce one person, we say this. This is my friend Anna, for example. Be very attentive and listen to this word in the conversation. Let's check it. Hi, my name is John, and this is my friend Cesar.
Hi, my name is Cesar. I'm a full stack developer. I'm 24 years old and I'm Colombian. And this is my friend Elena.
My name is Elena. I'm 30 years old. I'm Colombian American. I'm a teacher. And this is my friend Anna.
Hi. Hi, I'm Anna. I'm a teacher. I'm 25 years old and I'm Honduran.
You listened how to introduce one person. When we introduce multiple people, two or more, we say these are. For example, these are my friends. This is my friend Cesar. And this is my friend Elena. And this is my friend Anna. And remember, this is, we use it for singular, one person. This is my friend Anna. These are, we use it for two or more people. These are my friends. Now practice in your house with your friends or with your family. Write a short introduction of different people in your family or different friends. Practice also the pronunciation. This is, these are. Write these examples in your workbook and I will see you next class. This is one of the most important topics in English, and my job is to make sure you understand it very, very well. Something super important to remember here is that the simple present has two options. One option when you use the famous verb to be, and the second option when you use different actions. The verb to be will be the first topic in this class. We will see how to use it, when to use it, and we will practice with different examples. Now, what is simple present tense with the verb to be? You maybe ask yourself these questions many times. Now, the simple present with the verb to be is useful when you want to say characteristics of people. Do you remember my personal presentation? I am John. I am from Colombia. I am 27 years old. I am using am as the verb to be because I am saying characteristics of me. We also use the verb to be to talk about the status or to give details about a person, including emotions and characteristics. Go to the resource section of this class and download a document with extra vocabulary that will be very important to express characteristics. Now, the verb to be is not like that. You don't see to be in the sentences very often. Instead, we normally see am, is, or are when you are using it in the simple present tense. We can also make different adaptations and transformations and make sentence in affirmative, in negative, or in question form. In this class, we will practice all those different forms. Let's start with some examples. Look at the baby. I am happy. Imagine I am the baby. I am happy. This is an affirmation. In a negative form, you can say, I am not happy. I am not happy. Now, in a question, we change the position. I am, we change the order. And we say, am I happy? Am I happy? I ask the question to myself. And you respond that question. Yes, John. Yes, you are. Or no, John, you aren't. I ask the question to myself and you respond the question. Happy is an emotion. Remember to check the list of vocabulary so you can see other adjectives, other emotions, and other characteristics. I am. It's me. I am. Let's continue. Look at this lady. Look at her. She is beautiful. She is beautiful. This is an affirmation. Let's now check a negative statement. She isn't beautiful. What about a question? Remember, we change the position of the elements. We say, is she beautiful? Remember the intonation. Is she beautiful? And we respond, yes, she is, or no, she isn't. You can also respond in a full answer. Yes, she is beautiful, or no, she isn't beautiful. Let's continue. Look at the man. He is an important person. He is an important person is an affirmation. What about a negative statement? I want you to try. Take a moment and tell me, he is an important person in a negative form. Let's see. He isn't an important person, or he is not an important person. Two options are possible here. What about a question? Is he an important person? Remember to change the order. Yes, he is, or no, he isn't. Try with the long answer and let's see. Yes, he is an important person, or no, he is not an important person. Let's continue. Look at that hamburger. It is delicious. It, when we talk about objects, animals, things, it is delicious. It isn't delicious in a negative form. And in question, we change the order. Is it delicious? Yes, it is delicious. Or no, it isn't. One more for you. You. You are strong. You are is an affirmation. You are strong. Or the opposite. You aren't very strong. You aren't very strong is a negative statement. What about a question? I'm sure you know the corresponding question, right? Are you a strong person? Yes, you are. Or no, you aren't. One more for you over here. We are friendly. We are friendly. In a negative form, we say we aren't friendly. We aren't friendly. What about a question? Are we friendly? Yes, we are. Or no, we aren't. Remember that this vocabulary, important, beautiful, friendly, all this vocabulary is in the extra document that you can download to practice adjectives and characteristics. One more for you. They are excited. They are super happy. They are excited. In a negative form, we say they aren't excited. And in a question, we can say, are they excited? Remember, you can answer in a short or in a long form. Yes, they are. Or yes, they are excited. No, they aren't. Or no, they aren't excited. It's time to practice. We have here some sentences, and I want you to tell me if they are correct or incorrect. Remember to write your answers in your workbook. We will check the answers together. Let's do it. Number 1, she is not my sister. Number 2, I are at home. Number 3, are he sad? Number 4, we know American. Number 5, is he your brother? Pause the video, take a moment and think if these sentences are correct or not. Let's now check your answers. Don't forget to write them in your workbook. The first, she is not my sister. That is correct. Number 2, I art at home. That is not okay. We have to say I am at home. The next is also incorrect. Is he sad? Is he sad? The next, we know American. It's important to use the verb to be. We are not American. We aren't American. And the final one, is he your brother? Is correct. Remember to write this in your workbook, and I will see you next class. Simple present with other verbs. In our previous class, we practiced simple present with the verb to be. This time, we will practice the other option. Remember, we have two separate elements, verb to be or other verbs. In the future, you will see how to make a combination of these two elements. But for now, remember, they are separate. Let's see, what is that? Other verbs are essentially any action that is not the verb to be. Go, play, visit, travel, cook. We need to use do and does when we use other verbs in order to make the negative statements and the questions. In the affirmations, there is something also very special. Let's give a look at that. Let's check these sentences. I want you to practice the pronunciation after me. Number 1, I play soccer. She plays soccer. Number 2, you listen to music. She or he listens to music. Number 3, we watch TV. Or he or she watches TV. Number 4, they study English. Or he, she studies English. Can you see the difference between the two groups of sentences? The difference is that when we use he, she, or it, we need to add an extra letter or an extra group of letters. For example, play, plays, watch, watches, study, studies. These transformations are very important and they happen in affirmative sentences only. Go to the resource section and download an extra document with the rules that you need to follow when you add the S, the ES, or IES to the actions. This is called third person. He, she, and it. They have these special variations in the actions in the affirmative form. So pause this video, download that document, and make sure you check all the different rules and the exercises that I have for you. Now that you are back, let's check the full transformation of one action. For example, I work at Platzi. You work at Platzi. We work at Platzi. They work at Platzi. Can you see that is essentially the same sentence? You only change the pronoun. I, you, we, or they. Something special happens when I use he, she, or it. Let's see. He works at Platzi, or she works at Platzi, or it works at Platzi. That sentence is a bit strange, but grammatically speaking, it's okay. You put the letter S because the action finishes in K. Remember, there are rules, so check the document that I attached in the research section so you can see all the different rules for the letter S or for the different variations depending on the action. Remember, this only happens in affirmative sentences. It's time to practice, and I want you to help me transform these sentences using he or she. Remember to check the extra document for more practice on how to make the transformation of the actions. Let's do it. We live in Colombia. It's your turn. He or she lives in Colombia. Number 2, I work at Platzi. He or she works at Platzi. Number 3, they play the guitar. He or she plays the guitar. Number 4, you eat pizza. He or she eats pizza. Remember, this is the transformation in the affirmative form. But let's see what happens in a negative form. It's a little bit different. Let's check these examples. She plays soccer. It's an affirmation. The corresponding negative form is she doesn't play soccer. We put the word doesn't because this is a negative form and I'm using she in my sentence. Let's check example number 2. I listen to music. It's an affirmation. In a negative form, I don't use doesn't. I use don't. And I say, I don't listen to music. Let's check example number 3. He cooks very well. What about the negative form? We say he doesn't cook very well. Remember, he, she, and it are special, and we use a special vocabulary with them. Number 4, they write letters. In a negative form, we say they don't write letters. Essentially, we use do and don't for the personal pronouns I, you, we, or they. We use does or doesn't when we are using he, she, or it in the sentence. Now, what happens when we want to make a question? There is a transformation. Look at these 3 sentences and tell me if you can see that transformation of the elements. Let's see if you discover the trick. In the affirmative sentence, we say you watch TV, the person, the action, and the complement. In the negative sentence, you say you don't watch TV, the person, the negative word, the action, and the complement. Now look at the question. It looks very similar to the affirmation, right? The only difference is that we put the do before. Do you watch TV? And you change your intonation. Do you watch TV? And that's how you make a question. It happens exactly the same when you use he, she, or it in the sentence. But the difference in that case is that you don't use don't, you use doesn't. And in the questions, you don't use do, you use does. Let's check a full distribution of these elements in affirmative, in negative, and in questions. Let's do this together. I want you to repeat after me and make sure you pause this video and take all the necessary notes. Complement your notes with the extra document that I told you in the research section. Let's go with the first example. I speak English is an affirmation. I don't speak English, it's negative. Do I speak English? And you can answer, yes, you do, or no, you don't. Take a moment to repeat these sentences. Now, let's go with the second. You work at Platzi. You don't work at Platzi. Do you work at Platzi? Yes, you do, or no, you don't. Let's check the next. He or she, in this case, she studies hard. She doesn't study hard. Question. Does she study hard? Yes, she does. Or no, she doesn't. Next, he likes pizza. He doesn't like pizza. Does he like pizza? Yes, he does. Or no, he doesn't. It works. It doesn't work. Does it work? Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. We play the piano. We don't play the piano. Do we play the piano? Yes, you do. Or no, you don't. This is the case that you answer the question. Or you can say, yes, we do, or no, we don't. Final round. They watch TV. They don't watch TV. Do they watch TV? Yes, they do, or no, they don't. Keep this chart very close to you in case you have any questions about how to make the transformation of one element from affirmative to negative or question, and also depending on the person that you refer to. Or remember, we use it when we refer to animals or objects. Now it's time to practice together. I have some questions for you, and I want you to write your answers in your workbook. Number 1, do you play any musical instruments? Number 2, do you eat vegetables? I hope it's a yes, but I don't know. Do you eat vegetables? Number 3, do you live in an apartment or maybe a house? Do you live in an apartment? And number 4, do you speak Spanish? Do you speak Spanish? Remember to write your answers in your workbook, and I will see you next class. Let's get more practice on simple present with the verb to be and with other verbs. Go to the resource section and download a worksheet. In that document, I give you an example about how to describe a person. I describe my father, and I use the simple present with the verb to be and with other verbs. Download the document and describe a person in your family, your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, the person that you want to practice this vocabulary. Remember to put all this information together in your workbook so you can get your final project beautiful and ready at the end of the course. See you next class. Let's now practice how to say our daily routine. But what is a daily routine? A routine is something that you do very frequently or that you do very often. And daily means that you do it every day. Check these pictures and select one that doesn't belong to the group. One activity that you don't do every day. The other three are part of your daily routine. You probably selected traveling. Maybe you want to travel every day, but you work and you study, so you don't travel every day. It's not part of your daily routine. Go to the resource section and download an extra document with some vocabulary about your daily routine. We use the daily routine to talk about our habits and about our regular activities in one day. Don't forget to check the document that I mentioned, and now I will give you an example of my personal routine. Let's check it. I wake up very early and I exercise for 20 minutes. I read my favorite book and I take a shower. Then I go to work. I come back at home and I go to bed after dinner. This is my personal routine. What is your daily routine? Use my routine as your example and check the vocabulary in the document so you can write your routine. Remember to do this in your workbook and share your answers in the chat if you want. I look forward to checking your personal routine and I will see you next class. In this class, we will learn the daily routine of another person. You know my daily routine, and I know your daily routine. Now, let's see the routine of another person so you can see and practice he and she when we use actions for that person. You will listen and watch a short video of a friend that is presenting his personal routine. Pay attention to the vocabulary, and if you have questions, remember you can check the extra document in the research section in the previous class so you can see a list of the most common vocabulary for daily routines. Listen and pay attention. Hey Jess, how are you?
Hi, John. I'm good.
Nice. Jess, what's your daily routine?
I wake up at 7 a.m. and I brush my teeth. I read my favorite book and I take a shower. I go to work and I have lunch there. I come back home at 6 p.m. I cook dinner and I watch TV.
Amazing, Jess. Thank you. We already listened to Jess's routine. Now, let's see the vocabulary that he used. Remember, when we use he, she, or it in the sentence, we need to transform the action a little bit. So, this is Jess's routine, but now we say that routine. Let's do it together. I say one sentence and then you repeat after me so we can practice. He wakes up at 7 a.m. and he brushes his teeth. He reads his favorite book and he takes a shower. He goes to work and he has lunch there. He comes back home at 6 p.m. and he cooks dinner and watches TV. Perfect. This is Jess's daily routine. I want you to practice with the routine of another person so you can get more experience in the transformation of the actions when you use he, she, or it. Go ahead and ask the daily routine to a person in your family or to a friend and write a similar routine to these in the example so you can practice the vocabulary and the grammar. Don't forget to write the answers in your workbook, and I will see you next class. Welcome to a new module. I'm very excited to be here with you, and I have some surprises for you to practice in this class. Let's find it out. WH questions in simple present. In previous classes, we practiced yes and no questions. Simple questions that you answer with a yes or a no. For example, do you like pizza? Yes or no. Are you from Colombia? Yes or no. In this class, we will practice information questions. And for this, I have some special vocabulary. Let's check it out. Who? Where? When? What? Which? And why? These words are used for asking information questions. Your job in this activity is to connect these elements in the corresponding form. I will give you a moment. You can pause this video and connect the question words with the corresponding uses. Let's now check your answers. Who is the question that we ask for people? Very well. People. For example, who is that person in the window? Who is that person in the window? Where is a question that we use for places. Places. For example, where is the supermarket? What's the location of the supermarket? Next, we have when, that we use it for times. For example, when is your class? Oh, my class is tomorrow. When is your class? 4 times. What is a very unique question word because we can use it for things or you can use it also for many other things. You can say, what is your phone number? As a thing, right? But you can also make combinations. And you can say, what time is your class? It's another question for time. Or you can make open questions like, what's your name? What is a very common question word in English? Why? It's a question about reasons. Why do you do that? That's not okay. Why? I want to know the reason. And finally, which? For which we use options. For example, which is your favorite color? Blue or black? That's different when I say, what's your favorite color? The question is very open, very general. When I use which, I have options. Which is your favorite color? Blue or black? And I give you the options. Now, the best way to master this topic is with practice. So I want you to do a couple of exercises. And for instance, I will use where. I want you to practice making a question using each of the question words and also making questions with the verb to be and with other verbs. Check my example. Where? Form number 1. Where is the car? Is. I'm using verb to be. Second question. Where do you live? It's another question, but this time with another verb. Do the same activity with all the other question words. When, why, which, so you can practice. Remember to write your answers in your workbook, and I will see you next class. Prepositions of place. In this class, we will practice some very useful vocabulary that can help you describe or talk about places. Let's first look at this beautiful cat. Where is the cat? Take a moment and give me your answer. Where is the cat? Let's check your answer. The cat is in the box. Now, in this sentence, I put a preposition of place. Can you see the preposition of place? Take a moment. The preposition of place is in because it gives me information about the location of the beautiful cat. Is in the box because I can close the box and now is in the box. Let's give a look at one more example. That coffee looks delicious. Where is the cup of coffee? Let's check your answer. The cup of coffee is on the table. On the table. What is the preposition in this sentence? And the preposition is on. Very well. On is another preposition that we normally use for horizontal or vertical or surfaces in general. The cup of coffee is on the table. It's a surface. Or for instance, my pictures, my paintings are on the wall. It's a vertical surface. There are more uses for on, but these are the most common. Let's check another preposition of place. Look at the lady. Where is she? Where is she? Take a moment and give me your answer. She is in front of the laptop. Again, tell me, what is the preposition of place in here? And the answer is in front of. That means, for instance, right now, I am in front of my computer. I am in front of the window. In front. She is in front of the laptop. And let's check one more. Look at the kids. Where are they? Where are they? Take a moment and tell me your answer. They are next to the Christmas tree. They are next to the Christmas tree. What's the preposition in this sentence? The answer is next to. For example, I am next to the door, or I am next to my microphone. Next to. There are more prepositions in English, and we can continue talking about these for hours. But these are the most common ones that we will practice this time. Beside is an example of another form to say next to. I am next to the window. I am beside the window. Behind is the opposite of in front. For instance, I am in front of my computer, or the books or the pictures are behind me. Behind, the opposite of in front of. Under, for instance, my cat is under the table. You don't say it, but my cat is under the table. And over is the opposite of under. The light is over my computer, or it's over me. Under, over. In front, and behind. I want you to continue practicing this topic, and I want you to answer a couple of questions. I will tell you the questions, and I want you to use 3 prepositions to describe your answer. Remember to write your answers in your workbook. Question number 1. Where are you in this moment? What's your location? Use 3 prepositions. Second question. Where is your laptop? Where is your laptop or your computer? Question number 3. Where is your bed? To sleep. Where is your bed? And as a final question, where is your TV? In your house, where is your TV? Remember to use 3 different prepositions of place to tell me the location of these elements. Write the answers in your workbook and I will see you next class. It's now time to practice your listening skills. In this class, you will listen to 3 people talking about their characteristics and their location. Listen to these audios and answer the questions. What is his or her name? Where are they? Use the prepositions. What's their job? And finally, where do they live? Listen to the audios and answer the questions. At the end, you can download the answer key to compare your answers. Let's do it.
My name is Jess. 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 And I'm a professional photographer. I enjoy cooking, but I'm not an expert. I watch tutorials and I like to create my own recipes. I'm in Sydney right now, but I live in Canada. Australia has wonderful landscapes, and I'm sure I can capture great pictures here.
Hey there, I'm Ravi. Ravee, Ravi. I'm late for work, so I need to get a taxi. I work at Central Park, at the zoo. I'm a veterinarian. I love taking care of animals. On the weekends, I'm the manager of a pizza restaurant. Pizza Comic. We have the best pizza in Manhattan, New York.
This is Elena. E-L-E-N-A. Elena, I travel a lot for work. I'm in Russia right now, but I live in Argentina. I'm a tour guide and a journalist. Yes, I know, that's an interesting combination. I like to document my trips and help others.
Amazing! How was your listening activity? Let me see your comments in the comment section. Did you see the answers for these questions? If not, that's okay. You can always go back and listen again. Don't worry, we are here to help you. Write your answers in your workbook and I will see you next class. Have versus has. Are they the same? Are they different? Let's find it out in this class. We use this action to refer to something that belongs to us. Now, there are some variations when I say I have or I use he, she, or it in the sentence. With other actions, we normally say I speak English or she speaks English. If you have questions about the S, remember you can go back to a previous class in this course and see why we made that change. If you see the action have, there is a little change. We have a car. It's not he has a car. People usually believe that that's the corresponding form, but it is not. The action have is irregular. So the third person is not has, it's actually has. She has a car. But have and has in meaning are exactly the same. It's just a special transformation of the action. Let's practice together. They have a dog. Imagine this example with she and make that sentence with me. They have a dog. Take a moment and make the sentence with she. You probably think she has a dog. That's very good. What about the negative form? Is the negative form special? Let's find it out. They don't have a dog versus she doesn't have a dog. In this case, have works the same as any other action. Work, play, go, visit. Exactly the same. The principal difference is in the affirmative form, have and has. What about the question? I want you to help me with the question. Do they have a dog? What's the corresponding question using she? Very well. Does she have a dog? Remember, have works the same as any other action. Let's now practice together. I have some sentences here that I want you to transform from affirmative form to negative and question form. Write your answers in your workbook. You have a good job. She has 2 brothers. They have a cat. He has a new cell phone. Write the negative and question forms of these sentences in your workbook, and I will see you next class. It's time to practice your writing skills. In this class, you will have the opportunity to practice your writing abilities. Go to the resource section and download a worksheet. You will see some gaps that you need to complete. What is a gap? It is a line in which there's nothing written. You need to complete that sentence using the word that you can see in the brackets. Using that action, you will complete the sentence. Remember, you can find the activity in the resource section. At the end, when you finish, download the answer key and correct and compare your answers. We will be practicing the simple present in the different variations that we saw during this course. Don't forget, if you need to go back and check another class to be sure, please do it. The more you practice, the better. I will see you next class. Irregular plural nouns. These are nouns that make their plural form in an irregular way. That means that you don't use the letter S to form the plural, but instead it's actually a different word or a different spelling. Let's see. Book is a regular noun because the corresponding plural form is books. Apple is another example because we say apples. But what happens, for instance, with man? Most people say mans, but this is not okay because it is irregular and the corresponding form is actually man with a different spelling. What about life? Is that a regular or an irregular noun? Let's find it out. People usually say that lives is the corresponding plural form, but this is incorrect. The spelling is incorrect because we need to write the word in plural with the letter V. The pronunciation is pretty much the same, lives, but the spelling is very different. Let's see how many irregular plural nouns you know. For instance, foot. What is the plural of foot? Take a moment and think. It's actually feet. It's not foots. That doesn't exist. What about hero? What is the plural form of hero? It is heroes with an extra letter E at the end. What about child? It's not childs. It's actually children. Very well. Let's check one more. Fish. And I love this one. What is the plural form of fish? It's not fishes. It's actually fish. 1 fish, 2, 3, 4, 5 fish. It's the same. And I have one more for you. Knife. What's the plural form of knife? It is actually knives. The pronunciation is similar with a V sound, but we need to change the spelling. We don't use the F, we use the letter V. Knives. So go to the research section and download an extra document with some other examples. Remember, not all the nouns in English make the plural form with the S. There are some irregular nouns. See you next class. Verbs in imperative form. But what is that? What is an imperative form? We use this structure when we want to give instructions, when we want to give orders or advice. For instance, instructions. Please go to the resource section. That's an instruction, right? And I only use the action, go to. That is imperative. Another way is order. Don't do that. When you say that to your kids, that's an instruction. Or advice. Go in the morning. It's better. You give a recommendation in an imperative form. We don't use or we don't say I, you, we, they. We don't mention the pronoun. We only say the action. Go, do, practice, study. And we use it for instructions, orders, or advice. In this class, we are going to have so much fun. Are you ready? We will play the famous game Simon Says. I will give you 3 instructions and I want you to do them so we can practice the imperative form. Are you ready? Move around, get ready in your chair, in your bed, whatever you are. Here it is, instruction number 1. I want you to take a selfie taking this course and post it on Twitter using the hashtag English@Platzi. Instruction number 1, take a selfie and post it on Twitter. I will give you a moment to do it. Are you ready for number 2? Simon says, say, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I know that your brain is going a bit crazy, and that's okay. Pause the video and do it with me. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Say that. Are you ready? I think you maybe need to try one more time. Simon says, try one more time. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. That's actually a real word. Check it in the dictionary. Number 3, and this is awesome. Simon says, stretch your arms and give yourself a hug. Simon says, stretch your arms and give yourself a hug. Amazing. We just practiced imperative form of these different actions. You can also do this at home. I invite you, try this game with your friends, with your family. Do it at home. Don't forget to finish these challenges. Post the picture on Twitter. That's one instruction in imperative form. Try and repeat the word that I pronounced. That's another imperative order. And also stretch your arms and give yourself a hug. That's the final instruction. These are verbs in imperative form. We don't use a subject or a person in the sentence. Instead, we use the action for a very direct message. Finish these activities and I will see you next class. And versus but. We use these 2 words in similar ways, but we also use them with different intentions. They look similar, but they are not. I have 2 columns here. I want you to help me connect the word with the corresponding use or definition. Let's do it. Very well. And is used to connect ideas that have similar intentions. But we use but when we need to show contrast of ideas. Let's check some examples. For instance, I like pizza, but I don't like to eat hamburgers. Let's check example number 2. I love traveling by car and I love traveling by plane. I like the two options, so I use and because they go in the same direction. They are similar ideas. Now, a plant and a dog. Here, I need to show contrast. So I can say, I don't have plants in my house, but I have a beautiful dog. Please go to your workbook and write 5 examples using and 5 examples using but so you can practice with similar ideas and showing contrast. See you next class. A versus an. In this class, you will learn how similar but how different they are. We use a and an when we want to talk about something general or that it's not particular or very specific. Pay attention to these groups of words. Apple, egg, and elephant. Do you say a or an with these words? What about this group? Laptop, bicycle, and child. Do I need to use a or an? Take a moment to think your answer. And the answer is an apple, an egg, an elephant, or a laptop, a bicycle, and a child. The reason is when we use a, the next word starts with a consonant sound. For example, L, B, or C. And I want to emphasize that it's the sound and not the letter because we have some exceptions. For example, we say a university, not an university. A university because the U sounds like your. We say an hour. We don't say a hour because the H is silent and we pronounce like the O sound, an hour. Be very careful and practice with some extra examples. We can also use a and an for jobs, professions, or occupations. Let's give a look at picture number 1. You can say, she is a doctor. It's very important to say a doctor. I know in other languages you just say the profession or the job, but in English we need to use a or an. Number 2, he is an artist, for instance. He is an artist. Number 3, for example, he is a chef. He is a chef. Or number 4, she is an engineer. An engineer. Go to the resource section and download a worksheet with extra activities for you to practice a and an. Remember to put all these exercises together into your workbook so you can have a fabulous final project at the end of this course. See you next class. I like, you don't like. In this role play, you will watch 2 friends talking about likes and dislikes. Make some notes because you need to answer the following questions. Who doesn't like hot dogs? And who doesn't drink soda? And who doesn't drink coffee? Watch the conversation. Pay attention to what you listen and answer these questions. Hi, Anna.
Hi, John.
Anna, I love pizza, but I don't like hot dogs. And you?
Oh, John, I love hot dogs and hamburgers. What about you?
Yeah, I love hamburgers, but I don't drink soda. Do you drink soda?
Yes, I do. Do you drink tea, John?
Yes, I drink tea and I drink coffee. What about you?
No, I don't drink coffee. I prefer water.
Okay, thank you. Let's now compare your answers. Who doesn't like hot dogs? The answer is John doesn't like hot dogs. Question number 2. Who doesn't drink soda? And the answer is John doesn't drink soda. Question number 3. Who doesn't drink coffee? And the answer is Anna doesn't drink coffee. Remember to write these answers in your workbook, and I will see you next class. Welcome. I am very proud of everything you did in this course, and I want to give you an extra material for you to practice the grammar that we checked in this course. Go to the resource section and download the document. It has some extra information about how to use the simple present with the verb to be and with other verbs. I will see you in our final class. Congratulations, everybody! You did an amazing job in this course. I'm very excited to see your progress. Remember to take our final test on this course and test your knowledge. Share with us your diploma in your social network and share your feedback. Your comments are very important to me, and I'll be waiting to see what you want to share with me. Learning is very important, so I encourage you to continue taking other courses in our school. I'm very excited and I really want to see you in my next courses. Congratulations. Hey there. Welcome to your basic English course, dates, times, and simple expressions. My name is John and I will be your teacher. Now, who is your English teacher? I have a bachelor's degree in teaching English as a foreign language, and I'm also pursuing a master's in education. I love traveling, and recently I finished working and living in the United States, working as an integrated education instructor. You can also see me in Platzi in other courses, for example, the one for TOEFL preparation. I want to take you there, so let's first check out what we will see in this course. We will practice a lot of things in this course, but especially some of these topics. First, we will learn how to tell the time. We will answer questions like, when is your birthday? Or what time is it? We will also learn how to use basic WH questions, how to refer to people, to places, and questions that we use every day. We will also practice the differences between have got and have. I know that you have many questions about these two words, so we will practice with several exercises. Another important topic that we will see in this course is how to express abilities or capacities using a very special and common word in English. Additionally, we will use the apostrophe and the letter S to express or to manifest the possession of objects. Now, don't worry, it's not the type of possessions that you imagine. This is when an object belongs to a person or to another object. Finally, we will also see the differences between the simple present and the present continuous. I know you have questions, but I'm pretty sure you will be able to solve them at the end of this course. Like I just said, we will also practice dates, times, and basic expressions in English that I'm pretty sure will take your English to the next level. Please go to the resources section and download the workbook. You will need it to write all the answers for the exercises we will do in class. Bring your coffee and the best of the energies because we are going to have a lot of fun. See you next class. When is your birthday? That is the principal question that we will answer in this class. But before we answer the question, we need to practice some vocabulary. Let's first start with the months of the year. But let's do this more entertaining. I am going to say the name, the word, and I want you to take a moment and repeat after me so you can practice your pronunciation too. Number 1, January. Number 2, February. Number 3, March. Number 4, April. Number 5, May. Number 6, June. Number 7, July. Number 8, August. Number 9, September. Number 10, October. Number 11, November. And finally, December. If you still have questions about the pronunciation of the months of the year, stop the class, go back a little, and try again. Now, we practiced the months of the year. Let's now give a look at the numbers that we need when we express the dates in English. Something very important to remember is that there are two types of numbers in English. One type of numbers is cardinal numbers, and the other type is ordinal numbers. Cardinal numbers express quantities. For example, 1 dog, 2 houses, 3 pets. Ordinal numbers express order and sequence. When we answer the question, when is your birthday, we need to use the ordinal numbers because we talk about the order of the days in a month. Now, let's practice with the numbers that you see on the screen, and we will also practice the pronunciation. I say the numbers, and then you take a moment to pronounce after me. Also, pay attention to something very special that happens when I finish the pronunciation of the ordinal numbers. Let's do it. 1, first. 2, second. 3, third. 4, fourth. 5, fifth. 6, sixth. 7, seventh. 8, eighth. 9, ninth. 10, tenth. 11, 11th. 12, 12th. Now, we can continue pronouncing the rest of the numbers, but this is good for now. Now, to answer my question, did you notice the special pronunciation at the end of the ordinal numbers? I'm pretty sure that you notice a special sound that it comes like this. That sound happens when we are pronouncing some of the ordinal numbers, but not all of them. You can also see that two numbers have a special distinction, and it's because we also write the numbers in a different way. Not only the numbers have a bit of, a complement, some letters, but also some of them are written in a completely and different form. Now, those letters that you have next to the number are called superscript. The superscript tells you that you are using ordinal numbers and not cardinal numbers. And this is very important when you answer the question, when is your birthday? Now, let's pay attention to this. Most, but not all, most of the numbers in English, when they are transformed to ordinal numbers, receive the letter TH at the end. That sound is the special sound that I mentioned. For example, 7 in cardinal number, and in ordinal number, we say seventh with a TH sound at the end. But there are special cases, and we will see them now. Number 11, number 12, and number 13 are special because we don't say first, second, and third. We actually say 11th, 12th, and 13th. But when we get to number 20, when we get to that number, we start pronouncing first, second, and third again. Let's do it together. 11, 11th. 12, 12th. 13, 13th. Now we continue the same 14, 15, 16, and we get to number 20. Let's do it with 20. 20, 20th, 21st, or 21 if it's cardinal. But can you see the difference? Let's continue. 22nd, 22, 23rd, 23. And we continue doing the same when we get to 30, to 40, to 50, and so on. The only exception is when we pronounce 11, 12, and 13 in ordinal numbers. The rest of the sequences will continue with first, second, and third. The superscript is also equivalent to the pronunciation. You can use ST for first, you can use ND for second, RD for third, or TH for the rest. Now that we practice how to say these words correctly, let's do an exercise together. I want you to answer the following questions with me, and we will practice the months of the year, and we will also practice ordinal numbers. Now, what is the 5th month of the year? Take a moment and think about your answer. The 5th month of the year is May. Very well. Next question. What is the 7th month of the year? Let's see if this is your answer. July. July is the 7th month of the year. Next question. What is the 10th month of the year? Do your math. And let's check your answer. October is the 10th month of the year. Now, the $1 million question is here. What is the 13th month of the year? Take a moment to think your answer. Let's see. You are maybe surprised, and you are right. The number 13th in terms of months of the year doesn't exist, okay? So the 13th month of the year does not exist. I was only joking. Now we are ready to answer the question, when is your birthday? Let's check it together. Now, there are two options. You can answer this question in a short way or in a long way. The two options are okay. It's just more common to answer with details. Now, to answer, when is your birthday, you can only say the month. For example, my birthday is in February, only the month, and I say in. Or I can give more details and say the month and the day using ordinal numbers. For example, my birthday is on February 21st. Go ahead, open your workbook and answer the question, when is your birthday? Give me the two answers using only the month or the month and the day to give a complete date. To continue practicing, I have some other questions for you that are similar and that you can also respond in a similar way. Let's check it out. For example, when is Halloween Day? In your country, when is that celebration? When is Halloween Day? Go ahead and also write the answers in your workbook. Second question, when is Christmas Day? You are maybe in a different country. I want to know, when is Christmas Day in your country? Final question, when is St. Valentine's Day? I also know that in different countries there are different celebrations. So you can answer when is St. Valentine's Day by Googling some of this information if you need to. Remember to write your answers in your workbook and share the answers in the comment section if you want as well. Now, it's very important to be careful with the format. In most countries, we use the format day, month, and year. But in the United States, we use the format month, day, and year. This makes a big difference when it comes to writing dates. Check this example. For instance, 02/12/2021, in most countries, that means that is December 2nd, 2021. But in the United States, the same number, 02/12/2021, actually means February 12th, 2021. That is a big difference. So when you're filling a document or when you are completing an application online, be careful with the date format. Now, if you have more questions about ordinal and cardinal numbers, go to the resources section of this class and download a document that has more examples on how to write and say ordinal and cardinal numbers. Don't forget to also answer the questions that we practice in class and put your answers in your workbook. See you next class. Telling the time. Now, to answer the question, what time is it? In any language, we first need to know the way in which clocks work. This is very important because in English, we are talking about the time all the time. Check this out. When the big hand or the minute hand is pointing to number 12, we are going to use the expression o'clock. 15 minutes after, we can use the expression quarter past. You can also say 15 past. It's just more common to say it's quarter past. Notice that in English, we mention the minutes, then the expression, and then the hour. For example, it's quarter past 4. Other set of 15 minutes pass, and now we have half. That it's also the same to say it is 30 past. It's just more common to say it's half past. For example, 4. Now, 45 minutes pass, and in this case, we are going to see a little change here. We are going to use the expression quarter to, but this time we refer to the minutes that you need to go or to get to the next hour. For example, you are going to say it is quarter to and the next hour. For example, 5. It is very important to remember that when the number or the minutes are in the first half of the clock, from o'clock to 30 or a half, we use the preposition past. But if it's 31 minutes to 59 minutes, we actually use the preposition to, and we make reference to the next hour. Let's practice together. We will continue using the example of 4 o'clock. So remember, when the number with the minute hand points at number 12, we say o'clock. So let's begin. It's 4 o'clock. Please repeat after me. It's 5 past 4. Repeat after me. It's 10 past 4. It's quarter past 4, or it's 15 past 4. Remember, both options are okay. It's just more common to say it's quarter past 4. Please repeat. It is 20 past 4. It is 25 past 4. It is half past 4, or it's 30 past 4. Remember, when you receive the question, what time is it? You can use any of these expressions to answer the question, but also you can use mixed numbers, like it's 23 past 4, or it's 12 past 5. It doesn't really matter. I am giving you some sharp and close numbers so you get a general reference of the structure. This is the first half of that clock. We are using the preposition past. Now, let's check out what happens with the other half of the clock. Here we have, it is 25 to 5. Remember, we now make a reference to the next hour. It is 25 to 5, or it is 20 to 5, or it is quarter to 5. It is 10 to 5, or it is 5 to 5. Now, in very informal English, it's also accepted to say it's 4:45 or it's 4:50. That is technically accepted. But if we go to the grammar book, or if we are presenting a test, or if we are giving a presentation, or we are in a formal or more elaborated context, it's very important that we follow the rule of to and past. Now, I know you are in very different countries, so I want you to tell me, what time is it in your country? Write the answer in your workbook, and if you want, you can also leave a comment in the comment section. Let's practice. It's time to do it together. Give a look at these clocks that I have here. I have 2 columns, one with the pictures and one with the actual numbers, with the letters that describe the time. I want you to take a moment, pause this video, and see how you can match or connect the 2 columns. Take a moment. Very well. The first clock is connected to the third answer. It's 20 past 3. Now, the second clock is connected to the first answer. It is 1 o'clock. Now, the third clock is connected to the second answer. It is 5 to 12. Remember, you can say it is and the hour, or you can use the contraction it's. I want you to continue practicing and mastering this topic. Go to the resources section and download a document that has more exercises for you to practice the time. Remember, put all this information together into your workbook because this will be your final project with all the activities we will do during the classes. See you next time. Come to my birthday party. In this class, you will watch and listen to a conversation between two people. They are talking in a very casual conversation. Listen carefully and pay attention to some details. When you finish listening and watching, I want you to answer the following questions. Where is the party? When is the party? What time is the party? Who is coming to the party? And finally, can Jack bring his girlfriend? Is it possible for Jack to go to the party with his girlfriend? Answer these questions in your workbook, and when you finish, go to the resources section and download the answer key. Open that document and compare your answers. Remember, you can also take notes while you listen and watch so you can answer the questions at the end. Enjoy it and see you next class.
Hey, Jack, do you have any plans for Friday night?
Hey, Charles. Not really.
Nice. My wife and I are having a party to celebrate our anniversary.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes. Do you want to come?
Sure. What time is the party?
8 p.m. This is my address.
Okay, perfect. Hollywood Street, 532. Got it.
Amazing, Jack. See you there.
Yeah. Charles, one question. Can I bring my girlfriend with me?
Of course, Jack. Only friends are coming to the party, so that's fine.
Oh, awesome. See you there.
See ya.
Wow, you just finished your first role play. How was the experience? Leave a comment in the comment section. I really want to see your comments. If you found the answers to these role play and the conversation, write them in your workbook. If not, it's okay. You can always go back, listen to my questions again, listen to the conversation again, and then complete the exercise. It doesn't matter because you go at your own rhythm. Very well done, and I'll see you next class. Welcome to your second module. I am very excited to be here with you. So let's continue. In this class, you will learn and practice question words. In previous courses, we also practiced some of the elements that we will see today. We will start first with a revision, and if you have more questions, you can always go back, check that class, and see if you need to practice a little bit more. I will give you the link of the class that I'm referring to in the resources section. So let's see if you remember some of those question words. To start, we have who. Remember, this is a question about people. For example, who is that person? You don't know, right? Who is that person? Another question word can be where. And this is a question about places. For instance, where is the supermarket? I don't know. Where is the supermarket? When is a question word that you know very well right now because we practiced it in our class. When is your birthday? That is the most common question with when. We can also see what, and this is a more generic and open and general question. What's your name? Is a good example. We also practiced why? And this is a question about reasons. Hey, why are you doing that? I want to understand the reason. We also practiced which. And remember, this is a question about options. Which color do you prefer? Black or green? You need to make a choice. There is another question word that we use in English very often, and I want you to give a look at this picture. It is how. How is a very useful question word because you can make a lot of combinations. Some of the most common combinations with the question word how are, for example, how old? That is a question about your age. For example, how old are you? Answer that question in your workbook. We can also use the combination how long when we talk about the length of something. For instance, how long is this class? Check the length of the class and give me that number in your workbook. You can also ask the question, how far? How far is a question about distances. And you can say, how far is the bank from your house? The distance. Another common question with how is how many. When you talk about quantities, how many brothers or sisters do you have? Leave the answers to these questions in your workbook so you can practice your writing as well. There is another question with how that we will practice, especially in this class, and we are going to play a game together. We have 4 lines or 4 gaps. In each gap, you will write the letter of a word that you can combine with how. I am going to give you the first letter, the initial letter, M, and I want you to guess. Sometimes can be similar to how many for quantities, but this time is about the cost of something. Start thinking, and I will give you one more letter. We have the letter M at the beginning. We have the letter H at the end. I'm pretty sure you're very close to get the answer. I will give you one more letter, the letter C. Are you ready to guess? Very well. It's the word much. We use how much when we want to know the cost of something. Check these 2 examples and look at the pictures. Help me complete these questions. Picture number 1. What is that? Take a moment and think about what object is that. Now, let's complete the first question. How much is this dress? Very well. That picture is a dress. So the complete question is, hey, how much is this dress? Now look at the second picture. We have 2 elements in that picture. Let's complete the question. How much are those shoes? Now, there is a little difference between how much in the first question and how much in the second question. Take a moment, look at the screen, and tell me if you can guess what the difference is. In the first question, we only have 1 element. In the second question, we have 2 elements. And for that reason, we change the verb to be that is in the question. How much is a question about only 1 element. How much are is a question about multiple elements or multiple objects. Go ahead and write in your workbook a couple of examples using how much is and how much are. Remember, singular elements or plural elements. Here, right now, we are going to practice as well. Let's practice right here and right now. I have 2 questions that are disorganized. They are not in order. The words in the questions are not in order. Your task is to put these words together in the corresponding order, similar to the questions that we just practiced. Make sure you answer this in your workbook, along with the other questions we just practiced. Write the question in the corresponding order and also answer it there in your workbook. Remember, if you have more questions about the WH words that we used at the beginning of the class, I will leave you the link in the resources section so you can go and check the previous class. In the resources section, I will also leave a document with extra exercises for you to practice this topic. Write the answers to those exercises in your workbook as well, and I will see you next class. Where are you? This is a very common question in English that we need to answer very often. In this class, you will learn some vocabulary that will help you answer this question. Remember that beside is the same as next to. You can say, for example, I am next to the window or I am beside the window. Another preposition is behind, is the opposite of in front. For example, the bookshelf is behind me, is behind, the opposite of in front of. Another preposition that we practice is under. For example, my cat is under the desk, is the opposite of over. The light is over me right now, or the sun is over us in the sky. Over and under. Now, there are other prepositions in English that can help us when we need to talk about places. I know that in, on, and at bring you a lot of questions, so we are going to practice them because we use them in similar ways, but they are also very different. To practice the use of in, on, and at, I want you to imagine and see this giant triangle from general to very specific. In is the preposition we use when we talk about general locations. For example, countries or cities. You can say, I live in Rio de Janeiro, or I also work in Bogota, Colombia. I use the preposition in because I refer to countries or cities. But you can also use it to talk about neighborhoods. For instance, I live in Rosales, and you can also say the name of your neighborhood. We also use in for enclosed spaces. For example, I am in my room, in my studio, because it has walls and is enclosed. You can also say, I have my cell phone in my pocket. It's closed, right? It's an enclosed space. In for very general locations, especially or enclosed spaces that can be kept super closed. On is more intermediate. On is used for not super general locations, but not super specific locations. Especially we can use on when we talk about streets or avenues. For instance, I live on Washington Street, or I work on Rogers Avenue. On for streets or avenues. Now, we can also use it for surfaces, something horizontal or even something vertical. For instance, those pictures, those paintings are on the wall. It's vertical, right? On the wall. Or I can say my computer is on the desk. It's horizontal. Vertical or horizontal surfaces we can use on. Additionally, for the floors, I live on a 10th floor. Remember ordinal numbers? We use them here. Or my office is on the second floor. We don't say in, we say on the second floor. Additionally, we have at, and at is very specific. When we use the preposition at, we especially talk about addresses. We use the street or the avenue and usually a number to make that address super specific. For instance, I live on Washington Street, number 345 South. Or you can also use it for a specific locations, places that are special, unique, specific. I work at Platzi, or I study at the university, or my mom works at a hospital. We use at when we talk about specific locations. Now, in, on, and at can be used in other situations. There are more uses, but these uses that we practice today are the most common. It's now time to practice together. Go to your workbook, grab your pen, your pencil, and I want you to answer 2 questions for me. The first question is, where do you live? And to answer that, I want you to give me 3 answers. One with in, one with on, and the other one with at. The second question is, where do you work? And to answer this question, I want you to do something very similar. I want you to go and check in, on, and at, and give me the answer with those 3 elements. It's very important that you practice the use, so put those answers in your workbook so you can keep them with you. Remember, that workbook is part of your project, so write all your answers there, and I will see you next class. Let's practice question words. This time, I want you to practice your reading skills. Go to the resources section and download a worksheet. In that worksheet, you have a conversation with some mistakes. What is a mistake? It's something that is incorrect or that is not in the corresponding form or place. Read the conversation and identify the parts, the words that are incorrect. Write those corresponding words in your worksheet and rewrite that conversation in the correct and corresponding form. I give you a tip. All the mistakes are in question words that I intentionally put in the form that is not corresponding. Go to the resources section and don't forget to write your answers in your worksheet. At the end, download the answer key and correct your answers. See you next class. Welcome to Module 3. Can you believe it? This is going fast. Are you ready for what's coming next? Because in this class, we will talk about wants and wishes, how to express those feelings when you really want something. Now, the most common way to express your wants and your wishes is with the expression I want, and that's okay. But we also have another expression that can be very useful, and that's the principal topic of this class. I would like. You can also use and hear the contraction I'd like. Both options are fine. Now, I would like sounds a little bit more polite and a little bit more formal. I want is just a little bit more direct. So you need to be careful because you don't want to sound too bossy or demanding in a situation. But the two are good for expressing your wants and your wishes. In this class, we will do an exercise together. We are going to practice reading and listening because I want you to practice all your skills and also this vocabulary. Are you ready? Let's do it. This is a conversation between two people at a restaurant. Now, the way in which we are going to do it is the following. You will be person A in that conversation. I will be person B in that conversation, and we will practice reading this conversation. I also want you to pay attention to the special vocabulary of this class. I'd like, or I would like, and I want. Pay attention to that vocabulary and let's do it. Remember, you are person A, I am person B. Read it as if you were in a natural and real conversation. Let's do it. Thank you. I'd like to see the menu, please. Okay, I want a chicken sandwich. Yes, I'd like a large soda too, please. Very well. Very well. Now, this is not it. Let's practice the conversation again, but now we change our roles. I will be person A, you will be person B. Remember to pay attention to the special vocabulary we are practicing in this class. Remember, it's completely okay to say I'd like or I would like. Both options are okay. We normally use contractions when we are speaking, so I want you to practice saying I'd like. If you want to say I would like, that is also okay. Are you ready? Let's do it. Welcome to the restaurant. Of course, here you go. Anything else? Amazing job. I'm glad to see that you are practicing these activities with me. To continue this practice, go to your workbook and I want you to give me 5 examples using I want and 5 examples using I'd like or I would like. Try to talk about places, about food, about things. For example, I would like to go to Paris. Or I'd like to have a dog. Or I want to eat in a Chinese restaurant. Use the examples that are real to you and write them in your workbook. Remember, this is your final project at the end of the course. I'll see you next class. Have versus have got. What are the differences between these two words? Now, let me tell you, the differences are very little. We use have and have got in very similar situations. Have got is just a little bit more informal and is normally associated to British English, but you can also use it in any other context. Let's see the different uses that we can give to have and have got. First, we can use them to talk about possessions, things that belong to me. For example, look at this car. I have a car. Or I can also say, I've got a car. I have got. You can also make a contraction and say, I've got a car. Remember that in English it's very common to use contractions, but both options, with or with no contraction, are okay. I have a car. I've got a car. Same idea. I've got a car is just a little bit more informal. We can also use have and have got when we talk about relationships with others. For instance, I have two brothers. Or I can say, I've got two brothers. Another possibility is when we refer to illnesses, when you don't feel okay, when you don't feel good. Look at the picture. Look at the lady. She's not feeling good. You can say she has a headache, or you can also say she's got a headache. Remember, she's got is also the contraction of she and has. She's got a headache. Another use that we can give to have and have got is when we talk about characteristics of people or characteristics of things. For example, look at the baby. He has blue eyes, or guess what? He's got blue eyes. Both options are correct. Now, I know you saw some changes between have got, and has got. Let's see what happens when we pay attention to the little details in the grammar. Check these affirmative sentences. You have a big house, or you have got a big house. Remember, both options are correct. But what happens when I want to transform these two examples into negative statements? There is a little change. You don't have a big house. We use don't because have is like another action. Play, work, you say you don't travel, you don't visit, you don't have a big house. Now, when we want to make the negative statement for the second option with have got, in this case, we add the negative particle to have, and we don't have to use don't. We say, therefore, you haven't got a big house. Now, what it's not correct is to say, you don't have got a big house. That is not possible. Or, you don't have a big house, or you haven't got a big house. In questions, something similar happens as well. We use do as the word that helps me in the question, or we also use have. Do you have a big house? Or have you got a big house? Remember, here in the second option with have got, I don't have to add do. I only use it if I am using it the normal have form. What happens when you practice or when you use the third person? He, she, or it. It's very similar, but we don't use have. We use has instead. Let's do it together. She has a cold, or she has got a cold. Try to practice and try to tell me the negative form of she has a cold. Take a moment. Very well. She doesn't have a cold. Remember, we use does or doesn't because I am using she, he, or it in the sentence. In this situation, I'm using she in this sentence. Now, what is the corresponding question? Very well. Does she have a cold? Let's do something similar, but this time with she has got a cold. Remember, you can also use the contraction she's got a cold. Let's check it out. The negative form would be she hasn't got a cold. And what about the question form? Very well. Has she got a cold? Now, remember that these little changes happen especially in the negative and the question form because the affirmative form is a bit more similar. I want you to practice, and I want you to practice more. Go to your workbook, and I want you to write 5 examples using have in affirmative, negative, and question form, another 5 examples using has and has got in affirmative, negative, and question form. Write your answers in your workbook, and I will see you next class. This is the end of the 3rd module, and we are going to end it with a very cool and entertaining activity. This time, we will practice our listening skills. Go to the resource section and download a conversation. Come back to the class and continue. You will listen to a conversation at an airport between two people talking about very casual things in an airport. It's very short. I want you to listen carefully and complete and fill the gaps. A gap is a line that has the space for a word that it's not there. When you finish listening and completing the conversation, download the answer key in the resource section, download it, and check that your answers are correct. Remember to consolidate all this information in your workbook, and I will see you next class.
Good afternoon. Where are you flying to today?
Chicago, please.
Can I see your passport, please?
Here you go.
Are you checking any bags?
I've got only one.
Okay, please place your bag on the scale.
Thank you. I have a stopover in Miami. Do I need to pick up my luggage there?
No, no problem. Here is your boarding pass. Your flight leaves from gate 22H. The boarding process starts at 20 past 3. Your seat number is 16C.
Thanks. I'd like to travel first class. Can I upgrade my ticket now?
Sure. One moment. All set.
Thank you. Wow, you just finished your first listening exercise, and it was only listening. How was it? Did you feel okay? A bit nervous? That's okay. Just don't forget that you can always go back, check the listening again, check your answers. This is a learning process, so it's okay to do it a couple of times. This is the end of our module, so please make sure you have the answers to all the exercises in your workbook. I will see you next class. Are you ready for what's coming? Because in this class, you will listen and watch a conversation between two people at a job interview. Yes, a job interview. I want you to have your workbook ready because you will have to pay attention to the abilities that Rachel has or that Rachel doesn't have. I want you to listen and pay attention to the things that she can and that she can't do. Write your answers in your workbook, and you can also pause the conversation as many times as you need. I want you to especially focus on the actions or abilities that she has or that she doesn't have. Are you ready? Let's do it. Good morning, Rachel. Welcome. How are you today?
Good morning, thank you. I'm doing great.
All right, Rachel. Let's start. Can you use Python?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and JavaScript, can you use it?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Your curriculum looks amazing.
Thank you very much.
Now, a question for you. Can you work on the weekends?
Sorry, I can't. I'm doing my master's degree on the weekends.
Oh, that's amazing. And can you speak other languages?
Yes, I can. I can speak English and I can speak Spanish.
Oh, fantastic. Can you speak French?
No, I can't. But I can speak Portuguese.
Interesting, Rachel. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome and thank you.
Very well. You have your answers ready. What can Rachel do and what can't Rachel do? Leave those answers in your workbook. And if you need to go back to the video and watch it again, it's absolutely okay. This is for you to practice your listening and also your writing skills. So don't be afraid of pausing the video and doing it as many times as you think you need. Congratulations, and I'll see you next class. Can versus can't. These two words are very common in English, and we use them for a lot of different things. In this class, we will practice some of their uses, and especially we will focus on one. We can use can when we talk about abilities. For example, I can ride a bicycle. I have that ability. A second use is when we talk about permissions. For example, excuse me, teacher, can I go to the bathroom? You ask for that permission using can. Also, you can make requests. Excuse me, can I use your cell phone for a moment? You request the use of something. And you can also use it for possibilities. For example, it can rain tonight. We will focus this class on the use of can for abilities or capacities. Let's check these examples together. He can speak 3 languages. He has that ability. Maybe in a negative form, we can say, he can't speak 3 languages. Notice that I make some stress in the N and T sound, and it's longer. He can't speak 3 languages. Now, a question. Can he speak 3 languages? In a question, remember, we change the order of the elements. Pay attention to the affirmative sentence and the interrogative sentence. The structure is pretty much the same, but you just change the order of the elements. He can, in affirmative. Can he, in a question. Let's practice with some questions about your abilities. I want to give you a couple of seconds to answer this question in a spoken form, and also I want you to write your answers in your workbook. Let's do it. Can you drive? Can you drive? Do you have that ability? Can you play the piano? Can you play the piano? Can you swim? Can you swim? Do you have that ability? Or can you speak French? I personally can't. Can you speak French? Remember to write your answers in your workbook, and also make a list of 5 things that you can do and 5 things that you can't do. Also, talk to a friend or your brother or your sister or your mother and talk about abilities that that person has. For example, she can speak 3 languages, he can drive a car, and also make a list of 5 capacities or abilities of that person and 5 things that that person can't do. Write them in your workbook, and I will see you next class. Apostrophe and the letter S to express possessions. Now, don't worry, because it's not this type of possessions. It's not any demoniac possession. We are actually going to talk about possessions when an object belongs to a person or even to another object. There are different ways. Let's check them. First, when we have singular nouns, we put the apostrophe and the letter S to show that possession. For example, my sister's car is black. We don't really say the car of my sister. That's not very common, and it's not very appropriate. We put the apostrophe S because the car belongs to my sister. My sister's car is black. Another example, my teacher's house is big. The house belongs to my teacher, but I don't say the house of my teacher. I say my teacher's house. A second option is when you have plural nouns, and in this case, plural nouns that finish with the letter S. Dogs and teachers. It's not 1 dog, it's not 2, it's more, right? We are talking about a large quantity of dogs or teachers. not one, two, or more. For example, the dog's plates are full. The plates belong to different dogs. In this case, I just put the apostrophe and the letter S, and now I refer to that possession. I don't say the plates of the dogs are full. We say the dog's plates are full. The teacher's desks are messy. There are many teachers, there are many desks, and there is a connection between the elements. There is a possession of those elements. Now, the pronunciation, you don't have to pronounce the S again. You don't say the dog's. You only say the dog's plates are full. The context will tell you if you are talking about one dog and the possession of that dog, or if you're talking about more than two dogs and the possession of those dogs. Remember, the pronunciation is the same, but you don't have to write the extra S after the apostrophe. Another category is when we are using the names of people, especially, or places even. For instance, Caleb's house is big. The house belongs to Caleb. He is the owner. We only put the apostrophe and the letter S. But what happens if the name finishes in the letter S? For example, James. There are two options. You can write the apostrophe and the letter S, or just the apostrophe. The two options are valid, but the pronunciation is necessary. For example, you say James's office is spacious. James's. For Charles, for example, you say Charles's. Imagine it's Jess, you say Jess's office. We need to pronounce the second S, but you don't need to write it. You can if you want, but it's not necessary. Both options are okay if you respect the pronunciation of the extra letter S. Now, as a final rule that we will see in this class, when you have two or more elements in the same sentence, you need to be careful because you might change the meaning. Check sentence number 1. Mary and Jack's car is new. There is only one possession in the sentence and there is only one car. That means that Mary and Jack share the car, or the car belongs to Mary and belongs to Jack. One element and only one possession. But in the second sentence is different because we have Mary's and Jack's cars are new. Mary has some cars, Jack has some cars, and I'm talking about the possession of those elements and saying that they are new. When you put the apostrophe and the S, you are saying that every element in the sentence has or, possesses any of the objects that you are mentioning. So in this case, there is not one car. There are many cars, and Mary has some, and Jack has some. Let's practice with some examples. I have two sentences here that I want you to connect using the apostrophe and the letter S. Let's check the first. My mom has a dog. The dog is big. I can also say, my mom's dog is big. Let's practice with the second example. Lucas has a car. The car is new. Take a moment and try to connect the two sentences with the apostrophe and the S. Let's check. Lucas's car is new. Remember that you can drop the last S or you can leave it. It's your call, but you can always leave it and pronounce it so you don't forget it. Lucas's car is new. Or you leave it or you put it, you need to pronounce the S. Lucas's car is new. Let's check the final exercise. Steve has a daughter. Anna has a daughter. The daughters are smart. Connect the elements and talk about the possession. Let's check. Steve's and Anna's daughters are smart. Each element has the possession because I'm talking about different daughters, not the same. I want you to continue practicing, so go to the resource section and download a worksheet. You will see a family tree. I want you to make sentences and answer questions in that family tree to make the connection between different people in that family. For example, John is Mary's brother. You will see some examples in the worksheet and also some space for you to answer. Remember to put all these exercises together into your workbook as an evidence of your activities. Well done, and I will see you next class. There is and there are. You may confuse these two words because they look very similar, and actually we use them in similar ways, but there are some differences. We use there is and there are when we want to say that something exists or doesn't exist, when something is here or it just doesn't exist. Let's check out some of the ways in which we can talk using there is and there are. Let's see the first example. There is something in my eye. I don't know what it is, but there is something in my eye. I use it to talk about something general. For example, there is oxygen in the air, right? It's something general. I don't see it, but it's one thing that is general. The second example is about many elements, and in this case, I say there are many cars on the road. Not one, many cars, actually. In the third example, I use there is again, but this time I can see the object. It's very physical. There is a coffee on the table. Now, in a summary, we use there is for singular elements and there are for multiple elements, two or more. Let's practice with some pictures. Look at this picture. Using there is and there are, let's practice together describing this picture. For example, there is a table in that picture, or there is a sofa in that picture. You can also say there are 3 or 4 chairs, or there are 2 or 3 lamps. Take a moment, pause the class, and using there is and there are, write 2 or 3 lines describing the picture. Very well. Let's now practice what happens when I want to talk or I want to say that something doesn't exist. Let's check these 2 pictures. In this case, we can say there isn't or there aren't to say that something doesn't exist. In the first picture, I can say, there aren't students in the school. There aren't students in that classroom. And in the second picture, I can say, there isn't a house, or maybe there isn't an animal, or there isn't a plant in that picture. There isn't one element. There aren't 2 or more elements. Affirmative and negative statements. Let's now check questions. Look at the girl in the picture and help me answer the questions. Question number 1. Are there any kids in the park? Do you see kids in the picture? Take a moment to answer the question. Yes, there is one kid or one girl in the park. Question number 2. Is there an adult with the kid? Look at the picture. Is there an adult with the kid? The answer is no. There isn't an adult with the kid. Now, final question. Are there animals in the picture? Are there animals in the picture? Can you see animals in the picture? The answer is no. There aren't animals in the picture. In questions, we change the order. There is a kid in the park is an affirmation. In a question, we say, is there a kid in the park? It's very simple, right? You only change the position of the elements. Now, take a moment to look around your house and describe what you see. There are multiple elements in your house, so pay attention. Is it one element? Is it two elements? Is it three elements? Depending on what you want to say, I want you to use there is, there are, or there isn't, or there aren't to describe your house. Remember to write your answers in your workbook, and I will see you again next class. This time, I want you to practice your writing skills. To do so, please go to the resource section and download the worksheet. You will find a picture that you need to describe. In the last class, you described your house. Now you will describe a picture similar to the way in which we did it during the class. You will see a picture, and I want you to write 4 or 5 ideas about what you see in the picture. For example, in this kitchen, there are 4 chairs, but there aren't 10 lamps. There are 2 lamps. There is a big window, but there isn't a TV. Look at the picture in the worksheet and write 4 or 5 things that you can see that exist or don't exist in that picture. Remember to consolidate your answers in your workbook because this is the final evidence of your work. You are doing very well, and I will see you in the next class. Subject and object pronouns. Now, these two terms sound very similar, but I will help you identify which one is which in this class, and also when and how to use them. We use subject pronouns when we refer to a person, animal, or thing that does the action, that performs the action. The most common subject pronouns are I, you, he, she, it, we, and they. Those are the most common subject pronouns. When that person or that group of people do or perform the action. Now, subject pronouns are different than object pronouns because object pronouns receive the action. These are the person, the animal, the object, the place that receive the action. Now, they don't do the action, they receive it. And for that reason, we use me, you, him, her, it, us, and them. Now, let's see the way in which they relate to each other or the way in which they are connected. I do the action, or the action is for me. You perform the action, or the action is for you. You receive it. He does the action, or this is for him. He, as a person, receives the action. She does the action, or the action is for her. It does the action, or the action is for it. If you pay attention, with you and it, there isn't really a difference. You know, in the context. Remember that. We do the action, or the action is for us. They do the action, or the action is for them. Remember, it and you are a little bit special because they don't change. It's the same spelling, but the context gives you the answer. Now, let's see this in real sentences and let's do a quick exercise. Please help me answer and complete these questions. Number 1, Charles, what are you or them? Take a moment to answer and complete this question. Very well. Charles, where are you? I'm talking about you, your location. What's your location? Where are you? Number 2, it's birthday present. She or her. Excellent. It's her birthday present. She receives the present, right? Number 3, I don't like him or he. Take a moment. Very well. I don't like him. I don't like that person. I don't like that man. Number 4, have 3 brothers. I or me. This is interesting. Take a moment to answer. Very well. I have 3 brothers. I perform. I do the action. So, very well done. And thank you for participating. This was the last class of this module. And I can't believe you have done so many things already. Remember to keep these answers in your workbook. I'm pretty sure you already have a very nice consolidation of wonderful activities. Keep up the great work, and I'll see you next class. Welcome to the first class of your module number 5. It's amazing everything that we have practiced in these classes. I'm very excited, and you should too, because in this class, you will watch and listen to a conversation between 2 friends. They are shopping for a particular purpose and for a particular person. Have your notebook and your workbook ready because you need to take some notes. I want you to listen and answer the questions. What does she like? They are going to buy some presents for a lady. What doesn't she like? She doesn't like everything. And finally, what will Nick buy her? Do you remember our last class with subject and object pronouns? It's time to make a revision on that topic. Listen and watch the conversation and write your answers in your worksheet. Hey, Scott,
Hi, Nick.
I need your help.
Sure, what's up?
Well, it's my girlfriend's birthday, but I don't know what to buy her.
You can buy her some flowers.
She doesn't like flowers.
What about some chocolates? Does she like chocolate?
No, she doesn't.
I see. Does she like plants?
Plants. Yes, she does. She loves plants.
Awesome. You can buy her a cactus, one that she can put in her office.
That's a great idea.
And you can write her a letter.
Wow, yes, that's awesome. Thank you.
Of course, Nick. Good luck.
Did you find the answers for these last 3 questions? If not, that's okay. Remember, you can always go back and listen again. Practice makes perfect, so don't worry if you have to do it over and over. We are here to learn. Write your answers in your workbook, and I'll see you next class. In English, it's very important to know how to talk about likes, dislikes, and opinions, how to express your feelings. So, in order to express that you like something, basically you can use 3 common expressions. There are more, but let's focus on these 3 for now. Like, love, and enjoy. Let's check these examples, and I want you to repeat them after me. He likes chocolate. I love video games. We enjoy cooking. Now, these 3 words work very well when you want to express that you really like to do something, or what happens if you want to say the opposite? Let's check it out. To express dislikes, you can say don't like, hate if it's very strong, or dislike. Let's check the examples, and again, I want you to repeat after me. We don't like dancing. She hates fast food. They dislike jazz. The three options are fine. Hate is just a bit stronger. If your emotions are strong, you can say hate. If not, you can say don't like or dislike. Now, what happens if someone asks for your opinion? Here, I will share with you 3 possible ways in which you can answer to a question about opinions. To express them, you can use think, consider, or believe. For instance, I'll say the sentence and you repeat as well. I think you are right. I consider we need it. Or I believe that's not true. The 3 forms are okay. You can use the one that you feel more comfortable with. You can also use this with different subject pronouns. Remember that we practiced? I, we, she, they, depending on what you want to say. Let's do a reading activity together. Do you remember the previous activity? This time, you will again be person A and I will be person B. At the end of this practice, we will switch so you have the opportunity to practice the full conversation. As the last time, pay attention to the key vocabulary. Are you ready? Let's do it. No, I don't. I actually hate sports. I think that sports are boring. Do you like sports? Amazing practice. Now, did you pay attention to the key vocabulary? If not, that's okay. I just put it on the screen. Let's switch. Now, I start the conversation. I am person A and you are person B. Are you ready? Let's do it. Do you like sports? Oh, really? Why? Yes, I love them. I consider that sports are entertaining. Very well. I am glad to see that you are taking the time to practice. Now, as a final comment, remember there are 2 possible answers when you have questions that you can answer with yes and no. You can give short answers or long answers. For example, do you like pizza? Yes, I do. No, I don't. Short answers. Long answer can be yes, I like pizza. And it's the same situation if you ask a question, for example, about her. Does she play soccer? Yes, she does. No, she doesn't. Short answers. As a long answer, you can say, yes, she plays soccer. You choose. But my advice is practice with some examples in your workbook so you don't forget how to use likes, dislikes, and how to talk about opinions. I had a very good time in this practice that we just had, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. Write your answers in your workbook, and I'll see you again next class. I am having a lot of fun, and I hope you're having a great time as well. The next activity will be spectacular, but you need another person with you. Go, get a person that wants to practice English with you, and get ready. Go to the resource section and download a worksheet. You will see 10 questions that you need to answer by yourself and 10 questions that you need to ask to the other person. Something like this. Let's see the example. Do you like vegetables? You write your answer. Yes, I like vegetables. Then you ask the question to the other person, your mother, your brother, your friend. Hey, do I like vegetables? And you write the answer. Do the same with the 10 questions in the worksheet And at the end, you can see a very interesting result. 9 or 10 answers, or 8 or 7 correct answers. And you can see if that person knows you very well or not. Share the final result in the comment section of the class and also write your answers in your workbook. I cannot wait to see the result. See you next class. Present simple versus present continuous. I know you may have a lot of questions about the differences and similarities between these two topics, but don't worry. In this class, we will see how to use them, what are the characteristics of each, and we will practice some examples. It's our last class, so please make sure you take some notes so you can do the rest of the activities. Let's get this started. It's super important to remember that the present tense has different subcategories. The first option to use the present tense is when you use the simple present. Another option is when you use the present continuous. And there is one more option that you will see in the future. And it's not here because right now it's not going to be our main priority. That topic that you will see in the future, it's called present perfect. But for now, let's focus on these two options, present simple and present continuous. Remember that in the present simple, we also have two options. You can either use the verb to be for your ideas, or you can use other verbs different than the verb to be. Remember that the famous verb to be is represented by am, is, or are, and we use them separately. But there is something very curious here, and is when you have the verb to be and other verbs, you can also combine them in a very special type of fusion. When you combine these two elements, you can also create present continuous if you add the famous ing ending. Now, I know this looks like a lot, but let's go little by little to make sure this is as clear as possible. Check this out. We use present simple when we want to talk about things that are always true, that happen all the time, that it's the reality, it's a fact. For example, using the verb to be, you can say, I am a student. That is real. That happens all the time. It's a fact. You can also use other verbs to talk about habits or repeated actions. For example, with other verbs, you can say, I study at Platzi. Super important. Check the two examples because I am not combining them. I am a student, verb to be. I study at Platzi, other verbs. I am not putting them together in the same sentence because I'm just talking in a simple form. But present continuous is a beautiful combination of these two elements, and we use it when we talk about actions that are happening at the moment that you are speaking. For instance, I am studying at Platzi. Did you see the combination? I am studying at Platzi. Am, study, and then I also put the ing at the end to complete the sentence. Now, this action is happening at this moment. I am speaking English. It is happening right now. These are the combinations. Simple present with the verb to be, simple present with other verbs. Or you put them together. You use ing, and now you magically created the present continuous. Let's do an exercise here to practice the different uses of these 2 and 3 elements. Let's do it together. Example number 1. I my teeth every day. Every day, not at this moment. Check the answer and tell me what you think. Very well. I brush my teeth every day. Maybe in this moment I'm brushing my teeth, but my sentence says every day. It's a habit, it's a routine in the present. So I brush my teeth. Let's check example number 2. She has 2 sisters versus she's having 2 sisters. Now, it's not very common to talk about, the possession of an element or the relationship with a person using the continuous form because it's not only in one particular moment. You are brothers, you are sisters with other person all the time, right? Not only when you are speaking. So it's very important to remember this concept. She has 2 sisters all the time. It's a repeated action. It's a habit. It's part of our routine. It's also a constant element. Simple present with other verbs. Now, let's check the next example. Example number 3. I lunch right now. I am cooking or I cook. Take a moment and think. Very well. I am cooking lunch right now. It is happening at the moment that I'm speaking. In this very exact moment, I am cooking lunch right now. If you say, I cook lunch, that's okay. That's your capacity. That's something that you do, but maybe not right now. Maybe right now you are at work, but you cook on Fridays. Can you see the difference? One is a single element in a moment of the time that it's usually a habit or something repeated. I am cooking, in this case, it's right now. Now, let's practice with some more examples. Look at that picture. Look at that GIF. Am I speaking French? That's a question for you. Am I speaking French? Take a moment and think about the answer. Am I speaking French right now? Think about it. Probably your answer is no, John. You aren't or you are not speaking French. Remember the use of ing. We are combining the 2 elements, verb to be and other verbs. But that combination, it's only possible if you put the ing to make or to complete the present continuous. So, am I speaking French? No, you are not speaking French, John. You are speaking English. And that's true. Remember again the use of ing. Let's do a couple more exercises together. Look at that. Are you paying attention? Are you paying attention? I hope you are. Let's give a look at the answer. No, I got you. You are not paying attention. You are playing video games. I'm joking. I hope it's not true, right? It's an example, but I hope you are paying attention right now. Let's check one more. Is he watching TV? What do you think? Is he watching TV right now? Probably not, right? So, no, he isn't watching TV right now. He isn't watching TV right now. He's dancing. He's having a good time. One more for you. Is she resting? What do you think? Is she resting? Sleeping at home? Resting in a couch? Probably not. She isn't resting at home. She is running in the park. She's doing that activity right now. Here I have one more. Is the cat sleeping? Is the cat sleeping? What do you think? That's a beautiful cat, but it's not sleeping. The cat, it's actually jumping on the bed. The cat or it is jumping on the bed. Now look at this beautiful dog. Are we taking a shower right now? Probably not, right? So no, we aren't taking a shower. We are driving right now. I'm not sure if he's a good driver, but we are driving a car right now. Now look at this. Are they dancing? What do you think? Are they dancing? Remember, ing, dancing? No, they aren't dancing. They are singing. They are very enthusiastic here. They are singing. Now, in summary, we have the present tense. And in the present tense, we have multiple categories. We have present simple, present continuous, and remember, there is one more, present perfect, but you will see that in the future. In present simple, we have present simple with the verb to be or present simple with other verbs. When we combine these elements and we put ing, we can also create present continuous to talk about situations or things happening right now. I'm a very visual learner, so hopefully the next example helps you too. Imagine Dragon Ball. I love Dragon Ball, and when I was a kid, I watched Dragon Ball all the time. So imagine that the simple present with the verb to be is actually goten. Now imagine that the simple present with other verbs is trunks. When they are in the fusion process with the ing, they create the fabulous present continuous, which in this situation is actually gotenks. If you imagine that association between the characters and the concepts, it's going to be easier for you to remember the process to make a good fusion and create the present continuous. Now, let's practice more. I want you to help me answer these questions, and I want you to pay attention to the differences to see if you need to answer with the present simple or with the present continuous, depending on the question. Number one, where does your father work? I want you to write this answer in your workbook. Where does your father work? Now, listen carefully. Is he working right now? Is he working right now? I'm not sure. Check that at home and answer the question. Number three, where do you work? Where do you work? Number four, are you working right now? Now pay attention to those four questions and I will give you a tip. Two questions are formulated in simple present. Two questions are in present continuous. Let's see if you can identify which one is which. Leave a comment in the comment section if you know which question is which. Don't forget to do your activities in your workbook, and I will see you next class.
Hey, Jack, do you have any plans for Friday night?
Hey, Charles. Not really.
Nice. My wife and I are having a party to celebrate our anniversary.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes. Do you want to come?
Sure. What time is the party?
8 p.m. This is my address.
Okay, perfect. Hollywood Street, 532. Got it.
Amazing, Jack. See you there.
Yeah. Charles, one question. Can I bring my girlfriend with me?
Of course, Jack. Only friends are coming to the party, so that's fine.
Oh, awesome. See you there.
See ya.
Good afternoon. Where are you flying to today?
Chicago, please.
Can I see your passport, please?
Here you go.
Are you checking any bags?
I've got only one.
Okay, please place your bag on the scale.
Thank you. I have a stopover in Miami. Do I need to pick up my luggage there?
No, no problem. Here is your boarding pass. Your flight leaves from gate 22H. The boarding process starts at 20 past 3. Your seat number is 16C.
Thanks. I'd like to travel first class. Can I upgrade my ticket now?
Sure. One moment. All set.
Thank you. Good morning, Rachel. Welcome. How are you today?
Good morning, thank you. I'm doing great.
All right, Rachel. Let's start. Can you use Python?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and JavaScript? Can you use it?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Your curriculum looks amazing.
Thank you very much.
Now, a question for you. Can you work on the weekends?
Sorry, I can't. I'm doing my master's degree on the weekends.
Oh, that's amazing. And can you speak other languages?
Yes, I can. I can speak English and I can speak Spanish.
Oh, fantastic. Can you speak French?
No, I can't. But I can speak Portuguese.
Interesting, Rachel. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome and thank you.
Hey, Scott.
Hi, Nick.
I need your help.
Sure, what's up?
Well, it's my girlfriend's birthday, but I don't know what to buy her.
You can buy her some flowers.
She doesn't like flowers.
What about some chocolates? Does she like chocolate?
No, she doesn't.
I see. Does she like plants?
Plants. Yes, she does. She loves plants.
Awesome. You can buy her a cactus, one that she can put in her office.
That's a great idea.
And you can write her a letter.
Wow, yes, that's awesome. Thank you.
Of course, Nick. Good luck.
Congratulations. I can't believe you finished this course already. I'm very excited. We laughed. We had a very good time. And your comments are very important to me. When you finish this last class, don't forget to test your knowledge and see. I have some questions created to see how much you learned in these classes. Don't forget, take the exam, download your certificate, and tell me what you thought, what you think about this course. Your comments are very important to me, and I'm very excited to see what you think about this course. We learned a lot of things in these classes, and I have a special gift for you. In the resources section of this last class, you can download all the audios from the listening activities and the role plays so you can keep them and continue practicing. Let me know what you think about that, and let's see what you practiced. In this course, you learned many things, but especially these 6 components. You learn how to express abilities using can and can't when that ability does not really exist. You also learn how to use the apostrophe and the S to express possessions. Now remember, these possessions can vary depending on the number of people or depending on if the element is plural or singular. We also learn the differences between present simple and present continuous. Remember that combination and how to make an effective fusion. We also learn how to tell the dates in English and how to answer the question, when is your birthday and what time is it? We also learn the use of different question words, especially how much, to ask about the cost. And finally, we also practice the differences between have and have got, knowing that have got is a little bit more informal, and we practice with a lot of exercises. Remember to take the test, download your certificate, and I will see you in my next course. Congratulations.
Hello and welcome to Curso de Inglés Básico. I'm super excited to be your teacher today. We have many interesting things to learn about preguntas y respuestas, questions and answers. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Elena. I'm Colombian American. I'm a native English teacher, and I've been teaching for about 5 years now. So, in addition to questions and answers, we will be reviewing things like determiners, prepositions of place, uncountable nouns, and present continuous. So, are you ready? Great. Let's begin. Our first class will be about determiners. See you soon. All right, here we go with our first class of determiners, singular and plural. So, we have 4 determiners that we will be practicing today. This, that, these, and those. These are also dependent on the distance from where we are. They help us identify specific objects. Let's take a closer look. Beginning with this and that. This is for singular objects that are close or near to us. That is for a singular object that is far from us. For example, this pineapple, it's close to me. This pineapple. Now, if I put it over here, far from me, now I would say that pineapple. That pineapple, this pineapple, close to me. That is the difference. Let's look at some more examples. This cell phone, it's singular and near or close. Near and close are the same. That coffee cup, it's far, I cannot touch it. Okay? Now, let's look at the plural determiners. These candies, yum, near, and many, it's plural. Or we have those people in the distance, they're far. There are many people, those people. Now, what I want you to do is write 2 or 3 sentences in the comment section. What is in your room, apartment, or house? For example, maybe this pen, or these pens, or that picture. A tip. You may be wondering, teacher, what is the difference between this and these in the pronunciation? Great question. This pen, these pens, these is longer. Okay, let me repeat it one more time. This, these. You got it? Okay. And remember, pineapple does not go on pizza. You're doing great. Welcome back. How are you doing? In this class, we will be talking about present continuous. We use this at the time of speaking. We use it to describe actions that are happening in the present moment. Okay, let's take a look at the structure first, okay? First, we always need the subject, like I, she, he, we, or they, or you. Next, we add the verb to be. She is, he is, I am. Then we add the verb plus ing. The ing always goes with the continuous. Think of them as best friends, okay? For example, what am I doing right now? I am teaching. Let's take a look at some examples. What are they doing? Tell me. They are running. What is he doing? He is sleeping. Or he is resting. Great. Let's look at some more examples. What are they doing? Tell me out loud. I'll wait. Nice. She is speaking. Or she is working. And what is he doing? Very good. He is cooking. Or he is thinking, maybe about his life. Okay, Nice job. Now, what I want you to do is tell me, what are you doing right now? Push pause on your video and record yourself on your cell phone. Why is it good to record ourselves? It helps us practice our pronunciation, okay? So go ahead, tell me 2 or 3 things you are doing right now. I'll wait. Nice. Ooh, that's interesting. You are listening, you are learning, you are speaking. Awesome job. Now, in the comments section, what I want you to do is write 2 or 3 sentences. Tell me, what is somebody doing in your family or a friend right now in third person? And with the recording, you can keep it for yourself, or if you want, you can also put it in the comments section. It's up to you. You're doing great, and now our next class will be about uncountable nouns. See you there. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about uncountable nouns. First, what is a noun again? Right, it's a person, place, or thing. Today we're focusing on objects or things. Uncountable? Let's review that. That is for objects we cannot count and they do not end in the letter S. We can't count them, 1, 2, 3. Let's look at some examples. For example, we have 3 here: sugar, beer, and food. So sugar and other objects like rice or flour, we cannot count them. We don't say 3 flours or 3 rices. Doesn't exist. Now, any liquids are also uncountable: beer, water, wine, juice. We also have the word food. Yes, there are many types of food, but the specific word food is uncountable. We do not say 3 foods. Now, you may be wondering, but teacher, when I go to the bar, I might ask for 3 beers. Yes, you're right. There are some nouns that can kind of be both. But in general, remember that liquids are uncountable, okay? And when we talk about beer, we're referring to bottles of beer, so those are countable. But we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. Let's look at some more examples. These are my favorite because sometimes they get a little confusing. Money, time, and fruit. The word money is uncountable. But teacher, what about dollars and pesos? That's money. We can count them. You're right. $3, 5 pesos. Those are countable, but the word money is uncountable. It's the same situation with time. How much time do we have? But seconds, minutes, hours, you're right, countable. And they also end with the word S, and we can count them, 1, 2, 3. Fruit is uncountable, but specific fruit can be countable, like pineapples, apples, and bananas. Okay? Now, let's look at some words that help us when we're talking about uncountable nouns, okay? They're called quantifiers. There are 2 of them we will be reviewing today: any and some. What's the difference? Any is used for questions and negative answers. Some is used for affirmative answers. Let's look at the examples. Do you have any milk? Do you have any bananas? As you can see, any can be used with singular or plural nouns and also uncountable nouns. Now, let's look at the answers. Yes, I have some milk. Or no, I don't have any bananas. Now, you may be wondering, can we use some sometimes in the questions? Yes, it's okay. But it's better to use any in the questions, okay? For your challenge, tell me in the comments section, what do you have in your refrigerator? Do you have any ice cream? Do you have any water or any juice? I'm excited to know what you have. In our next class, it will be the last class of this module. Super exciting. We will be talking about the questions how much and how many. See you there. Congratulations! You have made it to the last class of this module. Give yourself an applause. Okay, this one we will be talking about how much and how many. What is the difference? We are going to review the questions, then you are going to watch a role play. And afterwards, I want you to answer, what do I want from the supermarket? Let's first take a look. How much is used for uncountable nouns. It is also used to ask for the price of something. Remember, it can be used with singular and plural nouns also. Let's look at some examples. How much flour is there? How much time do you have? How much is the coffee? And how much are the mushrooms? Remember, is for singular, are is for plural nouns. Let's look at how many. How many is used for countable nouns, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's also used to ask for the quantity of something. Now, the difference is it can only be used with plural nouns. Let's look at the questions. How many people are in the Zoom call? How many dogs are in the park? How many dollars do you have? And finally, how many lemons are there? So countable, we use how many. Uncountable, how much. Okay, I hope you enjoy the role play. And remember, tell me in the comments section, what do I ask for or want at the supermarket? Enjoy.
Welcome to C for Supermarket. How can I help you?
Yes, I am looking for some apples.
Sure, we have all types of apples.
How much are the green apples?
They're $5 per bag.
Okay. And how many apples are there in one bag?
About 10 apples.
Great, thank you. I will buy them. Oh, and one more thing. How much is the orange juice?
One bottle of orange juice is $3.
And how many liters are there in the bottle?
There are 1.5 liters.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye. Welcome back. Here we go. Module 2. Are you ready? Let's do it. In this class, you will learn about at. It is a preposition of time. When do we use it? We use it for a specific time. For example, I wake up at 6 a.m. I eat breakfast at 6:30 a.m. My sister works at 8 a.m. Or the restaurant opens at 4 p.m. We use at for specific times. Now, there are some exceptions. Let's take a look. The word night. We can say at night, I go to sleep. We do not say in the night, okay? Very important. At night, I go to sleep. You can also put it at the end of the sentence. I go to sleep at night. Now, at can also be used for holidays. At Christmas, we eat a lot of food. Or, we eat a lot of food at Christmas. What I want you to do, tell me and write in the comments section. What time do you wake up? What time do you eat lunch? What time do you go to the park? I would love to read what you do and at what time. Great work. In the next class, we will be learning about preferences with ing. See you there. Okay, here we go. Let's learn about preferences using the ing. There are many ways we can express our preferences. Today we are going to practice 3 main words, like, love, and hate, plus the verb adding ing. For example, I love cooking, and that's the truth. I like running. True. I hate cleaning. Sometimes. Now, we can also use this structure in the negative. I don't like waiting in line, especially at the bank, right? I don't like eating tomatoes. So, what's very important is using the ing as an activity after like, love, and hate. Now, you may be wondering, wait, teacher, what about using to cook? Can I say I love to cook? Yes, you can. It has the same meaning. Okay? You have two options. Just remember, if you're using the ing, do not use the word to. It's either I like cooking or I like to cook. Okay? Great. Now, tell me, I want to know, what do you like, love, or hate doing? Go ahead and push pause on your video and practice out loud. Remember, record yourself on the cell phone. Okay? I'll wait. Welcome back. Ooh, interesting. You like playing video games? Running in the park? Watching Platzi courses? Awesome. Nice. Now, tell me in the comment section what you like to do or what your friend likes to do using third person. Just a quick reminder, if we're using third person singular, add that S on there. He likes cooking. She likes hiking in the mountains. Okay? I can't wait to read your comments. Keep going. All right, here we go. Time to learn about expressing intentions using I want to. I want to, usually you use the verb after to express what you want to do, an intention. For example, I want to swim. We want to relax on the beach. You want to take a break. I want to eat pizza. That happens a lot. Now let's look at the negative form of I want to. We negate it with the word don't. I don't want to clean my room. Third person, he doesn't want to do his homework. Or they don't want to wake up early. That's hard sometimes, right? What I want you to do, you're going to listen and practice your comprehension. In the comment section, answer the question, what does the person want to do in the audio? Leave the answers in the comments. I'll be checking. And keep up the great work. There are many things I want to do in life. I want to travel to Iceland. I want to make my own pasta. I also want to walk in nature every weekend. Sometimes I want to rest on the grass outside. I want to continue learning. We want to go to the park. She wants to get a new job. He wants to make pizza. I want to fly in an airplane. Welcome back. It's good to see you. And this is the last class in this module. Here we will be learning about 3 questions using how. How far, how long, and how often. Let's take a look. How long is used for duration or time. For example, how long is the bus ride? How far is used for distance, such as kilometers. For example, how far is the museum from the hotel? And finally, how often is used for frequency. For example, how often does the train come? It comes every 15 minutes. Now, let's go to the bus station. After you watch this role play, I want you to write 3 questions as your challenge. How far, how long, and how often. Okay? And if you want, answer those questions. after we go to the bus station. Enjoy! I would like to go to New York City today.
Sure thing. When do you want to travel?
I want to travel this morning if possible. How often does the bus leave for New York City?
It leaves every hour.
Okay. And how long does it take to get to New York City from Philadelphia?
Well, usually it takes about 3 hours, but it depends on the traffic also.
Oh, wow. So, how far is New York City from Philadelphia?
It is about 151 kilometers away.
Okay, sounds good. And how much is the ticket?
That will be $25.
Great. Here you go. And thank you very much.
You're welcome, and have a nice trip.
Last year, I went to the mountains. We walked for 4 hours. Then we stopped to take a break. We drank some water and ate some snacks. We looked at the beautiful trees and heard the birds singing. After that, we continued to walk through the forest. I saw many beautiful animals. I listened to the wind as I walked on Mother Earth. Finally, we returned home and made hot chocolate. Then we went to sleep. Welcome back. You've made it to Module 4. I'm very proud of you. Keep going. In this module, we will be learning about irregular verbs, regular verbs, the linking word and how to use did in the past to make questions. First, let's talk about irregular past verbs. You're right. There are many, right? The most important thing is to start with the common ones first we use in everyday life. To help you memorize them, you can write down sentences and make examples. Okay? Let's take a look. Here are some of the most common irregular past verbs. Eat becomes ate. Just like the number 8, it's the same pronunciation. Yesterday, I ate pizza. Give. In the past, I gave my sister $5. I'm a nice sister, right? Write. I wrote my homework this morning. Go becomes went. Yesterday, I went to the park. See. Last night, I saw my favorite series on Netflix. And feel. I felt tired this morning. Let's continue. Here are some more very common irregular past verbs. Make becomes made. I made pizza last week. Do becomes did. I did my homework. Great job. Drink. I drank juice this morning for breakfast. Know becomes knew. I knew it. And fly becomes flew. Last year, I flew to Mexico. Now, we have some other interesting irregular past verbs here. Now, what happens with these? Put, cut, read, and hit. That's right, they're the same in present simple and past simple. Let's look closer. My head hurts, present simple. My head hurt yesterday. So it's the same spelling, but different times. So make sure in the past you use yesterday or last week or this morning. Let's look at another example. I read the newspaper every day. Present simple, right? Now, watch the different pronunciation in the past for this word. Very important. I read that book last year. It's the pronunciation the same for the color red. I read, I read. Okay? Great. Now, let's continue. These are also very important. The past verbs of to be. Little review. I, she, we use was. I was, she was, he was. And with we, it's were. We were. They were, you were. Usually the verb to be, it's for feeling states and physical places. Let's look at some examples. I was hungry this morning. She was in the park yesterday. They were at home. That movie was great. We were sad about that situation, or this situation. Now, how do we make questions with was and were? Let's take a look. Remember, was and were always goes first, and then we have the subject. Question: were you tired yesterday? You were? Me too. Was your dog or cat happy this morning? Were your friends, or you can say they, nice to the old lady? And was your friend at the park last weekend? Let's answer. Here we can use the negations of was and were. Yes, I was tired yesterday. Or no, my dog wasn't happy this morning. Yes, my friends were nice to the old lady. Or no, they weren't at the park last weekend. Yes, you can say were not, but it sounds more fluent if you use the contraction weren't or wasn't. Now, what I want you to do is write 2 sentences using 2 different irregular past verbs and 2 sentences using was or were. It could be a question also if you'd like. Leave them in the comments section below. You're doing great, and I'm really proud of you. In the next class, we will be reviewing regular past verbs. Now, remember, as we do these, check your pronunciation of ed. There are 3 types of pronunciation for ed. Okay? Great. See you there. Welcome back. I'm super excited. This is the last class in Module 4 for you. You should be very proud. Give yourself a pat on the back. Nice. So, in this class, you will be learning about did and didn't in the past. They are helping verbs. They are very important. Remember, these words do not exist in Spanish, so I want you to become friends with them, okay? Let's take a look. As you can see, did and didn't is the same for all of the subjects. This is good news, right? I, you, she, it, we, and they. For example, I didn't hear you. I didn't go to the store. She didn't eat the ice cream. We didn't go to the movies, and they didn't eat lunch. In the negative form, it's necessary to use didn't with the verb. But with the affirmative sentence, it's not necessary. You have 2 options. For example, you can say, I did go to the park, or I went to the park, using the irregular past tense verb of go. Both options are fine. Remember, we can't have a double negative. So do not say, I did went. That doesn't work, okay? Just choose one option. I went or I did go, okay? Now, let's look at the questions with did. First, the structure. Did plus subject plus verb plus the complement. I'm going to ask some questions. I want you to answer. Did you watch the new Platzi course? Good. Did she go to the concert? And did they see the accident? Great. Now, remember, These are in the past. You can use words like yesterday, last week, last month, or last year. Now, you're going to watch a fun video with me and my coworker, and we're talking about what we did last weekend. Tell me in the chat what we talk about. Enjoy! Hey, how was your weekend?
It was nice, and yours?
It was good also. Did you go to the park?
Yes, I went to the park. It was beautiful.
Nice. And did you eat in a restaurant?
No, I didn't eat in a restaurant. I was busy at home.
Ah, were you tired after working?
Yes, I was very tired after working. Did you have some time to relax?
Yes, I did. It was necessary. Did you watch a movie?
Yes, I did. On Netflix. I watched The Lord of the Rings.
Cool. I liked that movie. Well, I'll see you later, okay? Good to see you.
Yes, I'm here. See you soon. Bye.
Hello, you did it. You made it to the end of this course. I'm so proud of you. You learned a lot. We saw uncountable nouns, WH questions, did and didn't, was and were, prepositions of place. Now, don't forget to take the exam and download your certificate. Very important. You're going to do great. Don't worry. Then I want you to tell me what you thought, your comments in the review section. If you have any ideas or suggestions, let me know. Once again, great job. And remember, never give up and never stop learning. All right, our next class is about prepositions of place. These are fun. I like them. Let's take a look. The 7 prepositions of place that we will be reviewing are in, on, above, between, under, next to, and near. Let's play. The first one. Tell me, where is the yellow block? Great. It's in the circle. It's like inside. Okay? Let's continue. Now, tell me, where is the yellow block? Very good. It's on the blue block. If it's touching the other object, we use on. Now, tell me, where is the yellow block? Good. It's above. It's not on, above. Okay? Let's do the next one. Tell me, where is the yellow block? Which one is it? Great. It is between the blue blocks. Now, tell me, where is the yellow block now? Very good. It is below or under. It's the same. It is under the blue block. Now, where is the yellow block? Good. It is next to the blue block. And one more. Where is the yellow block now? It's near the blue block. That's the difference between next to and near. Next to is close. Near is further away. Remember, we don't say near to. We say next to. Near, next to. You got it? Awesome job. Now, in the comments section, tell me objects in your room. Where are they using in, on, under, between, next to, or near? You're doing great, and see you in the next class. Welcome back. Here we go with WH questions. I love these. Now, before we practice, Using did with the WH questions, let's do a little review to make sure we remember what each WH question means. What is used for asking about things or information. Where is for location. When is for time. Why is for a reason for something. Who is for a person or people. And which is between two options or objects. Let's take a look at the WH question structure. First, we have the WH question, then the auxiliary verb, then the subject, plus the verb, and finally the object. For example, when did you finish your homework? Last night? Good. Nice job. Next, you're going to watch a role play with two coworkers at the office. When you finish, I want you to write about the answers in the comment section and tell me what you think. Good luck!
Hey, Sophia, what did you do this weekend?
Oh, I went to a national park.
Cool. And when did you go to the park?
I left very early Saturday morning.
Okay, and who did you go with?
I went with some friends.
Which park did you go to?
We went to Sugar Mountain Park.
Nice. And why did you go there?
Well, because it's close to the city and has some great views.
Oh, I see. And where did you eat lunch?
We brought our own lunch and ate it on the mountain.
Oh, I understand. Sounds like it was fun. Thank you for sharing.
It was fun. And you are welcome.
Hello and welcome to this basic English course. My name is Cesar and I will be your teacher. I have been a teacher since 2015 and I've had the opportunity to help people internationally. In this course, you're going to learn about basic connectors in English, articles, weather conditions, frequency. We are also going to learn how to express presence or absence in English. You are going to learn how to make offers, suggestions, and invitations. And most importantly, you are going to learn how to tell the time in English. Every module will have one class or two classes for you to learn and acquire the language. And you will also have one class focused on improving one of your four main skills. Some classes or some exercises will be focused on your writing, reading, listening, and speaking. It's very, very important that you do these exercises so that the results at the end be much better. Make sure that you also take notes and make any questions that you have in every class. I will be more than happy to read your questions and help you out. See you in the first class. Hello and welcome to the first module of this basic English course. In this module, you are going to have two classes. In the first class, you are going to learn about basic connectors, and in the second class, we are going to have a speaking exercise. Yes, we are going to have a real conversation so that you can apply everything that you are going to learn in this class. So, what are connectors? Connectors are words that connect one idea to another. And we are going to practice and learn about and, but, and or. And is used to show addition. Let's have a look at some examples. I like to drink coffee and tea. My sister watches series and movies. Miranda bought a new swimsuit, sunglasses, and a hat. Now, the word but is different. We use but to show contrast. Let's have a look at some examples. I like to drink coffee, but not tea. My sister watches series, but I watch movies. And finally, Miranda bought a new swimsuit and sunglasses, but she didn't buy a hat. What about the word or? we use or to show options. Let's have a look at these examples. Number one, you can drink coffee or tea. Which one would you like? Coffee or tea? Does your sister watch series or movies? And then you can answer, no, she likes to watch series and movies, or she likes to watch series but not movies. And finally, Miranda needs to choose one, a new swimsuit or a hat. So now that you have learned how to use these three connectors, I would like you to write in the discussion panel one example using each connector. If you have any questions about this class, please let me know in the comments. I will be more than happy to help you. And see you in the next class, the speaking exercise. Hello and welcome to the second class of this module. Are you ready for this speaking exercise? I have a challenge for you. We are going to record this conversation. So please bring your phone, or you can record on your computer too. I'm going to ask you some questions, and you are going to complete some sentences using the right connector, and, but, or. Are you ready? Pause the video, get ready, and let's get started. Hello, what do you like to eat? Nice. Which one do you prefer? Well, I think this one is better. What's your favorite color? Really? I also like blue. And do you like cats? Oh, really? I like cats and dogs. What are you doing tomorrow? You don't have much time. Do you eat tomatoes? Okay. Yeah, me too. Perfect. How did it go? Was it difficult? Was it easy? Let me know in the comments. Something important about the last sentence here that we have for question 6 is that we can use but to begin the sentence. It's a bit informal, but it is okay. So remember to upload this conversation to the discussion panel, and I will be listening and answering any questions that you have. In the next module, we are going to continue to learn more and improve our English. So, see you in the first class of our next module. Hello and welcome to the second module of this basic English course. So in this module, we're going to have something very similar to the previous one. We're going to have one class focused on learning about the definite article the, and in the second class, we are going to focus on your writing skills. Yes, you're going to have a writing exercise. So let's start with the first class. We are going to learn about the article the, when to use it and when not to use it. But the most important thing for you to remember is that we use the article to refer to specific people, specific things, and specific situations. Let's have a look at some examples. Specific people. When you talk about only one person or a unique person, we use the definite article. For example, the Pope lives in Vatican City. The CEO of that company is nice. Let me ask you a question. How many popes are there? Or how many CEOs does a company have? Only one, right? We also use the definite article to refer to a particular person. For example, the teacher who works here. Of course, there are many teachers in the world, but we are referring to a particular teacher, the teacher who works here. We also use it with groups of people. For example, the Spanish make wine. The poor or the rich. We also use it with families. My uncle lives next to the Jacksons, and we use the s at the end of the family name. Now, let's talk about specific things. For example, with musical instruments, I can play the piano. Can you play any instrument? Or what instrument would you like to learn to play? Let me know in the comments. We also use it to refer to only one in the place, right? So if you go to a restaurant or to someone's place and you say, hey, where is the bathroom? There is only one in that place. It is also particular. Or a particular place, like I live in the blue house across the street. We are referring to this particular place only. It's a specific. Also with famous monuments, buildings, and museums. Like the Eiffel Tower is in Paris, or a famous building like the Empire State. Can you think of any other famous museums, buildings, or monuments? Let me know in the comments. We also use the article to refer to hotels, bars, and restaurants that are not named after a person, like I'm staying at the plaza. If the hotel or the restaurant has the name of a person, we shouldn't use it. Unique things. I love looking at the sky. Again, there is only one, right? Now, let's talk about specific situations. Ordinal numbers. This is the second time I called you. The first, the second, the third. Also with decades. I was born in the 80s. What decade were you born? Let me know in the discussion panel. Geographical areas, groups of rivers, mountain ranges, oceans, etc. For example, the cruise crossed the Atlantic. If we talk about mountain ranges, like for example, the Andes, we should use a definite article. Also rivers like the Nile or the Amazon River. Also with countries, countries that have plural names or that have the words republic, kingdom, or states in their names. For example, Eric is from the Philippines, the United States, the United Kingdom, the Republic of Congo. Now, when should we not use the article the? When we are talking about names of cities and countries that are not plural, like except the ones that we mentioned before, like New York or Mexico City or Bogota, right? We don't use the article. I live in New York. Years as well. Sally was born in 1993. Professions. I study medicine. I study programming, right? We also we don't use it with people's names and titles combined with names. So, for example, Queen Elizabeth, right? If we say the Queen from London, we can use it because there is only one Queen, right? The Queen from London. But if we use the name, we should not use the article the. So, Queen Elizabeth lives in London. Also, meals. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Breakfast is my favorite meal. Languages. Portuguese is a beautiful language. Now it is time to practice. You have learned many things about the definite article the. Before we continue to the writing exercise, answer the questions that I told you that I asked during the class. If you don't remember, let's repeat the video and answer the questions and let me know in the discussion panel. In the next class, we're going to apply all this information with a great writing exercise. See you there. Hello, are you ready for the writing exercise? In this class, we are going to apply and practice what we learned in the previous class, the definite article. In the resources section, you are going to find a worksheet in which you will have to complete some sentences with the article or without the article. So you have to read carefully and see what the context is, if you are talking about famous places, if it is something particular, specific, or if it is not. When you have completed the exercise, you will also find in the resources section the answer key. So you can compare and see what you need to review or what you need to practice more. When you have completed the exercise, please let me know in the comments how the activity was. Was it difficult? Was it easy? What things do you think you need to practice more? I will be reading your comments and, of course, answering any questions. And I will see you in our next module. Hello and welcome to the module number 3. In this module, we are going to have 2 classes as well, but this time we are going to focus on your listening skills. Are you ready? In this class, we are going to learn about weather conditions using it's. It is also called the impersonal subject, and we use the word it to describe the weather, distance, or time. But in this class, we are going to talk about the weather. We use it's plus the weather condition. You can also say the weather is, not it's, but the weather is plus the weather condition. Let's have a look at some examples and let's learn new vocabulary. It's sunny. It's cloudy. We can also say the weather is sunny or the weather is cloudy. For example, in Bogota, the weather is cloudy most of the time. It's rainy or it's windy. Again, we can also say the weather is rainy in that city or the weather is windy. And finally, very, very common words, we can say it's hot or it's cold. Again, you can also say the weather is hot or the weather is cold. If you want to learn more about weather conditions and more vocabulary, I'm going to leave in the description of this class the link to another class to learn more about weather conditions and more vocabulary. But now that we learned about it's and the weather condition, I would like you to tell me what the weather is like in your city. And you can also tell me what the perfect weather is for you. And I will see you in the next class where we are going to practice our listening skills. See you there.
I live in Colombia. Many people think Colombia is always hot, but it's not like that. I live in the capital, Bogota. It is located at an average altitude of 2,640 meters above sea level. Because of that, it's normally very cold here, especially at night. For me, it's a great city to live in since I love the cold weather. It's warm sometimes, but usually it's cloudy and rainy. There are other cities in Colombia where it's sunny and hot, like Cartagena, or warm and windy, like San Andres. It's great living here because you can find all kinds of weather.
Hello and welcome to the second class of this module. Are you ready to practice your listening skills? In this class, you are going to find in the resources section a recording, and you will also find a worksheet with a paragraph. You are going to complete this paragraph as you listen to the recording. Once you have finished, you can check your answers with the answer key, another document that I will also leave in the resources section. When you have completed this exercise, let me know in the comments how it was. Let me know if it was difficult or easy for you. I will be reading your comments, and if you have any questions about weather conditions or how to use the impersonal subject it, please let me know. I will be reading and answering your questions. And see you in the next module. Welcome back. Welcome to module number 4. We have already practiced our speaking skills, writing skills, and listening skills. In this module, we are going to practice and improve our reading comprehension. In this first class, we are going to talk about presence or absence in English using the words here and there. We use the word here to refer to the speaker's point of view. I'm going to show you some examples later to understand this better. And we use the word there to refer to the listener's point of view. So if you want to refer or talk about the place where the speaker is, I am the speaker at this moment, right? I can say the remote control is in here. There aren't many apples here. There is nobody here, only me, right? Since I am the speaker, I use the word here. But if you are the listener, if you want to refer to the place where the listener is, we are going to use the word there, right? So the remote control is in there. In that case, if you are the listener, the remote control is in there. There aren't many apples there. There is nobody there. Okay? We also use the word here to talk about things that are near, right? I have my phone here, right? And my cat is there. Now that we have learned about here and there, I would like you to look around the place where you are and give me some examples using here and there, affirmative and negative examples. Look for the things that are near you and for the things that are far from you. In the next class, you are going to consolidate all this information with a reading exercise. If you have any questions about these words, please let me know in the discussion panel. I will be more than happy to help you and answer any of your questions. See you in our next class. Hello and welcome to module number 5. This is going to be a very special module. Why? We are going to have 4 classes. This module is about frequency. We are going to learn vocabulary and some structures to talk about frequency. In the first class, we are going to learn about forming questions. In the second one, about answering those questions. In the third one, we will have another speaking exercise. Yes, get ready. And the last class will be a role play. You are going to see 2 people practicing their English using the English that we have learned so far. So all the information that you have learned in module 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be used in that role play. That way you can see how all this vocabulary and this grammar can be used in a natural, casual conversation. And I'm going to have a challenge for you, so stay tuned. In this first class, we are going to learn about forming questions. And it's very simple. We are going to use the word how often plus the auxiliary to create the question do or does. The subject, it can be she, he, it, they, we, I, you, or the name of the person, Cesar, Carol, and the verb. Let's have a look at some examples. First example, how often do you go to the gym? So as you can see, we are using do with you. How often do you go to the gym? Or how often do you go to the cinema? How often do you go to concerts? Do you? Second example, how often does Sammy wash the dishes? In this case, Sammy is third person, right? So we use the word does. We use does for he, she, and it. He, she, and it. The next one, how often do your siblings visit you? Cesar, what is siblings? Siblings are your brothers and sisters together. Okay? And in this case, brothers and sisters are they. For they, we are going to use do. So, how often do your siblings visit you? And the last example is, how often does she go to the park? So, now that we have reviewed how to form the questions, I would like to challenge you. Think about different people, people in your family or your friends, and create 5 questions using how often. Be careful with does and do. Just as a quick review, we only use does with he, she, and it, and do with the rest of the pronouns. I will be reading your comments, answering any questions, and giving you feedback. See you in our next class. Hi, welcome back. In the previous class, you learned how to form questions to know the frequency of an action. Now we are going to learn how to answer those questions. So if someone asks, how often do you go to the gym? How can you answer the question? Well, we are going to learn some adverbs of frequency that are going to help us answer those questions. We are going to learn 5 adverbs: always, usually, sometimes, hardly ever, and never. We use the word always when you do the activity 100% of the time. I'm going to show you some examples later. Usually is like 90% of the time, close to always, but it's not 100. Then we have sometimes. Sometimes it's like 50% of the time. Hardly ever is like 5% of the time, very close to never. And never is 0. Now, let's have a look at some examples. When you talk about frequency, you can use time expressions. Time expressions is something that we are going to learn later in this course. We are going to focus on adverbs of frequency. And here are the examples. Something very important to remember is the position, the place where you put the word, the adverb. We put it between the subject, for example, she never smokes, between the subject and the main verb. What is the main verb in this sentence? Smokes, right? So she never smokes. We put the word never in the middle. Another example is they usually come here at night. So we have usually before they. But what happens when you have the verb be? Like I am, you are, he is, she is, they are, we are. Well, we put this adverb after the verb be. Some examples are he is always hungry. You are hardly ever right. So now that you have learned these 5 adverbs of frequency, I would like you to answer these questions. How often do you study English? How often do you watch movies? And how often do you listen to music? Answer these questions in the discussion panel. I will be reading, giving you feedback, and answering any questions that you have about this class. See you in our next class. Hello and welcome to the speaking exercise. Are you ready? Remember to bring something to record this conversation. I'm going to ask you some questions about frequency, and you are going to answer the questions as natural as possible. And when you finish recording, please upload the recording to the discussion panel. I would love to listen to our conversation, give you feedback, and answer any questions. Get ready, and let's get started. How often do you take a shower? All right. How often does your family have dinner together? Nice. How often does your best friend visit you? Okay. How often do you go to the supermarket? Interesting. How often do you listen to music? Okay, I always listen to music. How often does your teacher give you homework? All right. How did it go? Was it easy to answer the questions? Now that you have completed this exercise, remember to save the recording and upload it to the discussion panel. I will be listening, giving you feedback, and answering any questions about frequency. Now that we have learned about forming questions and answering those questions, we are going to continue with the first role play of this course. Yes, in the next class, you are going to see two people speaking English and applying everything that we have learned so far in a very natural and casual conversation. So, I hope you enjoy it and see you there. Hello and welcome to On Vacation, the first role play of this basic English course. In this class, you are going to see two people having a casual and natural conversation, and they are going to apply and use all the vocabulary, all the grammar that you have learned from Module 1 to Module 5. You are going to see this language in action. After you watch the role play, download the script so that you can see what these people are saying and where the vocabulary and where the grammar is. After that, I would like you to record this role play with someone else, practice with someone else. When you have the recording ready, upload it to the discussion panel. And something very important, please let me know if you have any questions about the role play or all the information that we have learned so far. I hope you enjoy this role play, and I will see you in our next module.
Hi, Ravi. How are you doing? All good?
Hey there, Jess. I'm great. How nice to see you here.
You too. What a coincidence. Can I ask you a favor? I'm lost here. I need to buy a gift for my mother, and I wanted to buy a dress, but I don't know if I should take the green one or the blue one. She likes both green and blue.
Both are beautiful. I like the green one, but I think for your mother, the blue one is better. It matches her eyes.
You're right. I think she will love the blue dress. Thank you for your help.
No problem. What are you doing after you get the dress?
I was thinking about going to the new restaurant they opened downtown. Would you like to go with me?
Great idea. I always go to the same restaurants. It's good to change sometimes.
Yeah, I think we can walk there. It's a nice day, sunny and warm. We have to take advantage of the weather. It's always raining and windy here. How often do we get the chance to enjoy the sun?
Never. It's hardly ever sunny. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to module number 6 of this basic English course. In this module, you are going to learn how to use the words can and can't to ask for permission, give permission, and deny permission. In the second class of this module, you are going to learn how to make offers, requests, and suggestions. And in class number 3, you are going to learn how to decline offers and invitations. In this first class, we are going to focus on permission. We can use the word can to ask for permission, give permission, or deny permission. And I'm going to show you some examples. If you want to ask for permission, you can use the word can or the word may. May is used in a more formal way, but it's completely correct. Some examples are, can I go now? Or may I go now? The second sentence or the second question is, can we go to the game tomorrow? Or may we go to the game tomorrow? Remember, may is more formal. Third example, can I go to the bathroom, please? This is the classic question we ask at school. Can I go to the bathroom or may I go to the bathroom, please? And number 4, Can they go home early today? Now, let's have a look at some examples to give permission. Again, you can use the word can or the word may if you want to be a bit more formal. Number 1, yes, you can go now. Number 2, of course, you can go to the game tomorrow. Number 3, yes, you can go to the bathroom, or yes, you may go to the bathroom. And number 4, sure, they can go home early today. Now, let's practice denying permission. Well, we only change the word can and we use the word not. We usually use the contraction can't to deny permission. First example, I'm sorry, but you can't go now. Unfortunately, you can't go to the game tomorrow. Number 3, no, you can't go to the bathroom. And number 4, they can't go home early today. In these examples, you can also use the word may not to deny permission. Again, it's just a bit more formal. So, for example, in number 1, we can say, I'm sorry, you may not go now. Okay, now it is your turn to practice. In the discussion panel, write 2 examples to give permission, to ask for permission, and to deny permission. I'm going to be checking your comments and, of course, giving you feedback. And in the next class, we are going to learn how to use the words can and can't to make requests, offers, and suggestions. See you there. Hello, and welcome to the second class of this module. Now it is time to practice the word can to make an offer, request, and suggestion. I'm going to show you some examples and then we are going to practice. So if you want to offer something, you can use the word can or the word may. Some examples are, can I help you? Maybe your friend is doing some homework and you see that your friend is confused and you want to help. You can say, hey, can I help you? May I help you? You are offering something. Second example, can I give you a hand? This is just another way to say, can I help you? Hey, can I give you a hand? And number 3, can I get you something to eat? Maybe your friend says, I'm hungry. And you say, okay, can I get you something to eat? Again, you are offering something. With offers, you can use the word can or the word may. But when you want to make a request, when you need something from someone else, you can use the word can only. Some examples are, can we finish this tomorrow? Maybe you are working on a project with a friend and it's very late and you say, hey, I'm tired. Can we finish this tomorrow, please? You are requesting something. You need to rest. Number 2, can you give him one more? Can you give him one more? And number 3, you need some help and you ask your friend, hey, can you help me here, please? Can you help me here, please? Good. Now let's have a look at suggestions. When you want to propose something, when you want to give a suggestion, you can also use the word can. Some examples are, can you tell her you're sorry? Maybe imagine that your friend tells you, I was talking to my friend and she's very angry at me. She's very upset because I was rude. What can I do? What do you suggest? What do you recommend? And you say, well, can you tell her you're sorry? This is one proposal that you have, a suggestion. Number 2, you can ask her for the money. You can ask her for the money. This is one option. You can ask her for the money. And number 3, you can stay there if it's raining, right? This is one option that I give you. You can stay there if it's raining. Now, it is time for you to practice. I would like you to write in the discussion panel one example to make an offer, to make a request, and to make a suggestion. I will be checking your examples and also your questions if you have any doubts about this topic. In the next class, we are going to learn how to use the word can to decline an offer or an invitation. So I'll see you there. Hello and welcome to the third class of this module. Now, you are going to learn how to use the word can't to decline an offer or invitation. Are you ready? When you want to decline an offer, we usually use the words thanks or I'm afraid before saying can't because we want to be polite, right? So if someone asks you, for example, hey, would you like some sugar in your coffee? You can say, oh, thanks or thank you, but I can't have any sugar. Another example is using the word I'm afraid. Yes, so let's imagine that someone offers you soda to drink, but you can't. You can't have soda. You can answer, oh, I'm afraid I can't drink this. I'm afraid means I would like to. I would like to drink soda, but I can't. I'm afraid I can't. Thank you. Now, if you want to decline an invitation, you can also use some words before saying I can't. The first example we have here is it would be great or it'd be great, but I can't go on Saturday. So maybe someone invites you to, I don't know, to have dinner on Saturday. Hey, can you have dinner with me on Saturday? And you say, well, it would be great, but I can't go on Saturday. Another example is using the word sorry. So, sorry, we can't be there tomorrow. So, I recommend using the words it would be great, sorry, I'm afraid, thank you before saying I can't to be polite. I'm going to make some offers and invitations now, and you are going to write the answers in the discussion panel. Remember to use can't, but also some words to be polite before saying can't. First, would you like a burger? Would you like a burger? Second, can I help you? Can I help you? And third, can I get you something to drink? Can I get you something to drink? So, how can you decline these offers and invitations? Let me know in the comments what your answers are. In the next class, we are going to start a new module. You are going to learn how to make requests by using words like would like and could. I'll see you there. Hi, and welcome to module number 7. In this module, we are going to continue to practice making requests. Yes, you are going to learn different ways to make requests. In the previous module, you learned one, using the word can. Remember? Like, can we finish this tomorrow? Or can you give him one more? But now we are going to practice and learn about would like and could. At the end of this module, you are going to have a writing exercise, and you are going to apply everything that we have learned in the previous module and what we will learn in this module. Are you ready? So in this class, we are going to focus on would like. You can use would like to offer something or request something. Let's have a look at some examples. Offers. Would you like some coffee? You already know how to answer this, right? You can say, thanks, but I'm okay, or thanks, but I can't drink coffee, or of course, thank you. Another question is, would they like more information? Would they like more information? So I'm also offering to give more information. What about requests with would? In this case, we are not going to use a question, just an affirmative sentence. I would like a beer, please. And I'd like that one. I'd is a contraction of I would. And it's a good idea to practice this because we use contractions in English all the time, remember. I encourage you to practice the contraction I would, I'd. Now it is time to practice. Write in the discussion panel 3 offers for someone else to respond. And you are going to do the same. After you write three offers, look for someone else's comment and answer the questions or the offers that this person made. You can answer with an affirmative sentence or a negative sentence. We already practiced how to do that, right? In the next class, we are going to learn about making requests, but with the word could. So, see you there. Hello and welcome to this class. You have already learned how to use the words can and would like to make requests. But there is another word we can use to make requests, the word could. Very good. So, what is the difference between can or could? You can use them interchangeably to make requests. The only difference is that could tends to be more polite, more formal. So maybe if you are speaking with someone whom you don't know very well, you can use could. Or if you are talking to, for example, someone at work, if you don't know this person very well, or maybe your boss, you could use the word could to be more polite. But they are essentially the same. So let's have a look at some examples. Could we finish this tomorrow, please? Could you give him one more? Could you help me here, please? So as you can see, these are the same examples we used with the word can, but this time we are using them with the word could. I would like you to make 3 requests for me. I'm going to be answering your requests. So make sure that you write those 3 requests in the discussion panel, and I will be checking them, giving you feedback, and responding to your requests. In the next class, we are going to practice our writing skills. Yes, it is time to practice everything we have learned in the last 2 modules about can, can't, could, and would like. Are you ready? See you there. Hi, welcome to module number 8, the second last module of this course. Congratulations. This is one of the most important modules of this course. Why? Because you are going to learn how to tell the time in English. You are going to learn what time expressions you can use to refer to the past, present, and future. You are going to learn how to use the prepositions at and on to talk about the time. And at the end of this module, you are going to have a listening exercise. Yes, we are going to focus on improving your listening skills. Are you ready? Let's start. In this class, you are going to learn how to tell the time in English, how to answer the question, what time is it? There are 2 different ways to do this. The first one, use numbers. First the hour and then the minutes. It's 7 o'clock, or it's 7:10. It's 7:20. It's 7:30. But there is another way we can tell the time, which is a little bit more complicated, but many people use this way as well. And it's using the words past and to, like the example here on the slide. It's 10 to 2. I'm going to show you how you can tell the time this way. The first thing you have to do is divide the clock and split it in 2 parts. On the right side, you are going to use the words past or after. On the left side, you are going to use the word to. But how can you create the sentence? How can you tell the time? I'm going to show you. First, you are going to say the minutes that have passed. Then you are going to say the words past or after, and then the hour. What? I know it can be a bit confusing. I'm going to give you one example. If you say 7:20, using this way, you can say 20, the minutes, past 7. It's the opposite, all the way around. What about if you want to use the other side of the clock? We are going to use the minutes left Not the minutes that have passed, but the minutes left, the word to, and the next hour. Let me give you an example. If you want to say 7:55 using this way, you would say it's 5, 2, and the next hour, 8. When you want to refer to 15 and 45, you can use the word a quarter. And if you want to say 30, you can also use the word half. So I know it's a lot of information, but we are going to practice so that we have this as clear as possible. So let's practice. We have this time on this slide. You are going to think about the two ways to tell the time in this example. It doesn't really change. Both ways we can say it's 1 o'clock. When it is o'clock, it doesn't change. What about this one? This one changes. If you use numbers, we can say it's 4:05. It's 4:05. But using the other way, remember, we have to say the minutes first, then past or after, and then the hour. So it's 5 past 4, or it's 5 after 4. Let's have a look at the next example. How can you say this using both ways? Okay, so let's see. You can say it's 6:15 using the normal order. It's 6:15. Or you can also say it's a quarter past 6, or it's a quarter after 6. Is it getting better? Okay, let's see more examples. What about this one? This one changes as well. Using the numbers, the first image, how can you tell the time? Yeah, we can say it's 2:30. It's 2:30. What about the second one? Remember, another way to say 30? Yes, we can say it's half past 2. What about this one? Okay, let's see. We can say it's 11:45, or how many minutes left do we have before 12? We have 15, right? And what is another way to say 15? A quarter. So we can say it's a quarter to 12. We have one more example. How can you tell the time here? What about this one? How can you tell the time with this example? All right, let's see. So, yes, you can say it's 9:55, or you can also say it's 5 to 10. So, now that we have practiced a little, I would like you to practice more at home. Write in the discussion panel what time it is at the moment that you are watching this class. Use both ways to practice telling the time. I would also like you to tell me if you have any questions about the ways we can tell the time. If you do, please ask any questions. I will be more than happy to assist and give you an answer. See you in the next class. Hello, welcome to the second class of this module. In this class, you are going to be learning about time expressions, words that we can use to refer to the past, present, or future. What words can you think about that you can use to refer to these times? Well, I'm sure that you have thought of some of these. If you want to refer to the past, you can use the word yesterday, for example. Or you can also use the word last with any time expression like last day, last week, last weekend, last month, last year, last decade. You can use all these combinations to refer to the past. What about the present? You can use the word today, for example, or this and the time expression, like this month or this week. We also have time expressions for the future, like tomorrow, later, right? Or next weekend, next month, next year. We also have words like now to refer to the present. Also, parts of the day, like in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, at night. Time, like 10 o'clock. Years, like 2020. And you can also use days of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We are going to focus a little bit on the word this and a time expression. You can use the word this to refer to the present, but also to refer to the future, near future. Let's have a look at some examples. John has to finish his course this week. We are referring to the present, right? This week. The second example, we are going shopping this weekend. So let's imagine that it's Thursday today or Friday, and I say, we are going shopping this weekend. This weekend is actually the future, but you can also use this to refer to the future. This afternoon, they are fixing it. Again, let's imagine that it's 10 in the morning and you say, this afternoon, they are fixing the dishwasher. We are referring to the future. And the last example, you only have until the end of this month to do it. Now, I would like you to put this into practice. Choose 5 of the time expressions that we learned today and write in the discussion panel 5 different sentences using 5 different time expressions. You can talk about the things that you did yesterday or last weekend, or the things that you are doing this week, or the plans that you have for this weekend, next month, or next year. I will be reading your comments, giving you feedback, and answering any questions that you may have. In the next class, you are going to be learning about add and on to talk about the time. See you there. Hi, welcome to this class. In this class, you are going to be learning about prepositions, particularly the words add and on. We are going to see the differences and how you can use them. The most important difference is that we use at to talk about precise time, and we use on to talk about days and dates. Let's have a look at some examples. At, to refer to the time. At 1 p.m., at noon, at 3:45. You can also use it for holidays without the word day, like at Christmas or at Easter. You can also use it for meal times, like at lunch or at dinner. Hey, see you at lunch. See you at dinner. What time can we meet? We can meet at lunch or at dinner. Also for specific times like at sunrise, at the moment, or at bedtime. So as you can see, it's very specific. On is used for dates and days. For example, on April 15th, on December 22nd. Also for days like on Saturday, on Monday, on Tuesday, see you on Tuesday. My class is on Tuesdays, right? On the weekend. You can also use it for parts of a specific days, like on Friday night, on Tuesday morning, on Wednesday evening. And finally, with special dates, like on my birthday, right? Because your birthday happens on a day. And also on Christmas Day. If you include the word day, we should use the preposition on. So now that you have learned about these 2 prepositions and the differences, I would like you to answer some questions for me. The first question, when is your birthday? When is your birthday? Second question, what do you do on the weekends? And the third question is, what is your favorite day of the week and what do you do on that day? I will be reading your comments, and if you have any questions about these two prepositions related to time, please let me know. I will be answering and helping you. See you in the next class. Hi, welcome to the last class of this module. You are doing a great job. In this class, you are going to improve your listening skills. Yes, in the resources section, you are going to find an audio file, a worksheet to complete, and also an answer key. In this class, you are going to practice what you learned in the first class of this module, how to tell the time. Click and play the audio file and complete the worksheet as you listen. Once you have completed it, you are going to check the answer key to compare. Check if your answers are correct. When you have completed this activity, let me know in the discussion panel how it went. Was it difficult to identify the time, or was it easy? I look forward to reading your comments and, of course, answer the questions that you have about this module. I would really appreciate it if you let me know what topics you think you need to improve or what topics you think I can help you with. If you have any questions, please let me know. And I will see you in the next module.
We're early. Our flight is at 10 to 9.
What time is it?
It's 8:30.
Thanks. When does he arrive?
Later tonight, at 9:15.
What time can I be there tomorrow?
Well, I believe you can come around 7:30.
We're so late. The class started at 5:45.
Hello and welcome to the last module of this basic English course. We are about to finish. What are you going to be learning in this module? Well, we have 3 classes. The first class is about how to form questions when you don't know how to do things. The second class is about a role play. Yes, we are going to have the second and last role play of this course. Everything that you have learned from module 6 to module 9 is going to be used in this role play in a very casual and natural conversation. In the last class, we are going to review and confirm that all the information that you have learned has been consolidated and that your English has improved. In this first class, we are going to learn how to form questions when you don't know how to do things. And the question is very simple. You begin with, how do you? Let's have a look at some examples. You can't open a jar and you ask, hey, how do you open this? Number 2, you are lost, you need directions, and you ask someone on the street, excuse me, how do you go to the mall? The person will give directions. Number 3, how do you say that in Spanish? And number 4, how do you spell your name? A very common question when you are, for example, visiting a new place, when you are staying at a hotel. Hey, how do you spell your name? Now I have a challenge for you. We are going to practice this, and I would like you to create 3 questions. Think about things that you don't know how to do. Would you like to cook pasta, but you don't know how to do it? Well, write the questions in the discussion panel, 3 questions, and make sure that you also answer other people's questions. Check if you can help someone and explain someone how to do something. And I'm sure that someone will also help you with your questions. Of course, I will also be reading your comments and answering any questions that you have about this class. And I will see you in the next class, our second role play. Hi, welcome to the second class of this last module. Are you ready for the role play? In this class, you are going to watch 2 people having a conversation at the restaurant. You are going to see how all the vocabulary and grammar that you learned is used in this conversation. When you finish the video, I would like you to go to the resources section and look for the script. Open the script and watch the class again. Look for the things that you learned, like how to tell the time, make suggestions and offers with would like, could, and can, and also prepositions, everything that you learned from Module 6 to Module 9. After you watch the class for the second time, I would like you to record this conversation. Yes, find someone to practice with you, record the conversation, and upload it to the discussion panel. I'm really looking forward to listening, giving you feedback, and of course, answering any questions that you may have. See you in our next class.
Hello, and welcome to Happy Donald's. Can I show you the menu?
Thank you. Yes, let me see. Any suggestions?
Well, you could order our specialty, the Big Happy with French fries. It's our #1 suggestion.
That sounds delicious. Can I also have something to drink, please?
Of course, sir. Would you like a soda?
Yes, perfect combination.
For here or to go?
That's a great question. What time is it? I have to be at the airport at 5:15.
It's 4:15.
Oh no, so to go then. I only have 1 hour.
Sure, no problem. Can I offer you a dessert?
No thanks. I can't eat more junk food today. But can you help me with some information? How can I get to the airport from here?
There is a bus stop across the street. You can take bus 10 to the airport. On Fridays, there is one at 4:30.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your help.
Anytime, you're welcome.
Yes, you made it. Congratulations. Welcome to the last class of this basic English course. This is going to be the most important class of all. Why? Well, first, you have a task. You are going to download a checklist that I have given you in the resources section, and we are going to confirm that all the topics that you learned have been consolidated, that you remember everything. Try to remember and create one example per topic. If you see that there is something that you don't remember very well, I recommend going back and starting again. But if you remember and you can create examples, well, move on to the next one. When you have completed all the checklist, it is now time for you to give me feedback. Yes, review this course and let me know what you thought about the course. What do you think I can improve? And what do you think I did very well? It will be also great if you can go to on Twitter using the hashtag Platzi English, and you also share your certificate with me and also share comments with me. What did you like about the course? And what do you think I can improve? And remember, this is not the last course. This is just the beginning of a beautiful journey. We have more courses ahead to take your English to the next level. So, see you in our next course.
Hello! Welcome to this basic English course, Adverbs and Nouns. My name is Andres Blanco, and I'm very happy to be your teacher. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been an English teacher since 2016. Before that, I studied English for almost 6 or 7 years. Since I was a kid, one of my passions has been music. Actually, that was the reason why I learned English. And also, because of it, I had my second passion, the sound. I'm a technologist in sound production, and I love radio, broadcasting, and podcasting. And well, I'm super happy, I'm super excited to be here with you and be your teacher. Well, so what are you going to learn during this course? First of all, we are going to ask and answer a variety of questions with different vocabulary. Also, you are going to talk about your future plans, as well as making suggestions and invitations. After that, we're going to talk about using countable and uncountable nouns. Then, understanding some adverbs and prepositions, and well, then talk about causes and reasons. And well, you might be wondering, how am I going to learn all those topics that I've just mentioned? Well, to do so, I've prepared some special activities just for you. Some completing sentences, organizing questions and answers, filling in the gaps, and also there are some special activities that I've prepared. They are the listening activities. So, at the beginning of each module, you will have the situation of two very special characters. They are called Mark and Lucy, and they are going to introduce you this vocabulary and also the structures that you are going to see during the module in context. So, I'm very happy to be here and I'll see you in class. Hello! Welcome to this audio class 1. We are going to have the first conversation between Mark, who is going to be on his first day of work, and he is going to meet a very special character. Let's pay attention to it. Excuse me, whose laptop is this? Today is my first day and I don't know which laptop I can use.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. My name's Lucy. I think that's Brian's computer. Yours must be the one over there. Can you see it?
I'm not sure. What color is it?
It's the yellow one, next to the window.
All right, I see it now. Do you know if I can listen to music while I'm working? I have better ideas when doing so.
Sure, as long as you can hear when somebody calls you, no problem. What kind of music do you like?
I love rock music. I'm crazy about the 80s sound. What about you?
Really? I'm into 80s music too. Which is your favorite band?
Guns N' Roses, for sure.
That's amazing. I think we're going to get along quite well.
Amazing! Now that you've listened to the audio, I have 2 questions for you. The first, where is Mark's computer? And the second one, what kind of music do Mark and Lucy like? Remember to leave your answers in the comment section of this class. See you in the next. Welcome back. Let's practice questions and answers using what and which. First of all, what is the difference between these 2 words? Well, we are going to use what when we have multiple possible answers. For example, what's your favorite color? We have several options. And well, how about which? We are going to use which when our possible answers are limited, or also when the context is given in advance. For example, which color do you prefer? Blue or red? Well, let's say I prefer blue. Let's go with some examples. Now, what's your favorite color? Well, my favorite color is green. Let's go with another one. What kind of music do you like? I like rock music. One more. Which pair of jeans do you want? We have 2 options. Well, I want the dark blue ones. Let's go with one more. Which kind of food do you prefer? Japanese or Italian? In my case, I prefer the Japanese food. Amazing! I think you are ready to get some practice. In this case, you are going to select the correct option. What or which? If you need to pause the video, you can do it. Take as long as you need to complete the sentence. Are you ready? Let's go for it. Number 1. Space. are your favorite free time activities? Let's think about it. Fantastic. What are your free time activities? Amazing. Let's go with one more. Space, TV, do you like better? The new one or the old one? Take some seconds. Perfect. Which TV do you like better? The new one or the old one? Fantastic. Let's go with the next. I love rock music. Really? Space is your favorite band from the 80s. Take your time. Excellent. Correct. Which is your favorite band from the 80s? Let's go with the next. Space, is the weather like today? Take your time. Fantastic. What is the weather like today? Let's go with one more. Let's go with the last one. Space, motorcycle is faster. The right one or the left one? Let's think about it. Excellent. Which motorcycle is faster? The right one or the left one? Fantastic. If you want additional practice, you can go to the additional resources section and you will find an excellent exercise for you to continue practicing these two questions. See you in the next. Hello, welcome back. Let's practice questions using whose. First of all, when to use whose? It's gonna be very simple. We are gonna use it when asking to whom something belongs. Something very important when using whose is if it's singular or if it's plural. For example, singular. Whose book is it? It's Jack's computer. And now, how about if it's plural? Well, whose shoes are they? Excellent. They are Sarah's shoes. Amazing. You're ready to have some practice. I want you to organize these words and create a question. Remember, if you need to take some extra time, pause the video, take as long as you need, and then click on play again. Let's go with the first. Take your time. You got it? Fantastic. Whose pair of jeans are they? Let's go with the second one. Take your time. Excellent. Whose book is it? Let's go with the third. Very nice. You got it? Fantastic. Whose orange headphones are they? Let's go with one more. Let's go with the last. Perfect. You got it? Amazing. Whose toy car is it? Very good. Remember to go to the resources section of this video and you will find extra practice. See you in the next. Hello, it's a pleasure to be back here with you. Let's talk about verbs of perception using can and can't. Well, first of all, what are the verbs of perception? Very easy. These are the verbs that are related to the experiences of the physical senses. For example, the touch, the sight, the hearing, the smell, and the taste. Let's go with some examples. Touch, the verb is going to be the same. Touch. He can touch the grass. Now, how about sight? The verbs are going to be see, look at, and watch. For example, she can see the sky. Let's go with the next. Hearing. In this case, the verbs are going to be hear and listen to. For example, he can listen to music. The next one is going to be smell. The verb is going to be the same, smell. She can smell the flower. And the last one, the taste. The verb is going to be the same, taste. For example, she can taste the cream. Perfect. Now, when to use can and can't? Well, we're going to use them to talk about the ability to do something in the present. You got it? Let's go with some practice. I want you to answer these questions using can or can't and the verb of perception. Are you ready? Let's go for it. Number 1. Can you see that red car? Yes, I can see it. Or no, I can't see it. Let's go with the second one. Can they hear the music? Yes, they can hear the music. Or no, they can't hear the music. Number 3. Can we smell that bread? Yes, we can smell it. Or no, we can't smell it. Fantastic. The next. Can he touch the water? Yes, he can touch it. Or no, he can't touch it. And the last one. Can she taste the coffee? Yes, she can taste the coffee. Or no, she can't taste the coffee. Amazing. Remember to go to the resources section of this class to have additional practice. See you in the next class. Hello! Welcome to this interactive class. In this class, you and I are going to have a conversation. That's right. I'm going to ask you questions and you are going to give me the answers. Over here, you will see some subtitles. My color is going to be red and your color is going to be blue. Let's start with an example to see how it works. Okay? Let's go for it. Hello, what's your name? Nice to meet you. How are you today? I'm great. Fantastic. You have the idea. Now, let's have a conversation practicing the vocabulary that we saw during Module 1. Let's go for it. What's your favorite color? Awesome. Which color do you prefer? Blue or red? Now, what kind of food do you like? Finally, which fruit do you prefer? Apples or bananas? Amazing! Thank you very much for your conversation. I will see you in the next. Hello! Welcome to this new module. In Module 1, we reviewed how to use what, which, whose, and also how to use the verbs of perception and can and can't. Now, in this Module 2, we are going to practice some vocabulary regarding leisure activities. Also, how to use going to, will, and let's. Let's start this module with our conversation between Mark and Lucy. They are going to be talking about their future plans. Let's pay attention. What's up, Lucy? Ready for the holidays next month?
Definitely. I'm going to go camping in the mountains where I will probably hike around. I just can't wait. What are you going to do?
I'm going to relax at the beach. Last year, I went to a Caribbean island and I loved it. This time, I'll go snorkeling and fishing.
Cool. Sounds like fun. Are you going to go partying?
You bet. Hey, it's almost lunchtime. I'm starving today. Will you eat here?
No, I'll eat out. Will you join me?
Sure. Let's go to a nice restaurant. My treat. Amazing. Now that you've listened to the conversation, let's answer these two questions. The first one is, what's Lucy going to do on her next vacations? And the second one, where are Lucy and Mark going to have lunch? Amazing. Remember to leave your answers in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome to this new class. In this class, we are going to practice pronunciation and vocabulary about leisure activities. Are you ready? Let's go for it. Number 1, hang out with friends. Hang out with friends. 2, relax at the beach. Relax at the beach. Next, meditate. Meditate. Next, go hiking. Go hiking. Good. Go snorkeling. Go snorkeling. Nice. Go camping. Go camping. Next one, play board games. Play board games. Good. Go fishing. Go fishing. Excellent. Let's go with 4 more. Chill out. Chill out. Go partying. Go partying. Go bike riding. Go bike riding. Go for a walk. Go for a walk. Amazing. Now, I want you to practice this pronunciation and vocabulary, record it with your cell phone, and share it with us in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome back. In this class, we are going to practice time expressions. So, first, let's go to some of these time expressions that we use in the present tense. The first one is going to be today. For example, I'm chilling out today. Next, now or right now. We have to leave right now. At the moment. At the moment, we are relaxing at the beach. Nice. Now, let's go to the past tense. We have yesterday or the day before yesterday. Yesterday, I hung out with some friends. Next one is going to be last. We have multiple options in this case. Last week, last weekend, last month, last Friday, and so on. For example, last weekend, we went camping. And then we have ago. And as well, we can have many different possibilities. 1 week ago, 2 hours ago, 3 months ago, and so on. For example, 1 year ago, we went fishing with our parents. Amazing. And now we have the future tense. In this case, we have tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and tonight. For example, we are going to go partying tonight. Then we're going to have next, with multiple possibilities. Next weekend, next month, next year, and so on. We will probably go snorkeling next month. And the last one will be in 2 hours, in 3 weeks, in 5 months, different possibilities. In 2 hours, I'm going to go bike riding. Amazing. I think you are ready to have some practice. In this case, I want you to match these sentences with the best time expressions. Remember that if you need a lot of time, you can pause the video and take as long as you need. Are you ready? Let's go for it. Remember, take your time. Fantastic. I think you got it. Let's go with the first. I'll visit Canada next year. Number 2, Selma went to the museum last week. The third one, let's go to the movies tonight. 4, what are you doing now? And 5, yesterday I practiced soccer. Amazing. Remember to go to the resources section of this class so you can have extra practice. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome back. In this class, we are going to practice and talk about personal plans and intentions for the future using going to. Perfect. Let's talk about the structure, which is going to be very, very simple. First, it's necessary the subject. I, he, she, it, you, we, or they. After that, we're going to need the verb to be, negative or affirmative. I am, you are, he is, she is, it isn't, they are, and so on. After that, we're going to place going to. And finally, we are going to place the verb. Cook, dance, study, work, and so on. Let's go with some examples. Let's say the first one is going to be affirmative. We're going to go hiking next week. Now, how about if it's negative? Quite simple. We aren't going to go hiking next week. And how about a question? Well, are we going to go hiking next week? Fantastic, right? Let's go with one more example. She's going to meditate tomorrow. Good. Negative. She isn't going to meditate tomorrow. And is she going to meditate tomorrow? Amazing. Let's have some practice. According to the information that I'm going to show you, I want you to answer some questions. Are you ready? Let's go for it. So, number 1. What is she going to do on Wednesday? Think about it. Excellent. She's going to meet George at the gym. Very good. Let's go with the second. What is she going to do on Monday? Very nice. She's going to take an English exam. Very good. Number 3. Is she going to hang out with Sylvie on Saturday? Is she going to do that? Excellent. No, she isn't. She's going to hang out with Sylvie on Tuesday. Amazing. Let's go with one more. Is she going to go partying on Friday? Is she going to do that? Excellent. Yes, she is. She's going to go partying with friends on Friday. Amazing. Remember to visit the resources section of this class and you will find additional material so you can practice going to. I will see you in the next class. Hello, welcome back. In this class, we are going to talk about the future using will. Well, when to use will? When to use this word? It is used to talk about future possibilities. Now, the structure is quite simple. At the beginning, we're going to use the subject. I, he, she, it, you, we, or they. After that, we're going to place will not if it's negative, or won't. And after that, we are going to place the verb. Cook, study, work, walk, and so on. Something very important about will is the contraction and the pronunciation that we need to have. For example, if we are going to say, I will, we can also say, I'll. You will, you'll. He will, he'll. She will, she'll. It will, it'll. We will, we'll. They will, they'll. Perfect. Let's go with some examples using will. The first one, humanity will live on the moon in 100 years. Or, humanity won't live on the moon in 100 years. How about if it's a question? Well, will humanity live on the moon in 100 years? Amazing. Let's have some practice. I want you to organize the following questions and give a possible answer to them. Remember, if you need to take extra time, pause the video and take as long as you need. Are you ready? Let's go with the first then. Take your time. Amazing! Will you visit Mount Everest next year? Maybe yes, maybe no. Next. Take your time. Fantastic! Will they have dinner together next weekend? Perfect. Let's go with number 3. You got it? Perfect? Excellent, yes. Will we go to a concert in 6 months? Finally, let's go with one more. Take your time. Amazing. Will we have flying cars in 50 years? Well, maybe we will have flying cars in 50 years. Amazing. Remember to go to the resources section of this class and you will have extra practice using will. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome back. It's a pleasure to have you one more time. In this class, we are going to practice using let's for invitations and suggestions. First of all, when to use let's? Well, it is used to express invitations or suggestions. Also, very important, let's is the short for let us. Now, how about the structure? It's very, very simple. First, we're going to use let's, and then we're going to place the suggestion or the invitation. For example, let's go to the cinema, or let's have a drink, or how about let's practice English? Fantastic. Perfect. Let's go with some other examples. In this case, what is the activity? Perfect. Let's watch a movie. Yeah, perfect. Sounds great. The second one. Okay, let's walk, buddy. Let's go. Perfect. Let's go with one more. Let's have a coffee. Okay, sounds good. And let's start with the class. Amazing. Are you ready to have some extra practice? I'm really sure that you are. I'm going to show you some situations, and I want you to think about a possible suggestion or invitation according to it. You got it? Let's go. Let's go with the first. You know, I'm very, very cold. Very cold. Very good. Let's have a hot chocolate. Yes, why not? I really like it. Next. I'm very hungry. What do you think? Perfect. Let's have some delicious sushi. Of course, I love it. Next. You know, I'm very, very bored. I'm bored. Okay, let's play video games. Let's go with one more. I'm going to have an exam tomorrow. Very, very important. Okay, let's practice. Amazing. Remember to go to the additional resources section of this class and find material to practice let's. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome to this interactive class. Remember that in this class, you and I are going to practice a conversation. In the first part, I'm going to give you some of the examples of the answers. But in the second part, it's going to be your turn. So I want you to be very creative with your responses. Are you ready? Let's go for it. What are you going to do later? I'm going to have lunch. And are you going to go fishing next weekend? No, I'm not going to go fishing next weekend. When will you go for a walk? I will probably go on Sunday. When will you hang out with your friends? Maybe I will hang out with my friends this Friday. Perfect. Are you ready? Now it's your turn. Let's do it. What are you going to do later? Nice. And are you going to go fishing next weekend? Okay. When will you go for a walk? Amazing. And will you hang out with your friends? Amazing. Thank you very much for this conversation. I will see you in the next class. Hello, welcome to this new module. You are doing fantastic. Remember, in the previous module, we practiced some vocabulary regarding leisure activities, Also, we use going to and will to talk about future plans, and we finished using let's for invitations or suggestions. In this new module, we are going to see how to use countable nouns, uncountable nouns, many and much, when to use the article the, and finally, would like to. So, let's start with the conversation between Mark and Lucy. They are at the restaurant. Let's see how it goes. Here we are. This is the best restaurant in town. What would you like to eat?
Let's look at the menu. I'm in the mood for something salty.
What about fish and chips or chicken with mozzarella? I heard spaghetti is good too. Actually, I'll have the spaghetti.
The fish and chips sound better to me. Would you like to try a starter?
Why not? Look at this hamburgers and soda combo. The homemade hamburgers are great here.
How many hamburgers does it come with?
There aren't many, only 3.
I think they're enough. We could have a dessert then.
I see. Well, I'll have a chocolate cake. You know how much I love chocolate.
Yes, I do. I'd like to eat an ice cream.
Amazing. Now that you've listened to the conversation, I have 2 questions for you. The first one, what does Lucy want to order? And number 2, what dessert would Mark like to order? Remember to leave your answers in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello! It's great to see you one more time. Let's practice vocabulary and pronunciation about countable and uncountable nouns. In this case, we're going to be talking about food. Are you ready? Let's go for it. So, let's start with the countable nouns. Oranges, oranges. An apple, an apple. Cookies, cookies. A tomato, a tomato. French fries, French fries. A carrot, a carrot. A burger, a burger. Amazing. Now, let's continue with some examples of uncountable nouns. Rice, rice. Cheese, cheese. Water, water. Pasta, pasta. Cereal, cereal. Milk, milk. Excellent. Now it's your turn. Let's practice this vocabulary and pronunciation, record it and share it with us in the comment section of this class. Remember, when we are talking about countable and uncountable nouns, we have tons of examples. So, I've got some additional of them in the resources section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome back. Let's talk about using many and much with countable and uncountable nouns. First of all, when to use many. We're going to use many when we are talking about countable nouns. For example, there are many apples. If it's negative, there aren't many oranges. And how about if it's a question? Well, are there many eggs? Perfect. Now, when to use much? We're going to use much when we are talking about uncountable nouns. For example, there is much water. If it's negative, there isn't much cheese. And finally, a question. Is there much milk? Very good. Let's have some practice. I want you to answer these questions using many and match according to the image I'm going to show you. Are you ready? Let's go for it. First question. Is there much salmon? Take your time. Very good. No, there isn't much salmon. Perfect. Let's go with number 2. Are there many strawberries? Take your time. Excellent. Yes, there are many strawberries. Very good. Number 3. Is there much water? Take your time. Very good. Yes, there's much water. Let's go with one more. Are there many asparagus? Are there many asparagus? Excellent. Yes, there are many asparagus. Fantastic. Remember to go to the additional resources section of this class and have extra practice. I will see you in the next. Hello, I'm very happy to see you again. Let's talk about countable plural nouns. Well, how do they work? To form a plural noun, it's gonna be necessary to add s at the end of the noun. Let's see some examples. We have lemon if it's singular and lemons if it's plural. Cat, cats. Girl, girls. Car, cars. Carrot, carrots. Quite easy, right? Well, it's very important to know that in some cases, we're gonna need es at the end of the noun. For example, box, boxes, dish, dishes. Fantastic. In some other cases, for example, wolf, we're gonna replace the F for a V and add es. Wolf, wolves. Very good. And finally, if the noun finishes in Y, we're gonna replace that for an I and add es. City, cities. Baby, babies. Amazing. Great. Now, let's talk about some exceptions. Person, people, woman, women, man, men, child, children, mouse, mice, and finally, feet, foot. Very good. Let's have some practice. I want you to use the correct plural noun to complete the sentence that I'm going to show you. Are you ready? Let's go for it. Number 1. There are many space in the boxes. Take your time. Fantastic. There are many apples in the boxes. Very good. Next. There are lots of space on the street. Okay, let's think about it. You got it? Excellent. There are lots of people on the street. Number 3. There are some space on the table. Take your time. Very good. There are some lemons on the table. Very, very good. Let's go with number 4, the final one. There are 3 in the picture. Take your time. Are you ready? Excellent. There are 3 women in the picture. Fantastic. Very well done. To have extra practice, you can visit the additional resources section of this class and have more exercises. I will see you in the next class. Hello there. I'm very happy to see you. Let's talk about using the article the. First, when to use the. It is used when you refer to something previously mentioned. Let's have an example with the conversation between Mark and Lucy. What about fish and chips? Or chicken with mozzarella? I heard spaghetti is good too. Actually, I'll have the spaghetti. The fish and chips sound better to me. Would you like to try a starter? Excellent. Something very important about this article the, it's the pronunciation. If you have a consonant sound before the article, it's going to sound the. Let's got some examples. The salad, the chicken, the soup, the fish, the carrots. Excellent. Now, if we have a vowel sound before the article, we're going to say the. The eggs, the onions, the apple, the ice cream, the oil. Great job. Now it's your turn. You can go back to the previous slide, practice the pronunciation, record it, and share it with us in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello there. I'm very glad to have you here. Let's talk about using would like to place orders and offers. First of all, when to use would like to? We're going to use it when we talk about some specific orders or some specific offers. For example, would you like to go to the cinema tonight? Yes, I would. Sounds great. Perfect. Now, how about the structure? It's quite simple. First, we're going to use would like to, and after that, we're going to place the offer or the order. Would you like to have dinner tonight? Yes, I would. Or also, we can use the contraction. Yes, I'd like to have dinner. Or, no, I'm sorry, I wouldn't like to have dinner tonight. How about tomorrow? Perfect. Let's have some practice. I want you to use would like to make orders or offers to some of the situations that I'm going to show you. If you need to pause the video, you can do it. Take the time that you need. Are you ready? Let's go for it. Situation 1. I want to go to the cinema and eat something. Think about it. Great. Would you like to eat some popcorn? Yes, I would. I love it. Very nice. Let's go with the next. I want to start doing some physical activity? Think about it. Great. Would you like to go to the gym? Yes, I would. Maybe next month. Perfect. Next. I need a break from my work. I need to relax. Think about it. Well done. Would you like to go on vacations? Yes, I would love it. Very good. Let's go with one more. I want to go outside. Perfect. You got it? Great. Would you like to go for a walk? Yes, why not? I would like to go for a walk. Perfect. Now it's time to have extra practice. You can go to the additional resources section of this class and find an exercise about it. I will see you in the next. Hi there! Welcome to this interactive class. Remember that we are going to practice a conversation. Yes, you and I. In the first part, I'm going to give you some examples of the possible answers. And in the second part, it's going to be your turn. Let's do it. Would you like to go to the restaurant with me tonight? In this question, you can answer positive or negative. For example, yes, I'd like to go to the restaurant with you tonight. Or, no, I'm sorry, I wouldn't like to go tonight. How about tomorrow? Nice. What would you like to eat? Well, I would like to eat spaghetti. How many plates are on the table? Again, we have two possible answers. There are many plates on the table, or there aren't many plates on the table. Good. How much coffee is in the cup? Again, two possible answers. There is much coffee in the cup, or there isn't much coffee in the cup. Amazing. Now it's your turn. Remember that in some questions you have two possible answers. Let's go. Would you like to go to the restaurant with me tonight? Nice. What would you like to eat? Great. How many plates are on the table? Awesome. How much coffee is in the cup? Fantastic. Very nice conversation. You can leave your answers in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello! Welcome to this new module. Congratulations for all the amazing work that you did in the previous one. Remember, we practiced in Module 3 how to use countable and uncountable nouns, when to use many and much, also when to use the article the, and we finished practicing using would like to. In this new module, we are going to see how to use adverbs of place and movement. And as well, we're gonna see how to use prepositions of motion. As you already know, we're gonna start this module with the conversation of Mark and Lucy. So, let's pay attention to it.
Hello?
Hi, Lucy. Mark speaking.
Hey, Mark, what's going on?
Oh, well, listen, I think I'm kind of lost. I've been searching the address you sent, but I can't find the place. I passed through the tunnel, went up the hill, but must have missed the coffee shop. Besides, there aren't any parks around.
It's okay. Where are you now?
I'm somewhere between a drugstore and a grocery store.
Oh, you're not too far away. Can you see the library from there?
Yes, it's just 1 block from here.
Perfect. Just go toward the library, turn left, and go across the wooden bridge. You'll see the park right in front of the coffee shop.
Well, it seems I'm not that lost. See you in a while.
Amazing. Now that you've listened to the conversation, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, where is Mark? And number 2, is the park in front of the grocery store? Perfect. Remember to leave your answers in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello! Welcome to this class. I'm very happy to have you one more time. Let's practice pronunciation and vocabulary about adverbs and prepositions. Let's start. So, adverbs: abroad, away, here, there, inside, outside, in, out, up, down, upstairs, downstairs, anywhere, somewhere. Great job. Now, let's continue with prepositions. Onto, off, over, away, toward, past, into, out, around, under, through, across, up, down. Very good job. Now it's your turn. Let's practice that vocabulary and pronunciation. Record it and share it with us in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome back. Let's practice adverbs of place and motion. First of all, how to use them. We're going to talk about adverbs of place when they tell us where something happens. And adverbs of motion, they tell us a specific direction of movement. We can have many possibilities. Let's see some of them. He's living abroad. In this case, the adverb indicates place. Now, he's going abroad on vacation. The adverb indicates motion, movement. Next, she's away right now. Place. She's going away for the weekend. Motion. My family is here for the weekend. Place. Come here, please. Motion. He will be there next year. Place. We're going there in a minute. Motion. Let's continue. I'm staying inside today. Place. I'm going to take the dog outside. Motion. Nobody answers the door. I think they're not in. Place. We're going out tonight. Motion. The bathroom is upstairs. Place. I'll go downstairs and check the door. Motion. The cat is up there. Place. Put that box down, please. Motion. She could be anywhere. Place. Let's go anywhere and have some fun. Motion. The keys are somewhere in the room. Place. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Motion. Amazing. Let's have some practice. I want you to tell me if the adverb indicates place or motion. Remember, you can pause the video if you need extra time. Are you ready? Let's go with the first. The cars are parked over there. Think about it. Very good. The adverb indicates place. Let's go with the next. The plane is flying away. Flying away. You got it. The adverb indicates motion. Number 3. Go down the street and you'll see the park. Think about it. Amazing. The adverb indicates motion. Next. I left my wallet upstairs. What is that? Perfect. The adverb indicates place. Let's go with one more. Get out of the pool, kids. Interesting. Perfect. The adverb indicates motion. Very good job. Remember to go to the additional resources section of this class and you will find extra practice. I will see you in the next. Hello, welcome to the class. Let's practice prepositions of motion. These kind of prepositions show movement from one place to another, from point A to point B. Let's see some examples. Onto. The frog jumps onto the box. Off. The frog jumps off the box. Over. The frog jumps over the box. Away. The bird flies away from the box. Toward. The birds fly toward the box. Past. The bird flies past the box. Into. The mouse goes into the box. Out. The mouse goes out of the box. Around. The cat goes around the box. Under. The snake goes under the wall. Through. The snake goes through the pipe. Across. The snake goes across the bridge. Up. The boy goes up the stairs. Down. The girl goes down the stairs. Fantastic. Let's have some practice. I want you to tell me what the correct preposition of motion is according to the image I am going to show you. Are you ready? Let's go with the first. The ball goes the box. Take your time. Think about it. Excellent. The ball goes into the box. Number 2. The ball goes the box. Remember that preposition? That's correct. The ball goes over the box. Let's go with number 3. The ball goes the pipe. Remember? Take your time. Excellent. The ball goes through the pipe. Let's go with one more. The ball goes the window. Take your time. Perfect. You got it. The ball goes toward the window. Remember to go to the additional resources section of this class and find the exercises. I will see you in the next. Hello! Welcome to this interactive class. Let's practice the vocabulary that you learned during the prepositions of motion class. In the first part, I'm going to give you some examples. And in the second part, it's gonna be your turn. Are you ready? Let's do it. First, where is the mug moving? Good. The mug is moving onto the box. Let's go with number 2. Where is the mug moving? Great. The mug is moving around the box. Number 3. Where is the mug moving? Great. The mug is moving over the box. Let's go with one more. Where is the mug moving? Great. The mug is moving under the box. Great. Now it's your turn. I'm going to ask you the questions and you will have some time to answer them. Let's do it. Where is the mug moving? Great. Now, where is the mug moving? Well done! Next, where is the mug moving? Fantastic! One more. Where is the mug moving? Great! Well done! I will see you in the next class. Hi! Welcome to this new module. Congratulations for the great job you've done so far. In the previous module, you learned how to use adverbs of place and motion. And as well, you practice how to use prepositions of movement. In this new module, you are going to learn how to use please with imperative verbs and as well because with verb phrases. As you must know, let's start this module with a conversation between Mark and Lucy. They are at the office and Mark is having a little problem. Let's pay attention.
Hey, Mark. Why are you so stressed?
Because I haven't finished the report and the meeting is in 20 minutes.
Gee, that's bad. Why haven't you finished it yet?
That's because my laptop isn't working well. It freezes most of the time and has been causing me trouble.
Sorry to hear that. Let me see it, please. Yeah. I see what the problem is.
Tell me, why is it working so slow?
It's because you haven't installed an antivirus software, and I'm afraid you got a virus here. Let's do something. Email me the report, please, and I'll run the antivirus on your laptop. That'll do.
Will it take too long?
Around 30 minutes, but don't worry. In the meantime, you can use mine.
Thanks a million. You're a lifesaver.
Great! Now that you've listened to the conversation, I have 2 questions for you. The first, what is the problem with Mark's computer? And the second one, what is Lucy's recommendation? Remember to leave your answers in the comment section of this class. I will see you in the next. Hello! Welcome back. Let's practice using please with imperative verbs. First, when to use the imperative verbs? Well, we're gonna use them to make requests. And how are we going to use these imperative verbs with please? Here's the structure. First, you will need the base form, the request. For example, help me, listen to me, and after that, you're gonna place please. Help me, please. Listen to me, please. Quite easy, right? Very important. If it's negative, you will need to add don't. Let's see some examples. Email me the report, please. Good. Don't arrive late, please. Negative. Don't. Amazing. Let's have some practice. I'm going to show you some situations. I want you to tell me what is the correct imperative verb to complete the sentence. Don't worry, I'm gonna give you some clues. Let's do it. Number 1. Blank the door, please. It starts with C. It finishes with E. Very good. Close the door, please. Let's go with number 2. Blank me tonight, please. It starts with C. It finishes with L. You got it. Call me tonight, please. Let's go with one more. Hey, the boss, please. It starts with S. It finishes with P. Fantastic. Stop the bus, please. Great. Remember to go to the additional resources section of this class to have extra practice. I will see you in the next. Hi, it's great to have you here. Let's practice using because with verb phrases. First, we're gonna use because to refer to causes and reasons, explanations. It's usually connected with the question why. Why? Because. Let's see some examples. Why are you so happy? Well, because today is my birthday. Great. Why are you so excited? Because I'm listening to my favorite band. Good. Now, What are the verb phrases? Basically, they are a combination between a linking word and a verb. Some examples: verb to be, can and could, must, should, will, have and has. After that, you are going to have the verb, and when you have these two together, you will have a verb phrase. Let's see some examples. She can paint beautiful paintings. Can paint is the verb phrase. Next. They are meditating in the temple. Are meditating is the verb phrase. One more. The boy must do his homework. Must do is the verb phrase. Great. Let's have some practice. I'm going to show you some situations. I want you to answer to the questions using because and the verb phrase. There are different possibilities. I'm going to show you one example. First, why is the woman sad? Think about it. Because she's feeling sick. That is one possibility. Next. Why is the girl smiling? Okay, why is she smiling? Well, because she can go to the park. Number 3. Why are you so stressed? Why? Because I haven't finished the report. One more. Why are you looking for plane tickets? Why? Great. Because I'll probably travel next week. Fantastic. Remember to go to the additional resources section of this class and find extra exercises. I will see you in the next. Hi! Welcome to this last interactive class. Let's practice the vocabulary that you learned during this module. Remember to use because with verb phrases and please with imperative verbs. In the first part, I'm going to give you some examples. And in the second part, it's gonna be your turn. Are you ready? Let's do it. Why are you late? Because I couldn't take the bus. Good. Why haven't you finished your homework? Because I'm not feeling very well. Great. Oh, it's very, very cold. Close the door, please. You have to be on time for the meeting. Don't be late, please. Don't be late. Great. Are you ready? I'm pretty sure you are. Let's start. Why are you late? Great. Why haven't you finished your homework? Good. It's very, very cold. Amazing. You have to be on time for the meeting. Well done. Very nice conversation. I will see you in the next. Hello! Congratulations for finishing this course. It was an amazing journey. During all these classes, you learned how to use what, which, whose, verbs of perception, going to and will to talk about the future, invitations using let's, countable and uncountable nouns with many, much. We learned how to use would like to, adverbs and prepositions of motion, and of course, because with verb phrases and imperative verbs with please. Now, there is one more thing you need to complete, which is the final exam. Remember that this final exam is necessary for you to obtain the certificate of this course. Very important as well, remember to leave your comments, your review about this course. How you felt? How was this experience for you? It was a pleasure being part of this process with you. I will see you in the next.
Hello and welcome to this basic English course, Superlatives and Adverbs. My name is Cesar and I will be your teacher. You probably saw me in a previous course. You have probably seen me in the English course, Hours in Requests. I've been working as an English teacher since 2015, and it will be my pleasure to guide you and help you improve your English language skills. In this course, you are going to learn many things. We're going to be studying superlatives. Cesar, what is a superlative? Well, a superlative is the highest or the lowest limit of a quality. We're going to be talking about the difference between adverbs and adjectives. You're also going to learn about countable and uncountable nouns, and finally some expressions for you to improve your English level. In this course, you are going to have a very active role. So in every class, you are going to find an interactive activity. Whenever I ask you to pause a video to create a sentence or to complete a sentence, please do it, because this will show you if the information you learned is clear. You will also find 4 different role plays in this course. All the role plays are connected by the same story. Make sure that you pay attention to every single conversation of the role plays and look for any new words, new expression, opportunities to improve your pronunciation, so at the end of this course you finish with a great English level. Thank you very much for starting this basic English course, Superlatives and Adverbs, and I'll see you in our first class. Hi, welcome to the second class of this module. In this class, we are going to be learning about superlatives. Actually, all of this module is going to be dedicated to superlatives. After this class, you are going to find a reading class with more information about superlatives, and then we are going to have an interactive quiz to test your knowledge. And at the end of this module, we are going to have the first role play. And in this role play, you are going to see how superlatives are used in a real conversation. So in this class, we are going to learn about superlatives. What is a superlative? Well, a superlative is the highest or the lowest limit of a quality. And we create superlatives with adjectives and adverbs. Cesar, I don't remember what an adjective is. That's okay. An adjective is the word that you use to describe a noun, to describe a person, to describe a place, or to describe something, right? Like if we say beautiful place, tall person. An adverb is a word that we use to describe an action, how you perform an action. For example, if I say, I cook well, well in this case is the adverb that is describing cook. So we are going to learn how to modify these words to create superlatives. Before we continue, I have a task for you. Think of 10 different adjectives. Remember, words that describe a person, a place, or something. Tall, short, big, small. Pause the video and think of 10 different adjectives. We are going to use these adjectives at the end of the class. So what is the structure of superlative adjectives? Well, it's very simple. First, we are going to use the word the. Then the superlative adjective that I'm going to explain how to create them. And then the noun that we are going to describe. I have these 8 adjectives with me. Big, beautiful, simple, expensive, happy, bad, nice, and good. So, something we have to take into account is that when we create superlatives, we need to take into consideration the number of syllables. For example, the word big and nice have 1 syllable. Big, nice. Also, we have adjectives with 2 syllables like happy and simple. Happy, simple. We also have adjectives with more than 3 syllables like beautiful and expensive. And we also have irregular adjectives. So this is very important to remember when you are creating superlatives. So how do you create them? When you are using an adjective that has only 1 syllable, we are going to use the letters est at the end. For example, big becomes the biggest, right? For example, the blue whale is the biggest animal in the world. Another example is nice. It becomes the nicest. You are the nicest person that I know. When you are using a word that has 2 syllables, well, there are different things we have to consider. First, if the word ends in Y, like happy, we are going to change that Y and write I, and then est. So happy becomes the happiest. With some adjectives, like the word simple, you can use both. You can say, for example, the most simple. Well, this is the most simple exercise that I have done. But you can also say, this is the simplest exercise that I have done. So I'm going to leave in the resources section and also in the next class those adjectives that you can use both ways. With the rest of the adjectives that have 2 syllables like perfect, we are going to use the most, always, always, always. Now, if you have adjectives with more than 3 syllables, also you are going to use the most beautiful. Wow, this is the most beautiful view that I have seen. The most expensive. That's the most expensive car that I have seen as well. We also have some irregular adjectives. What are irregular adjectives? Well, those adjectives that don't follow rules. They are different. For example, the word good. The superlative of good is not the goodest, but it's the best. The same with bad. The superlative of bad is not baddest, but the worst. So now it is time for us to practice. In this slide, you have 2 different sentences. What you have to do is analyze which of the words at the bottom you can use to complete the sentences. And you are going to create the superlative form of those words. So pause the video, have a look at those words, have a look at the sentences, and when you are ready, play the video again. Very good. So let's have a look at the right answers. In the first sentence, we have the blue whale is the biggest animal in the world. Very good. In the second one, we have this is the most expensive ring I have. Awesome. Let's continue with the next one. We have the words expensive, good, big, and happy. Pause the video and create your sentences. So what are the best options for these sentences? In the first example, we have Sam is the happiest kid I know. In the second example, we have this is the best book I have read. So now, do you remember the words that I asked you to think of at the beginning of the class? 10 adjectives? Well, you are going to use those adjectives and create the superlative form of those adjectives. And you are going to create a sentence with those adjectives as well to practice. If you don't remember how to structure or create the superlative form, that's okay. You can review this class and you can also check the next class. In the next class, you are going to find a reading class with all the details about how you can form those superlative adjectives. I'm going to read your comments, answer the questions that you have, and I will see you in our next class. Hello and welcome to your first interactive quiz. Are you ready? In this quiz, we are going to test your knowledge on superlatives. I'm going to tell you 10 different adjectives. And what you have to do is decide which of the options on my right is the best to create the superlative form of that adjective. You are going to get a point per adjective. So at the end of this interactive quiz, let me know in the discussion panel how many points you got. Are you ready? The first adjective is beautiful. So do we use the EST, the most, or both? If you said the most, you are correct. We say the most beautiful. Number 2. The next word is big. Big. Do we use the EST, the most, or both? If you said EST, you are correct. We say the biggest. Like, for example, the blue whale is the biggest animal in the world. Word number 3. Tall. Tall. Do we use EST, most, or both? If you said EST, another point for you. Yes, we say the tallest. Very good. Let's continue with word number 4. Perfect. Perfect. So, EST, most, or both? If you said the most, you are correct. The most perfect. All right, let's continue to number 5. The next word is pleasant. Pleasant. Do we use EST, most, or both? Well, if you said both, you have a point. Yes, with the word pleasant, we can use both forms. We can say pleasantest or the most pleasant. What about the next one? The next word is simple. Simple. Do we use EST, most, or both? Well, if you said both, you are correct. With the word simple, we can also use the EST form or the most. For example, the simplest or the most simple. All right, the next word is expensive. Expensive. Do we use EST, most, or both? If you said the most, point for you. The most expensive. That's the correct answer. All right, the next word is happy. Happy. Do we use EST, the most, or both? Well, in this case, we use EST. Very good. We say the happiest. This is the happiest day of my life. All right, the next word is nice. Nice. Do we use est, most, or both? If you said est, you are correct. We say the nicest. The nicest. And the last word is handsome. Handsome. Do we use est, most, or both? Well, for this word, we can use both. We can say the handsomest or the most handsome. So, how many points did you get? Let me know in the discussion panel. If there is anything you feel you can review and study, remember that you can go back to our previous classes and study. In the next class, we are going to have our first roleplay, and you are going to see how everything we have learned so far is applied in a real conversation. See you there. Hello, and welcome to your first roleplay, the most wonderful place I've visited. In this first roleplay, you are going to see how a very interesting story begins, and you are going to see how superlatives are used. In this roleplay, I have a task for you. Identify what superlatives are used as you listen. Download the script and compare your answers. And practice this roleplay with someone else. I hope you enjoy the roleplay.
Hey, Cesar, how are you? Welcome back to the office. What about your vacations? Tell me everything.
Hi, John. Everything is great, especially after all these days of resting. The vacations were super cool. I dare to say those were the best vacations of my life.
Really? Where did you go?
I went on a cruise with my family. We traveled to different places there.
That's so nice. So tell me, what was the most beautiful view you saw?
It was actually when I was in the middle of the ocean. Seeing the sunset from the ship was, for sure, one of the most amazing views I have ever seen.
Wow, I can imagine, Cesar. And what about the food?
Ah, the food. So good. I could try dishes from different places, but the most delicious was the seafood. We were in the Caribbean, so I ate lots of seafood.
I really enjoy the food when I'm in a hotel. But for me, the coolest part is spending time by the pool. Just to tan. You know I'm the worst swimmer, right?
You would have loved the pools there. There were three of them, and the nicest one was located on the highest floor. You could tan, admiring the horizon.
Oh, no way. I'm afraid of heights. I can't feel safe. That's the worst feeling for me. To be honest, I don't know if I would ever go on a cruise. Imagine if something happens in the middle of the ocean.
No worries about that. I believe the crew members are the most trained people in the world. One of them told me they do drills every week, and in case of an emergency, the safest thing to do is to follow their instructions.
That's true. But Cesar, tell me more. What else is there to do on a cruise ship?
There are many live concerts every night. But you know I like dancing, so the best entertainment for me was the dance productions. I felt like watching a Broadway play. The most spectacular dancers and the most beautiful light effects.
Really? And what about your family? What were their favorite things to do?
My mom and dad spent half of the time at the casino. For them, that was the most fun thing to do. My sister liked to participate in the trivia nights. She was the fastest at answering the questions.
I didn't know there were so many things to do on a cruise. I'm starting to change my mind.
And you should. It was the most exciting trip I've ever had.
I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad that you're back to work. We missed you here.
So, how many superlative adjectives did you identify? Remember that in the resources section, you are going to find the script of this roleplay. Compare your answers. And also remember to practice this roleplay with someone else. If you have any questions about this roleplay, please let me know in the discussion panel. In the next class, we are going to start a new module, countable and uncountable nouns. See you there. Hello and welcome to the second module of this course. And congratulations on finishing the first one. In this module, we are going to learn more about countable and uncountable nouns. In the first class, you are going to learn when we shouldn't use an article. In the second class, you are going to learn more about the words some, a lot of, and lots of. In the third class, you are going to learn about nouns that can be countable or uncountable, like coffee and coffees. And in the last class of this module, you are going to learn more about the word of and how you can use it with quantifiers like some of, a lot of, and more words. In this class, we are going to first review what a noun is and what an article is. First, what is a noun? A noun is something that you can describe. It can be a person, right? A place, or an object. And an article, well, in English, we have two different articles in English. Well, actually three. We have the word a, right? When we say a camera, for example. The word an, when we say an elephant. And also the word the, like the computer. Let's review what countable nouns are. Well, countable nouns are things, people, or nouns in general that you can count, right? For example, egg. You can say one egg, two eggs, and three eggs. And when I give you a number, it is easy for you to picture this, right? So, I don't know, I have 3 eggs for breakfast. Okay, 3, it is countable. Other examples are tomato, box, chair, dog, penguin, child, and food. What about uncountable nouns? Well, these are the opposite. You cannot really get a unit from these nouns. For example, the words cheese and water, right? We usually use uncountable nouns when we talk about food, right? Food and drinks, like cheese and water. If I tell you 1 water and 2 waters, it's a bit difficult to picture this, right? Like, how much is 2 waters? Also, when we talk about the weather, right? Like rain, snow, these nouns are not countable. Also, when you talk about, general things like homework or money. And also some abstract nouns like advice and love. There are different kinds of categories of uncountable nouns. In the resources section, you are going to find more examples of uncountable nouns. Now, this class is about articles. Sometimes in English, we shouldn't use an article. Remember the words a, an, or the. And we usually don't use an article with uncountable nouns. Right? I'm going to show you an example here. We have this sentence. We need to stop at the gas station as soon as possible, ASAP. There is no gas, right? First, in this case, gas is uncountable, so we cannot use the words a or an, because the words a and an are used with countable nouns like a dog or an elephant. But in this case, a gas doesn't really sound good. So there is no gas. There's no need to use an article. Now, it is your turn to practice. Have a look at the picture and create a sentence using the word iced tea. What sentence can you make with the word iced tea without using an article? Well, in my case, I created this sentence. It's hot today. I'll prepare iced tea. In this case, it's not necessary to use a or an because it's an uncountable noun. Another example is here, this little girl. What sentence can you make using this picture? And using the word ice cream. Well, in my case, I came up with this sentence. Mom, I want ice cream. Perfect. Now, we also shouldn't use an article when we are generalizing. Yes, it doesn't matter if you are talking about countable nouns or uncountable nouns, dogs, cats, computers, or life. When you are generalizing, you shouldn't use an article. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're talking about people, things, or situations. Let's have a look at some examples. Life is beautiful. We shouldn't say the life is beautiful because in this case we are generalizing, right? Life in general is beautiful. It's different if you specify the life of someone, right? So the life that my mother has is amazing. But if you are talking about general life, no article. Second example, I don't like homework. I don't like homework. Third example, people are kind. People are kind. And in the last example, we have Sunny, the name of a person, likes apples, but not oranges. Okay? Don't say Sunny likes the apples, but not the oranges. If it is general, no article. Now let's practice. What sentence can you create with the picture you have on the screen? Remember, using no article. Maybe you can use the word dog, dogs. Well, in my case, I wrote, she loves dogs. In this case, it's not necessary to say she loves the dogs. Good. What about this one? What sentence can you create with this picture? Well, in my case, I created this sentence. Water is good for your health. Great. So now it is your turn to practice even more. Look around yourself and see what sentences you can create without using an article. I would like you to write 5 different examples in the discussion panel. If you have any questions about this class, please let me know. I will be more than happy to help you. In the next class, we are going to learn more about the words some, a lot of, and lots of. See you there. Welcome back. In the second class of this module, we're going to be learning more about the words some, a lot of, and lots of. When can you use these words? Well, something amazing about these words is that you can use them with countable or uncountable nouns. For example, a lot of water, water is uncountable, or a lot of people, people is a countable noun. You can also use these words in affirmative sentences, negative sentences, and questions. However, we usually use the words a lot of and lots of in affirmative sentences. But what does it mean? What is the difference between these words? Well, we use the word some when the amount or the number of something is not specified, right? And we use the words a lot of and lots of when we are talking about a large amount or number of something. As you can see in the picture, we have some apples, and on the other picture, we have a lot of apples. Let's have a look at some examples. First, I saw some police officers in front of your house. In this case, police officers is a countable noun, but we can use some. Probably there weren't many, right? Just some. Next example. There are a lot of or lots of people here. And as you can see, we can use the words a lot of and lots of interchangeably. They mean exactly the same, and you can use them in the exact same way. Next example, would you like some coffee? We have a question here. This is an offer, right? Would you like some coffee? And finally, I didn't have a lot of or lots of time to finish the exam. Okay, so now let's practice a little bit together. What sentence can you make with the picture you have here and the word drink? Pause the video, think of a sentence, and then I will show you my sentence. Well, the sentence that I created, actually I created 2 sentences. The first one he drinks a lot of water, or he drinks lots of water. We can also say he's drinking some water. What about this one? Well, I came up with these two sentences. He has a lot of money, or lots of money, or he has some money. I think it's a lot of money. And the last example that we have here is with the verb be and this picture, these people. What sentence can you make? All right. In my case, I wrote, there are a lot of people on the street, or there are lots of people on the street. You can also say there are some people on the street, but according to the picture, well, I think there are a lot of people on the street. Great. So now it is your turn to practice even more. You are going to look around again, wherever you are, and you are going to create some examples with the things you can see. Let me know if there are a lot of people on the street, or what examples you can make with the words some, a lot, and lots of. I will be reading your comments and answering any questions as well. And I will see you in our next class. Hello and welcome to the third class of this module. In this class, we are going to be learning about nouns that can be countable and uncountable. I know that I told you before in previous classes that there are two types of nouns, countable or uncountable, but actually there are some words that you can use with, a plural form or a singular form. When we use these words in a plural form, like for example, coffees, it's because we are talking about different types of coffee. We have some examples on this slide. Coffees, waters, cheeses, milks, breads, sugars, and oils. Everything depends on the context. If I ask you this question, what are the top 10 cheeses in the world? I'm talking about the types of cheese, right? And it is clear, it is easy to understand. Another example is, I'd like 3 coffees to go, please. Let's imagine that you go to a cafe and you ask the person to give you 3 coffees. Of course, the person is going to understand that you want 3 cups of coffee, right? It's not really necessary for you to say, I'd like 3 cups of coffee, please. You can say, I'd like 3 coffees to go, please. And the person will understand. That's why the context is so important. The person might ask you, well, what size? We have different size, but the person will know you are talking about cups. Now let's practice a little bit. What words can we use to complete these sentences? Pause the video, think of an answer, and then I'll show you what the right answer is. All right? So for the first sentence, we can say, what are the most popular breads around the world? And for the second one, you should mix different oils for a better result. All right, so now it is your turn to practice. I would like you to think of 5 different nouns that can be used as countable and uncountable depending on the context. And you are going to create a sentence using both ways. For example, the word coffee. We can say, as an uncountable noun, we can say, this coffee is hot, or I'd like 3 coffees, please. So I will be reading your comments, your examples, and of course, if you have any questions about this class, let me know in the discussion panel. In the next class, we are going to learn more about the word of with quantifiers like some, a lot of, and other words. See you there. Welcome back. In this class, you are going to be learning more about quantifiers with of. What is a quantifier? Well, a quantifier is a word that indicates the amount or number of something. And it is very common in English to use quantifiers with the word of to indicate or specify the amount of a whole. Some of the quantifiers we are going to be using are lots, some, a bit, and a lot. When you use quantifiers with of, there are some things to remember, some rules to follow. After the word of, you are going to use a noun, a person, a place, or a thing, a pronoun, a determiner, or a possessive form before a noun. So I know that these names can be a bit confusing, but I'm going to show you some examples. First example, she donated a lot of her clothes to charity. In this case, she didn't donate everything, right? She donated a lot of her clothes. And following the rules that we discussed before, we have the word her. In this case, the possessive form, right? Her and then the noun clothes. Second example, some of these pens are not mine. Some of these pens are not mine. So if I say some of pens are not mine, it's not going to be clear, right? So it's important to use in this case the word these, which is a pronoun. Some of these pens are not mine. Third example, you should have a bit of optimism. You should have a bit of optimism. Optimism is a noun, and you can use it in this case. And then we have lots of their money came from their family. Lots of their money came from their family. And again, we are using the word their, which is a possessive pronoun, before money. So, what is the difference between a bit and some? Well, we already learned the difference between a lot and some, right? A lot shows a large number, some a smaller number, and a bit a smaller number. A bit is the smallest in this group. Now, let's practice a little bit. What sentence can you make using the picture that you are currently seeing on the screen? We have umbrellas, and they have different colors. So pause the video and think of a sentence using some of, lots of, a lot of, or a bit of. Great. In this case, I wrote this sentence. A lot of the umbrellas are pink, right? And some of the umbrellas are purple. What about this one? What sentence can you create? All right. My sentence is, can I have some of your brownies, please? Right. In this case, it's a question. And we have one more. What sentence can you make with this picture? Well, my sentence is, I save a bit of money every month. Something very important to remember about a bit of is that we use a bit of with uncountable nouns. So we cannot really say a bit of people, right? It doesn't really make sense. We could say a few people, but a bit of is used with uncountable nouns. So what sentences did you create with the slides that I showed you in this class? Let me know in the discussion panel. And also, I would like you to create one sentence using each of the quantifiers. So one sentence using some of, one sentence using a lot of, another one with lots of, and one more with a bit of. In the next class, we are going to have our first role play, and you are going to see how everything that we have learned is applied in a real conversation. I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the second roleplay of this basic English course. In this roleplay, at the supermarket, we are going to review everything that we have learned in this second module. I would like you to pay close attention to this conversation. You are going to see how countable and uncountable nouns are used, and these people are going to use different quantifiers like some, a lot, lots, and a bit. At the end of this roleplay, I'm going to ask you 3 questions to test your listening comprehension. I hope you enjoyed this roleplay. Hello?
Hi, darling. It's Mom.
Hey, Mom. Is everything okay?
Yeah, all good. I'm calling to ask you to go to the supermarket with me after work. Aunt Jossie is coming for lunch tomorrow, and we need food. Lots of it. She's bringing her cousins, and you know how much they eat.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about lunch tomorrow. But sure, I'll go with you. What do you want to buy?
Well, there is no food in the house since I couldn't go shopping after we came back from our trip. I believe if we can cook some pasta, it will be easier.
Great. Pasta it is. So we'll have to buy some spaghetti, some onions, some garlic.
And a lot of tomatoes. I hate when people make pasta with just a bit of sauce. The sauce is the best part. We must buy some ground beef to prepare bolognese sauce.
Sure. Mom, should we buy some soda? We need something to drink.
No way. Children shouldn't drink soda. It has lots of sugar. We're buying fruit, so I can prepare some juice. Everybody loves juice. Besides, Aunt Jossie said she's on a diet.
Okay, but I'm buying some red wine.
More wine? Don't you remember we brought home 3 wines from the trip?
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. What about cheese?
Of course. I knew I was forgetting something. We can buy some at that store next to the supermarket. They have cheeses from everywhere in the world.
Great. You should make a list so we don't forget anything.
Yeah, I'm already on it. And I'll add some other things we need this week.
Okay, Mom, I have to go back to work now. Some people are already staring at me.
No worries. I'll meet you there at 6 p.m. then.
Okay, see you there. Amazing. How did you like this role play? Now I have 3 questions for you to test your listening comprehension. Question number 1. How many tomatoes do they need to make pasta? Question number 2. How many wines do they have? And question number 3. Why are they not buying soda? Let me know what your answers are in the discussion panel. In the next class, we are going to start a new module, adjectives versus adverbs. I look forward to seeing you there. Welcome to module number 3 and congratulations on finishing module number 2. What are you going to be learning in this module? Well, we are going to be learning a lot of things about adjectives and adverbs. In the first class, you are going to learn more about making comparisons using adjectives with long adjectives. In the second class, you are going to find a reading class with more details and information about comparisons. And in other classes, you are going to learn some of the ways you can use adverbs. You are also going to have an interactive quiz in this module, and we are going to test your knowledge on this topic. And finally, in the last class of this module, you are going to have the second role play. So let's start this class. In this class, you are going to learn how to make comparatives in English. And we are going to focus on long adjectives, adjectives that have more than 2 syllables. And we use this to compare to people, to things, or a group of things. You can use comparatives with adjectives and adverbs, but we are going to focus on adjectives exclusively. So now, I would like you to pause the video and think of 5 different adjectives that have more than 2 syllables. When you have those adjectives, you can play the video again. So how can you form, what is the structure to form a comparative sentence using a long adjective? It's very simple. We are going to use the word more plus the adjective and then. I have these adjectives: beautiful, interesting, expensive, dangerous, intelligent, and difficult. Let's have a look at some examples using comparatives and using some of these words. Example number 1, math is more difficult than English. Another example is iPhones are more expensive than Xiaomi's. And now it is your turn to practice with me. We have on this slide 3 different adjectives: dangerous, beautiful, and intelligent. What adjective can you use to complete the sentence? That's right, beautiful. So we can say, the green dress is more beautiful than the black one. And what about this sentence? What adjective can we use to complete the sentence? Pause the video and think of your answer. Very good. So we can say, snakes are more dangerous than sheep. So now it is your turn to create more sentences. At the beginning of the class, I asked you to think of 5 different adjectives, long adjectives, and now you are going to use those words to create comparisons. I will be reading your comments in the discussion panel and also answering any questions you may have about this class. I will be more than happy to help you out. In the next class, we are going to find a reading class with more details about comparatives, because in this class you learned how to compare nouns with long adjectives. But what about short adjectives like big, tall, and short? Well, in the next class, we are going to learn more about this. See you there. Hello and welcome back. In previous classes, we studied some of the ways we can use adjectives. And now we are going to start studying how we can use adverbs. In this class, we are going to study adverbs of frequency and the correct position of those words. Let's review some common adverbs of frequency that you may be familiar with. We use these words to talk about how often you do something. And some common words are always, usually, sometimes, hardly ever, and never. Of course, there are many more. In this class, we are going to be talking about the position of those words. We usually use these words in the mid position, but you could also use them in a front position or end position. The words always, never, and ever don't usually go in the front position. Let's have a look at some examples. Front position, sometimes she has coffee for breakfast. Mid position, she sometimes has coffee for breakfast. So the word sometimes is between the subject and the verb. And end position, she has coffee for breakfast sometimes. Let's have a look at some things that we need to consider when you are placing adverbs of frequency. Number 1, when you have a verb, the main verb of the sentence, we should use this adverb before that verb. For example, she never smokes. In this case, the main verb is smokes. And they usually come here at night. Now, if you have the verb be, we should use the adverb after verb be. For example, he is always hungry. Or you are hardly ever right. Now, when you have a modal verb like should, can, might, may, must, you should use the adverb of frequency between the modal verb and the main verb. Let's have a look at some examples. Number 1, she should always listen to her grandma. And number 2, they can usually see each other. And the same happens when you have an auxiliary verb, like for example, doesn't, or have, or don't, or will. We use the adverb between the auxiliary and the main verb. For example, he doesn't normally go there, or they have never been to this place before. Now, let's practice together. In this slide, in this sentence, you are going to place the word always and the verb to be in the simple present form. Pause the video and think about the sentence. Well, if your sentence is Vicky is always in a hurry, you are correct. What about this one? We have the word never, we are going to use the word go in the simple present form and the modal verb can. Pause the video and complete the sentence. Well, in this case, we should say, Kyle can never go to the gym during the week. And we have one more. In this case, we have the word often, the verb eat. We are going to use it in the present perfect form. And we are going to complete the sentence. Pause the video and think of your answer. Well, if your sentence is similar to this one, the Jacksons have often eaten in this restaurant, you are correct. So now it is your turn to practice even more. In this class, we review different ways we can place adverbs of frequency. I would like you to create some examples. Try to make more complex sentences using a main verb, using modal verbs, using auxiliary verbs, and write as many examples as you want. In the next class, we are going to continue to learn different ways we can use adverbs. So, see you there. Hello and welcome back. In this class, we are going to continue to learn more about adverbs. In this class, you are going to learn how to form adverbs that end in ly. Let's review very quickly what the difference is between adjectives and adverbs. Remember, adjectives are used to describe nouns, to describe people, to describe places or things. And adverbs are used to describe how you do something, how you perform an action. For example, if I say I cook terribly, I'm describing the way I cook. And you can also use adverbs to describe adjectives. For example, if I say this exam is extremely difficult, right? In this case, extremely is showing the degree of the difficulty that this exam has. I could also say this exam is slightly difficult or extremely difficult. Adverbs often have the form of an adjective plus ly. So for example, the adjective slow becomes slowly when you use it as an adverb. And we usually have adverbs of manner. Adverbs of manner indicate how you perform an action, like I drive slowly. And you also have adverbs of degree, and they show the degree of something that you want to describe, like the previous example, the exam. If you say this exam is extremely difficult, well, you know this is a very high degree of difficulty. Or you could also say this exam is slightly difficult. So we also have adverbs of degree. Let's practice. In this slide, we have some adjectives. We have the words calm, honest, beautiful, easy, tragic, terrible, and hard. So pause the video and think of the way we could create adverbs from these adjectives. Very good. So now let's have a look at how those adverbs look like. The first one, calm, becomes calmly. Honest becomes honestly. Beautiful becomes beautifully. Easy becomes easily. Tragic becomes tragically. Terrible, terribly. And hard, hard? Yes, we also have some irregular adverbs that don't really change. We can use the word hard as an adjective. For example, if you say, well, this class is hard, you are describing the class. But you can also use the word hard to describe an action. For example, I work hard. Something interesting about these adverbs is that, yes, all of them have ly. But for example, the word tragic has extra letters. We have A, double L, and Y. And the word terrible, we actually delete the last letter, E, and then we add ly. So there are some rules that we should consider when we create these adverbs. In the next class, you are going to find a reading class with a much detailed explanation of how these adverbs are formed. So I look forward to seeing you there, and if you have any questions about this class, please let me know. Hello and welcome to your second interactive quiz. In this quiz, we are going to test your knowledge on adjectives and adverbs. I'm going to tell you 10 different sentences, and what you have to do is decide if this sentence is correct or incorrect. Are you ready? Remember that you are going to get a point per correct answer. And at the end of this class, let me know how many points you get. So, sentence number 1. Sarah left the party quick. Sarah left the party quick. Is it correct or incorrect? If you said incorrect, point for you. We should say, Sarah left the party quickly. We are describing the action. Sentence number 2. It was the first time that I saw Bob react so angrily. It was the first time that I saw Bob react so angrily. Is it correct or incorrect? If you said correct, point for you. All right, sentence number 3. Lately, the weather has changed dramatically. Lately, the weather has changed dramatically. Is it correct or incorrect? Well, if you said correct, congratulations, another point for you. Let's continue to sentence number 4. That's a beautiful painting. That's a beautiful painting. Is that sentence correct or incorrect? Well, if you said correct, another point for you. Let's continue to sentence number 5. Sam sings beautiful. Sam sings beautiful. Is it correct or incorrect? Well, if you said incorrect, you are right. In this case, we should say, Sam sings beautifully. All right, let's continue to sentence number 6. The sentence is, she runs fastly. She runs fastly. Is it correct or incorrect? Well, if you said incorrect, another point for you. In this case, the word fast doesn't change. So the correct sentence would be, she runs fast. Let's continue to sentence number 7. I never arrive late. I never arrive late. Is this sentence correct or incorrect? Well, if you said correct, another point for you. In this case, the word late doesn't change either. Very good. Sentence number 8. He cooks very good. He cooks very good. Is the sentence correct or incorrect? Well, if you said incorrect, congratulations, another point for you. We should say, he cooks very well. Awesome. Let's continue to sentence number 9. You are working very hard to learn this topic. You are working very hard to learn this topic. Is this sentence correct or incorrect? Well, if you said correct, another point for you. In this case, the word hard doesn't change. And the last sentence. Jack felt incredibly sad after the final exam. Jack felt incredibly sad after the final exam. So, is the sentence correct or incorrect? Well, if you said correct, another point for you. Whew, so let me know, how many points did you get in this interactive quiz? And remember, if there is something that you want to practice, you can always go back to previous classes and review the topics. See you in our next class. Hello and welcome to the third role play of this basic English course, pastimes. In this role play, you are going to review and see how everything that you have learned in this module is applied. You are going to review and identify different adjectives and adverbs. You are going to see how these people use comparatives. You are going to listen to some adverbs of frequency and also focus on the place where these people use these adverbs. And lastly, you are going to see how these people use adverbs of manner and adverbs of degree. For this role play, I would like you to pay close attention to the way that these words are pronounced. And at the end of this role play, I will have an activity for you to improve your pronunciation. So, I hope you enjoyed this role play. What's up, cuz?
Great. You?
I'm doing fine. Work's been tough, but okay. Hey, it's always great to have you guys here.
I can see that. Your eyes look tired.
Oh, that. No, I think I have an allergy or something.
Anyway, I'm glad you guys are back. Last weekend there was this party. I had no one to go with me, but it was nicer than the ones we used to go to when we were teenagers. You missed it.
I'm glad to be back too. So tell me, how's the school going?
Not so well. I need to get good grades for my next exams, so I don't fail this semester.
Again? I thought you were doing better this semester than the previous one.
Well, you know me, right? I never study, but this time I tried a little harder, but still.
I get it. College is not like high school. Do you remember our senior year? I used to feel more intelligent back then.
Tell me about it. I thought the subjects would be more interesting at college, but I really don't like them. And sometimes I feel that the professors are not in love with me being in their class either. At school, the teacher used to be friendly, but now it's different.
Well, it's more difficult to be a flatterer, you mean?
It's not that. It's just harder to make them fall for me.
No worries. It's more complicated in the beginning than later. Believe me, I've been there.
I know, but my mom is not happy. My university is more expensive than others, and she said this is my last chance. If I do as horribly as I did last semester, I'll have to change schools.
I can talk to Aunt Josie if you want. I can easily convince her to give you one more chance.
I doubt it, but you should try. And if you magically convince my mom about that, I can think about inviting you to the next party.
Deal. Great. What do you think about this role play? Now I have an activity for you to practice your pronunciation and improve your skills. In the resources section of this class, you are going to find the script of this role play. I would like you to open the script and look for all the words that are in bold. Those are the words, the vocabulary, and the grammar that you learned in this module. I would like you to record yourself pronouncing these words. And it would be great if you can upload this recording in the discussion panel. I will be listening to your recordings and giving you feedback. In the next class, we are going to start a new module, expressions. I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to module number 4, and congratulations on finishing module number 3. In this module, we are going to learn different expressions and useful words to improve your English. In the first class, you are going to learn how to make offers and give advice. In the second and third class, we are going to continue to practice words to describe nouns, to describe people and things, using words like of, with, and without. In the fourth class, we are going to talk about the things that we don't like and expressing or denying intention and desires. In the fifth class, we are going to practice the words must, and have to talk about obligation and necessity. And in the last class of this module, we're going to have the last role play of the course, and you're going to see how this interesting story ends. So let's start with the first class. In this class, you are going to learn how to use the word should to make an offer and to give advice. When you want to make an offer, you can use the word should in a question. For example, should I go with you? So maybe, I don't know, you tell me, Cesar, I don't want to go there by myself, or I don't want to go there alone. And I say, okay, should I go with you? I am offering something. And you can answer, yes, thanks, that would be great. Second example, should we help you with your homework? So maybe you are stressed with your English homework and you say, no, this is extremely difficult. And we say, okay, should we help you with your homework? Now, we can also use the word should to give advice. For example, you should go to the doctor. So if I tell you, I'm not feeling well, you could tell me, Cesar, you should go to the doctor. Second example, he shouldn't drink so much. And the third example, where should we go? So we can use the word should in this case in affirmative sentences, negative sentences, or questions. Now, let's practice. I have some situations here that I would like to share with you. You are going to respond to these situations using the word should. You can make suggestions or offers, or you can also give advice. The first one is, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. The second one, I cannot understand this exercise. And the last one, I lost my wallet on the street. So I really look forward to seeing how you can use the word should to respond to these different situations. I will be reading your comments, and if you have any questions, please make your questions. In the next class, you are going to learn how to use the word of to talk about possession and attribution. See you there. Hello, and welcome to the second class of module number 4. In this class, you are going to learn how to use the word of to talk about possession and attribution. You might remember that we also use the apostrophe s when we talk about possession, but we can also use the word of. So what is the difference? Well, to answer that question, you need to answer another question. Who is the possessor? When you are talking about an animate being like a person, we usually use the apostrophe s. For example, Cesar's t-shirt is black. But when you are talking about an inanimate object, we usually use the word of. Let's have a look at some examples. The color of my hair is brown. In this case, I am talking about my hair, an inanimate noun. Second example, the start of the lesson was hard. And the third example, this chair is the property of the school. I'm talking about possession here, right? So this chair belongs to the school. This chair is the property of the school. Now let's practice together. With this image, what sentence can you make using the word of? Pause the video and think of your sentence. Well, we could say, the color of her eyes is beautiful. What about this one? Pause the video and think of your answer. We could ask this question. What size of pants do you wear? Let me know in the discussion panel what sentence you created. And what about this one? What sentence can you make using this picture? In my case, I came up with this sentence. The departure of the train is delayed. But of course, we can create many sentences with this picture. So let me know in the discussion panel what sentences you created with these slides. Also, I would like you to look around and find 5 different objects and talk about possession and attribution using the word of. I will be reading your comments and answering any questions. In the next class, we are going to continue to talk about possession and attribution, but with the words with and without. See you there. Welcome back. In the previous class, you learned how to use the word of to talk about possession and attribution. In this class, we are going to continue to practice this topic, but this time we are going to do it with 2 different words, with and without. We can use the word with to talk about something that a person has or an object has. And we can use the word without to express the opposite idea, to express lack of possession and attribution. Let's have a look at some examples. Example number 1. She is next to the boy with brown hair. In this case, I am describing the boy using with to talk about his attribution, brown hair. Second example, the red car with a sunroof is beautiful. And number 3, my notebook is the one without a cover. So as you can see, you can describe people, you can describe nouns, and talk about attribution and possession using with or without. Now, let's practice together. What sentence can you make using the picture that you are looking at right now? Pause the video and think of an answer. Well, in my case, I created this sentence. His sister is that one with short hair. Great. Next one. What sentence can you create using this picture? Well, in my case, I created this sentence. My phone broke because it was without a case. And we have one more. What sentence can you make with this picture? Well, my sentence is a question, actually. Can I have the donuts with sprinkles, please? So, again, let me know in the discussion panel what sentences you created using these pictures, and also to practice even more. Look around yourself, find different objects, and describe these objects and talk about possession and attribution using the words with and without. As always, I will be checking your comments and answering any questions. In the next class, we are going to be learning about denying intentions and also desires. I look forward to seeing you there. Hello, welcome back. In this class, we are going to continue to learn more, and this time, you are going to learn how to deny intentions and desires when you don't like something. What words or phrases can you use to do that or to express that idea? Well, you can use 2 different expressions. You can say, wouldn't like to, and you can use the same phrase with all the pronouns. I wouldn't like to, she wouldn't like to, we wouldn't like to. And you can also use the words and the phrase don't want to. In this case, we have to change don't a little bit if you are using, of course, or if you are talking about, third person. So if you are using the pronouns she, he, or it, we should use doesn't instead of don't. Let's have a look at some examples. Number 1, I wouldn't like to live in a big city. So maybe we can say this when we talk about the things we want to do, maybe when we are older, right? So when I retire, I wouldn't like to live in a big city. Second example, I don't want to eat pizza again. So maybe yesterday I ate pizza and I don't want to eat pizza again today. Third example, my kid wouldn't like to wear this green dress. And the last example, Sarah doesn't want to go out with us tonight. Okay, so now that we have practiced this, let's have a look at some other examples, and this time you are going to practice with me. So, what sentences can you create using don't want to or doesn't want to, and wouldn't like. Let's have a look at this picture and be creative. Pause the video and think of a possible sentence. In my case, I created these two sentences. I don't want to spend my weekend studying. And I wouldn't like to spend my weekend studying. I want to do something else, something different. Very good. What about this one? What sentences can you make with don't want to and wouldn't like? My sentences are they don't want to watch the game tomorrow and they wouldn't like to watch the game tomorrow. And we have one more. What sentences can you create using this picture? Well, in my case, I wrote these sentences. I don't want to eat pasta for dinner. And I wouldn't like to eat pasta for dinner. If you are wondering what the difference is between I don't want to and I wouldn't like to, well, wouldn't like to sounds nicer. It sounds more polite. But both of them are used to express this intention that you don't want to do something, right? To deny these desires. So now, I would like to know more about your intentions and desires, but using the words don't want to and wouldn't like to. So write your examples in the discussion panel, and in the next class, we are going to be studying how we can use the words must and have to talk about obligation and necessity properly. So see you there. Hello and welcome to this class, Obligations and Needs. In this class, you are going to learn how to use the words have to and must properly when you want to talk about the things that you need to do. These two words are very, very similar when you use them in affirmative sentences. But we are going to have a look at the differences because this is also very important. When you use the word must, for example, I must call my boss, it's because the speaker decides that something is necessary. And it is also connected to your feelings, to the speaker's feelings. When you say, I have to call my boss, it's also something that you need to do. But in this case, somebody else than the speaker, which in this case is you, made the decision. And when you use have to, there are no feelings connected. This one is an impersonal idea, something that you need to do. Let's have a look at some examples. The boss says, you must finish the report by 10 a.m. In this case, the boss is the speaker, and he's giving you the instructions, he's giving you the obligation. And then you say, well, I have to finish the report by 10 a.m. Why? Because somebody else, in this case your boss, made the decision. It's something that you need to do, right? And it is an impersonal idea. Now, when we talk about must and have to in negative sentences, well, in this case, they are not very similar. They're actually totally different. When you use mustn't, like the example here, you mustn't go, it's because you are prohibited to go. You cannot go. You are not allowed to go. But if you say you don't have to go, it's because it's not your obligation. You are not obligated to go. It's your choice. It's optional, right? There's no necessity for you to go. Can you see the difference? Now, let's practice together. In the first sentence we have, the teacher says, you complete the task by tomorrow. Is the teacher the speaker in this case? Yes. So what word can we use? Well, in this case, we can use the word must. Now, in the second example, the sentence is, I wear a tie every day. My boss told me to. So in this sentence, is the speaker making the decision or did somebody else make the decision for this person? Exactly. In this case, his boss told him to wear a tie. So The teacher says you must complete the task by tomorrow, and in the second example, I have to wear a tie every day because my boss told me to. Now, what about this one? Pause the video, have a look at those sentences, and decide if you should use the word must or have to. In this case, we should use the words in a negative form. Example number 1. My mom said it's my choice, so I don't have to go if I don't want. Okay, it's optional, it's not my obligation. In the second example, we have I mustn't drive because I'm only 14, right? I am not allowed to do it. I am prohibited to do it. So now I would like to know about your obligations and the things that you need to do. Can you create some examples using the words must, have to, mustn't, and don't have to? If you have any questions about this class, please let me know in the discussion panel. In the next class, we are going to have the last role play of this course. I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the last role play of this basic English course at the doctor's office. In this role play, Cesar is visiting the doctor. What do you think happened to him? In this role play, we are going to review all the topics that we covered in this module. We are going to see how they use the word should to make offers and give advice. We are going to use the words of, with, and without to talk about possession and attribution. You are also going to see words like don't want to and wouldn't like to deny intentions and desires. And finally, we are going to use the words must and have to talk about obligations and needs. At the end of this role play, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions to test your listening comprehension. I hope you enjoy this last role play. Hi, doctor.
Hello, Caesar. Tell me, what brings you here today?
Well, I came here today because of the color of my eyes. Can you see how red they are?
I can see that. Since when have you noticed this?
2 days ago. They started itching a lot, and since then, I cannot go 1 minute without them itching. I guess there is an infection or something. And I thought to myself, I must see a doctor as soon as possible.
And you did well coming in today, but you shouldn't touch your eyes, young man.
I know, but it's difficult not wanting to do it.
I understand. I want to take a look at that. Come with me. Have you done something unusual lately?
I was on vacation until last weekend. I went on a cruise.
Did you go to the pool?
Yes, every day.
That must have been the problem. You have to be careful when you go to a pool with many people. It must be the chlorine in the water.
I didn't think about that.
That's okay. It's nothing serious. I'll prescribe you some medicine and everything will be fine in about 2 days.
What kind of medicine?
You must use these drops for the next 5 days, twice a day, and use a cotton swab with a saline solution at least 3 times a day to clean your eyes if it starts itching.
Okay, so I would like to repeat and see if I understood. I have to use the drops for 5 days, twice a day, and also clean my eyes at least 3 times a day. That's it?
Correct. And you should keep your hands as far away from your eyes as possible.
Thanks, doctor. Hello, nice to see you again. What do you think about this roleplay? Did you find new words, new vocabulary? Remember that in the resources section, you are going to find the script of this roleplay, and you can look for any new words that you didn't know before. I also have 2 questions for you to test your listening comprehension. Question number 1. What was the reason why Cesar had his eyes red? Question number 2. What kind of medicine does he have to take and how often? Let me know your answers in the discussion panel. In the next class, we are going to start the last module of this course. Congratulations! I hope to see you there. Hello and welcome to the last module of this course, and congratulations again on completing all the previous modules. In this last module, we're going to be practicing questions in English. In the first class, we are going to practice questions using the words kind of and sort of. In the second class, we are going to practice questions using gerunds or the ing form of verbs. And in the third class, we're going to have the conclusion of this course, and I'm going to show you what your final project is. Are you ready? All right, so let's start with the first class. In this class, we are going to practice questions using the words kind of or sort of. And we use these words when there are different types or varieties of something. For example, what kind of music do you like? Or what sort of bird is that? So as you can see, there are different types of music and there are different types of birds and different varieties. So now let's practice together. What questions can you create using these pictures and using the words kind of and sort of? Pause the video and think of your questions. Well, in my case, I created these questions. The first one, what sort of or what kind of cheese is this? And the second question, what sort of or what kind of clothes do you like? I would also like you to answer these questions in the discussion panel. What kind of cheese do you think this one is? And what kind of clothes do you think you like best? What about these two pictures? What questions can you create using these two pictures? Pause the video, think of your questions, and then we will compare our answers. Very good. In my case, I created these questions. The first one, what sort of or what kind of movies do you prefer? And what sort of or what kind of food do you like cooking? For these two questions, I would also like you to answer them in the discussion panel. What kind of movies do you prefer and what kind of food do you like cooking? In the next class, we are going to continue to practice questions, but this time using gerunds or the ing form of verbs. So, see you there. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the second class of this last module. Let's continue to practice more questions, but this time using gerunds. Cesar, what is a gerund? Well, a gerund is the ing form that you use in a verb. For example, the words playing, studying, or going. And we are going to use these gerunds as an object of a sentence. Let's have a look at some examples. Example number 1. I love watching football. In this case, we are using watching, which is the gerund form of watch, as the object of the sentence. Second example, she hates studying math. And the last example, they enjoy swimming at the sea. One of the ways that you can identify if you are using these words or these gerunds as an object is by asking these questions. For example, in the first one, I love what? Or what do I love? Well, I love watching football. She hates what? She hates studying math. And they enjoy what? They enjoy swimming at the sea. Very good. Now, let's practice together. How can you answer this question? What does he enjoy doing on weekends? Pause the video, have a look at the picture, and create a sentence to answer this question. One possible answer is he enjoys watching TV on weekends. What about this one? What does the boy hate doing in the afternoon? Pause the video and think of your answer. Well, my sentence in this case is he hates studying in the afternoon. And we have one more. What do you enjoy eating when you go out? Pause the video and think of your answer. My sentence is I love eating hamburgers when I go out. So now I have a question for you. What do you enjoy doing on weekends? Answer this question in the discussion panel and let me know if you have any questions about this class. In the next class, we are going to have the conclusion. We are going to review everything that we have learned in this course, and I'm also going to show you what your final project is. I really look forward to seeing you there. Congratulations! You have made it to the end of this basic English course, Superlatives and Adverbs. In the resources section of this class, you are going to find a checklist. The checklist that I have created for you is going to have all the topics that we covered throughout the course. I would like you to take the checklist and identify if there is any topic that you don't remember very well. If you see that there is something that you need extra practice, well, remember that you can go back to the class and review the topic. I also have a project for you. When you have completed the checklist, you are going to apply some of the topics that we learned in the course with this project. In this project, you are going to record yourself for 3 minutes and you are going to talk about 3 places that you have visited. Make sure that you include comparatives, superlatives, and also other language points that we learned in the course. Remember, we learned and we studied countable and uncountable nouns and also useful expressions that you can include in the project. And finally, I would really appreciate it if you review the course and let me know what you liked most about it. And I really hope to see you in our next course.
Hi, welcome to this Basic English Course A2, Prepositions and Present Continuous. I'm Ana Karina Gonzalez, and before we start this course, I would like to share some facts about me. I am Honduran, and I am living in the state of Bahia, Brazil. I have over 10 years of experience teaching English in Latin America, and I've worked in sales, customer service, marketing, and communications. Now I'm the course director at the Platzi English Academy. In this course, we're going to learn a lot of things. In the first section of this course, we're going to learn about adjectives and prepositions combinations. We're going to use them to make statements about a person's attitude towards something. Also, we're going to learn to distinguish and practice ed and ing endings adjectives. We're going to learn to express consequences and results of particular actions. And we're going to learn spontaneous expressions for offers and decisions. In this course, we're going to work in a workbook to practice everything that we learn. Also, we're going to have additional information and resources so you can continue practicing. Are you ready? Let's get started, and I'm going to see you in our next class. See you there. Hi, welcome to this first class and first module. This is our first module called Vacation Time. And in this class, adjectives plus prepositions, combinations, we're going to learn to identify them and to show the attitude someone has towards something. Let's look at this example. Mark is brilliant at English. This is a structure called adjective plus preposition plus noun. Let's do a very quick review of what an adjective is. Remember, an adjective is a word that describes a noun or a pronoun. We have some examples on the board. In our sentence, it's brilliant. Now, following this adjective, we have a preposition. A preposition shows direction, location, time, or introduces an object. Some examples on the board, and also in our sentence, we can identify at. Then we have nouns. Nouns names a person, an animal, a place, thing, and ideas. Some examples you can see on the board as well, and in our sentence, it's English. So we have this sentence, Mark is brilliant at English. The combinations adjective preposition is what we're going to focus in this first class. The prepositions are used according to what we want to express.
But you're going to see in this first part that we have nouns and also we can have verbs. Very quick, let's go for the first things we studied in the last section. We identify an adjective, remember the description, remember some examples that we gave. We have in the sentence afraid. He is afraid. It is followed by a preposition. In this case, we have of. And now instead of a noun, we have a verb. A verb describes an action, state, or occurrence. In this sentence, it's falling. He's afraid of falling. Look at this very good example. He is great at motivating people. He's great at motivating people. Great at motivating. We have an adjective, a preposition, and we have a verb. In this example, we're getting a little more complex, but you can see we're always going to have adjective, preposition. Now we have an article and a noun. Carol is married to the company's president. Remember what an adjective is? Remember our examples. We have then here in this sentence, married. This is describing Carol. In addition to that, we have prepositions. You can see the example we've been discussing and presenting. It is followed now by the. In this case, the article that defines a noun as specific or unspecific. And last, we have noun. We saw what a noun is. Let's see the same examples. And in this sentence, Carol is married to the company will be the noun. Let's see an example. She's excited about the concert tonight. And look at all of the different pieces we see in this sentence. Excited about the concert. Excited, the article, about the preposition, the article, and concert, the noun. She's excited about the concert tonight. Let's do some examples, and we're going to use a combination of article, preposition. Ready? Let's look at this. Use the following adjectives followed by for in a sentence. Famous for, responsible for, sorry for. I'm going to give you some time to think about it. And you're going to share your answer in the comment section. Ready? Let's go. Great! You're doing great. I can't wait to see all of your answers in the comment section of this class. Here are some examples. She's famous for her artistic presentations. James is responsible for the new accounts. Patrick is sorry for making a mistake. Now, this is a short list. Check the resources section for a complete list of all of the adjective plus preposition combination we mostly use in conversations. There's no specific rule to follow to know when to use an adjective plus a preposition combination. So the best way to use them is to learn them by memory. The best way to learn this by memory is practicing. So let's start practicing. Whenever we want to talk about being afraid of something, we're going to use afraid of. I'm afraid of the dark. I'm afraid of heights. And this is true. I am afraid of heights. Grateful for. I am grateful for my job. I'm grateful for my students. Grateful for. Associated with. I am associated with positive people. Associated with. You got it? Now that we've seen a couple of examples and you can take this as a guide to start practicing adjective plus preposition combinations, we're going to do together a task. Are you ready? So, let's answer these questions in the comment section of this class. What are you grateful for?
What are you satisfied with? What are you allergic to? What are you enthusiastic about? What are you ashamed of? Leave your answers in the comment section of this class. Great job! You're doing great! We're practicing how to use adjectives plus preposition combinations. In our next class, we're going to learn how to make questions using countable and uncountable nouns. See you soon! Welcome to this class, questions with countable and uncountable nouns. So, how to make questions with countable and uncountable nouns? First, let's make a very quick review of what a countable or an uncountable noun is by seeing some examples. For countable nouns, we have people, books, shoes, and eggs. And for uncountable nouns, we have money, traffic, time, or milk. When to use how much or how many? So we're going to use how many first with countable nouns. Let's see some examples. How many books did you read? How many cookies will you eat? How many shoes should I take? All of these are plural countable nouns. And I state that this is plural because we can't say how many book did you read or how many cookie will you eat. We want to know the amount, the quantity. That's why we're going to use plural countable nouns with how many. Now, how much? How much is going to be used with uncountable nouns. Let's see some examples. How much milk will you like? And you would say, when would I use this question? Maybe you're in a restaurant and you're about to eat breakfast. You want to eat cereal and someone would ask, how much milk would you like? Good. Maybe you're traveling and you want to know how much money you will spend. So you would say, how much money did you spend? How much time do you need? Maybe you want to ask someone, how long will she or he take to complete a task? And you would say, how much time do you need? All of these are examples of uncountable nouns. But also, we're going to use how much when we want to know or we need to know the price, the value of something. Let's see some examples. How much is this sweater? Maybe you are in a shopping mall or you are buying something and you want to know the price. So you would use how much. How much are these chips? How much did your lunch cost? How much will it cost me? All of these examples refer to knowing the price of something. Now that we practiced, it's your turn. Ready? Let's see these examples. You're going to complete them using much or many. Let's see the first one. How blank pineapples do you need? How blank juice would you like? How blank toys do you need? And the last one. How blank does that cost? Ready? Think about it. Leave your answers in the comment section of the class. Let's take some time to answer these questions. Great! So you think you got them all correct? Let's see. How many pineapples did you need? How much juice would you like? How many toys do you need? And how much does that cost? Great job! Very good! Now, in addition to these topics, we're going to now discuss when to use any and some. We're going to use some with positive statements.
or sentences. For example, we met some friends last night. I think she has some flowers for you. Now we're going to see when to use any. We're going to use any with questions and negative statements or sentences. Let's look at some examples. I didn't buy any bananas. I don't think she will have any time. Now we're going to see some questions. Is there any juice at home? Is there any juice at home? And do you have any milk? Examples of questions using any. But stop. We have some exceptions. Even though we talked that some is only used for positive statements or sentences, we're also going to use some for questions that refer to offers, requests, and suggestions. If there's a question, generally we're going to use any. But if this question it's an offer, it's a request, or a suggestion, we should use some. Let's take a look at some examples. Okay? Would you like some potatoes? I am making an offer. Would you like some potatoes? Can I take some of these books home? This is a request. We're asking something. We're asking for the permission of doing something. Can I take some books home? And then we have a suggestion. Why don't we buy some snacks? Questions are generally associated with any. But if our question is an offer, a request, or a suggestion, we're going to use some. Think about some situations in which you would use some in a question. Think about it and share your answers in the comment section of this class. See you in the next one. Do you know what is an irregular adverb? If you don't worry. In this class, we will learn together. First, an adverb is a word that modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. Modify means that it adds or change. Let's start seeing how an adverb can add or change a verb. Verb, it's an action. And adverbs can answer how, where, when, or how often something is done. Let's take a look at this example. They played the violin beautifully. How? Beautifully. This adverb of manner, it's telling you how they play the violin. Let's take a look at this adverb of place. They answer where. I looked everywhere for my shoes. Where? Everywhere. This is an example of an adverb of place. Put the groceries there. Where? There. I went to the beach yesterday. Adverbs of time answer when an action is being done. When did you go to the beach? Yesterday. Now we're going to see adverbs of frequency. Adverbs of frequency answer the question, how often? They go out for lunch weekly. How often? Weekly. We've seen how an adverb modifies a verb. Let's take a look on how an adverb modifies an adjective in this next example. Ready? Let's go. The movie was really awesome. Really awesome. Adverbs can also modify another adverb. The ballerina dances so gracefully. So gracefully. My dog can run unusually quickly.
unusually quickly. Many different examples of adverbs modifying verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. But among those examples, we have regular adverbs and irregular adverbs. Regular adverbs are formed by adding ly to the end of an adjective. Ly ending adverbs are called regular adverbs. Let's take a look at this example. Nicely. Carol treats people nicely. Quickly. She quickly ran to the park. Now, irregular adverbs have no ly ending. Irregular adverbs have no ly ending. This is a very good list of commonly used irregular adverbs. Practice with me pronunciation. I'll read and you repeat after me. Ready? Let's start. Always, far, fast, hard, hardly, high, highly, late, lately, near, nearly, never, often, quite, seldom, so, sometimes, to, very, well, wide, and widely. Great work! Let's take a look to some examples. He swims well. Well. Sometimes he plays soccer. Sometimes. Jess never cooks. Never. I'm very happy. Very. So, we've seen some examples, we practiced pronunciation, and it's very important. Irregular adverbs have no ly ending, so do not make this common mistake. We don't say alwaysly or farly or fastly. We must say always, far, and fast. But we have some ly ending adverbs. Yes, but they are not regular adverbs. All of these ly ending adverbs have a different meaning. Let's take a look. For example, hard means with a lot of effort. And hardly, it's another word. Take a look at this example in the sentence. She worked hard all day. Hard means with a lot of effort. Hardly means very little. She hardly worked all day. Wide, it's another example. Wide means large distance from side to side. Open your mouth wide, please. And then widely means commonly. The idea is now widely accepted. See the difference? So, review this lesson and download the additional resources we've created for you. Don't forget to study. I'm going to see you in our next class. No, don't go to the next class yet. I have a task for you. Take a look at this list of irregular adverbs that we studied in our class. Select 5 and write a sentence with each one of them. Share your sentences in the comment section of this class. After you do that, then you can go to the next class. See you there. Welcome to the last class of this module. In this class, types of adverbs and their positions, we're going to learn where in a sentence an adverb can be placed. In a sentence, an adverb can be placed at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end. Let's take a look at an example for adverbs of manner. She walked quickly. Quickly is placed at the end of the sentence. Another example or version of this same sentence. She quickly walked home.
Quickly, it's placed in the middle. So adverbs of manner can be at the end and in the middle of a sentence. For adverbs of place, we have this example. Can you come over here? Here, our adverb is placed at the end. I searched everywhere for it. Everywhere, it's in the middle of the sentence. Adverbs of place can be at the end or in the middle of a sentence. Now, adverbs of time. I'm flying to Mexico tomorrow. Tomorrow is our adverb of time, and it goes at the end of the sentence. Today, I'm going to wash my car. Today, at the beginning. Adverbs of time can be at the beginning and at the end of a sentence. And the last type of adverb, adverbs of frequency. She's always happy. Always. It's in the middle of the sentence. Sometimes he wore a black scarf. Sometimes goes in the beginning of the sentence. So, adverbs of frequency can go in the middle or at the beginning of a sentence. Got it? Now we're going to have a very interesting activity. Put on your headsets, get ready, and listen to this audio. In this audio, you're going to see different situations and you're going to be able to identify all the different topics we've discussed during this first module. Listen to it carefully and answer the questions in the description of this class. Share your answers in the comment section. Are you ready? Let's go.
Hi, Jess. How have you been?
Hi, Carol. I'm great. What about you?
I'm also doing great. I'm enthusiastic about our vacations. Do you have any plans?
I'm afraid I don't. I was planning to stay at home and visit some friends.
Oh, that sounds great. But how do you feel about traveling to Brazil and visiting Anna?
That sounds amazing. What an incredible idea. How many days are we traveling?
I'm almost sure it's only one, but we will need to check how many connections our flight will have.
You are right. We can check that later. What about the cost? How much is the flight ticket?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm very happy you asked. Bluebird Airlines has a summer special sale. Our flight tickets will only cost $300.
Are you serious? I can't believe it.
Yes, lately I've seen different types of options that make traveling easy and affordable. Additionally, traveling to Brazil at this time of the year is highly recommended.
I wonder, how much time can we spend there? There are so many things we need to do once we get there.
We need to start planning. Let's call her.
Hi, Caro. So good to hear from you. How's your day going?
Hi, Anna. It's going pretty well. Do you remember we talked about visiting you in Brazil?
Of course.
Well, Jess will be joining me and we will both visit you.
Great news, Carol. I'm grateful for the opportunity to see you guys again and welcome you to Salvador Bahia.
Anna, I'm anxious about hearing all Caro needs to tell me so I can get ready for our trip.
I'm so pleased with this call. It will be great to be your host. I can't wait to see you.
Caro, we will have so much fun. How many suitcases can I take? I am planning to bring souvenirs to all of my friends. I'm sure I'll take many pictures and buy cachaça, sweets, arts and crafts, t-shirts, and handmade jewelry.
Congratulations! You made it! You completed Module 1. We've learned so many different things. I can't wait to see you in our next class. Welcome to the second module of this course, Visiting Brazil. Before we start with the first class of our second module, let's quickly review what we've learned. In this first module, we learned how to use adjectives and prepositions combinations. And we're going to use them to make statements about people's attitude towards something.
Also, we learn how to ask questions using how much and how many. We learn vocabulary using irregular and irregular adverbs. And we just learned the positions an adverb can have in a sentence. Now we are ready to start with our first class. This first class of our second module called Predictions About the Future. Now we're going to use will plus infinitives to predict the future. Will plus infinitive is the simple future, and we use it to express a spontaneous decision, a prediction, or a future arrangement. Let's take a look at some examples. I will teach my friends Portuguese. Will teach. We're using the infinitive form of teach. Now, let's see this example. He will travel around the world. Will travel. Take a look at this next example because now we're using the negative form and it's will not. We're using the contraction won't. You won't have any problems. Even though it's the negative form of will not, we're going to use always the infinitive form of a verb. You won't have any problems. Take a look at this next example. Andrew won't drive at night. Won't drive. You got it? Now, let's do together a nice reading and listening exercise. We're going to practice reading and listening. So, download the resource that we've added in this class and follow the audio placed in the description of the class as well. Great? Leave your comments and your questions in the section below. Great? I can't wait to see you in our next class. See you there. I'm happy to see you in this class using by with nouns. This is a very interesting class. We're going to practice pronunciation and we're going to also see examples of how by with nouns is used in a sentence, in speech, or in writing. Don't forget, especially in this class, to check the resources section for additional and extra practice. Ready? Let's start. I'm going to repeat each of the different combinations of by and nouns. And you're going to repeat after me. Ready? By accident. By bus, car, plane. By chance. By day or night. By far. By hand. By heart. By land, sea, air. By all means. By means of. By mistake. By yourself. By phone. By sight. By surprise. See that in this example we have take. Regularly this phrase is used, you've taken me by surprise. She took me by surprise. By surprise. It's used with the verb take. Let's go to the next one. By yourself. Now that we practice some pronunciation, let's see some examples on how by with nouns are used in sentences. By accident means without being planned or intended. So we use it in the following way. Paul bumped into John by accident. Let's listen and now let's review this next example. By heart. To learn something you completely remember. You will need to learn this by heart. You will need to learn by heart all the definitions and understandings of how to use by with nouns. Learn by heart. Let's take a look at this next example. By all means politely agreeing with someone, giving permission or saying yes. So let's see this new version of an example. And it's a question. Do you mind if I invite a few friends? We can answer if we receive this question. By all means, agreeing, someone giving permission, saying yes. Remember I told you at the beginning of this class to take a look at the additional resources we prepared for you? Well, go there, review them, answer all the different exercises that we have. And don't forget, practice, practice, practice. Leave your comments and questions in the comment section of this class. See you in the next one. Welcome to this very interesting class. In this class, we're going to learn how to use adjectives ending in ed and adjectives ending in ing. So have you ever wondered when to use each one of them? In this class, we're going to discuss, give examples, and practice. Ready? Let's go. The adjectives ending in ed generally describe emotions. So they tell us how people feel. Like the one you're seeing now, bored. The adjectives ending in ing generally describe the thing that causes the emotion. Annoying. We're going to take a look at some examples. I was bored waiting for you. Who was bored? I. Have you listened to that song? It's really annoying. What's annoying? The song. Now, two different examples. Terrified and surprising. Jean was terrified when he went surfing. Who was terrified? Jean. The competition's results were surprising. What was surprising? The results. You see? So now that we've stated when to use each one of them, let's practice. The ed adjectives generally describe emotions. They tell us how people feel. Let's take a look at some examples. Amazed, confused, disgusted, inspired, embarrassed, excited, relaxed, scared, and stressed. These are adjectives ending in ed that describe emotions. They tell how someone feels. So let's now see this emotion. Can you think of 2, 3, 4 adjectives that would describe how this person is feeling now? You can? I know you can. So let's see these examples. If we can see and we take that picture, we can give these two examples. Karen was surprised to see you. Karen is amazed by your performance. Two examples of an emotion. It could be surprise or it could be amazed. Now it's your turn. Ready? I know you're ready. So let's get together, review some of the concepts in this class, and think. Concentrate. I'm going to show you some examples. You're going to identify what emotion is being seen on screen, and then you're going to write a sentence with that emotion. Ready? Remember, emotions being felt by a person are adjectives ending in ed. Let's go. The second one, and the last one. Ready? Pause this video and now in the comment section, identify the emotions and write a sentence. I'll be back with the second part of this exercise. Great! You're doing a very good job. Now let's practice adjectives ending in ing. Adjectives that end in ing generally describe the thing that causes the emotion. Let's take a look at some examples. Alarming, captivating, inspiring, fulfilling, interesting, pleasing, shocking, tiring, and worrying. We're going to do now a series of exercises. I'm going to show you different pictures that show or describe a situation or a thing. Look for the adjective ending in ing that represents that situation or that thing, the emotion that causes. Ready? Let's go. Let's take a look at this picture. This thing and situation, what emotion causes? Maybe shocking, maybe worrying. In these examples, we can see how we can put some different adjectives ending in ing in our sentences. It was shocking to be in the car accident. His health condition is worrying. See? Now it's your turn. Let's take a look at these pictures. Identify the emotion being caused and write a sentence. Where? In the comment section of this class. Let's go. The second picture is and the last picture. Very good. Pause this video and share your sentences in the comment section. You're doing very, very good. After that, I'm going to see you where? In the next class. I am very excited to welcome you to this class. This class will be entertaining. See, I am already using adjectives ending in ed and ending in ing. I am excited. I'm making reference to how I feel. This class will be entertaining. I'm making reference to the thing that causes the emotion. In this class, we're going to do something very different. So bring your pencils, your paper, bring your board, anything that you need so you can write what I'm going to dictate. Yes, I'm going to dictate. This is an auto evaluation. Don't share your answers in the comment section of this class. Keep it, and then after we finish, you're going to check all your answers. I'm going to dictate the ed and the ing version of adjectives. You're going to write them down to increase your learning skills and improve the process in which you acquire vocabulary in English. I'm going to repeat twice each word. Give you 5 seconds to write it and then continue with the next one. Now that we're set, we can start. Embarrassed. Embarrassed. Now you can see the answer at the bottom of the screen. The next one. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Now the answer is on the screen. Next. Disgusted. Disgusted. Check your answer here and let's go to the next one. Disgusting. Disgusting. Great job! Check the answer here one more time. And let's go to the next one. Interested. Interested. Check the answer here and let's go to the next one. Interesting. Interesting. The answer here. Let's go to the next one. Exhausted. Exhausted. Great job. Take a look at the answer and check.
Let's go to the next one. Exhausting. Exhausting. Great job. Did you check the answer? Good. Let's go to the next one. Frustrated. Frustrated. Good job. Check the answer one more time here. And let's go to the next one. Frustrating. Frustrating. The answer here. And now we have the last one. Disappointing. Disappointing. The last answer here. And great job. You did amazing. I am very excited of seeing you practice in this way. Great job. See you in the next one.
Finally, the day is here. Jess and Carol are on their way. They will arrive no later than noon. I'm sure they will rest and eat after. Having Jess and Carol here is so exciting. I couldn't be more pleased to show them around my city. I know all the best places by heart. I will get ready to pick them up. Jess! Carol! Hi, friends! Welcome to Brazil!
Hi, Anna. We are thrilled to see you.
Anna, we are so relaxed. The trip was great. I read a lot about Salvador Bahia to be inspired and informed about this amazing city.
I'm so pleased to hear that, Jess. Traveling by plane now, it's easier, comfortable, and less terrifying than it used to be.
You're right, Anna. Food was disgusting. When Oscar and I traveled to Las Vegas, we ordered chicken soup by mistake. It was awful.
Oh no, my dear. I remember when that happened. But no more bad food experiences here. Ready to be surprised with amazing food? Do you mind getting ready to try the best moqueca in Bahia? My treat.
By all means, Anna.
Adjectives are used in simple sentences to describe people and objects. For example, Mary is beautiful. The house is old and scary. More complex sentences use adjectives plus prepositions to make statements about a person's attitude towards something. For example, my mom is allergic to seafood. We are ready for the competition. Allergic to and ready for are examples of adjective plus preposition combinations. There is no specific rule that could guide us on knowing which adjective and preposition go together. So, take a look at the list of the most common adjective plus preposition combinations we discussed in class. Memorize and practice these combinations to improve your speaking and writing skills. We will use how many with plural countable nouns. How many oranges do you need? How many pairs of shoes will you bring? And we will use how much with uncountable nouns. How much noise do you hear? How much bread will you eat? Some is used in positive statements. I have some flowers at home. Any is used for negative sentences and questions. I don't think she has any more apples. Do you have any coffee? Adverbs modify verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs. Adverbs can be regular and irregular. We studied irregular adverbs. This type of adverbs are not formed by adding ly to the end of an adjective, such as fast, high, and late. Ed ending adjectives generally describe emotions. They tell us how people feel. She feels inspired by the sound of ocean waves. Adjectives ending in ing generally describe the thing that causes emotion. His speech was inspiring and moving. Great job!
Congratulations! This is Module 3. You made it. Let's go on a boat trip. Before we start discussing all the different topics from this module, we're going to do a very quick recap of what we've learned in Module 2. In Module 2, we predicted events in the future using will plus nouns. Also, we learned how to use the preposition by and nouns. And recently, we distinguished and practiced using ed and ing ending adjectives. Good? We've been learning a lot of different things. So let's continue and let's start with the first class of this third module, comparisons. In this class, we're going to learn how to write regular and irregular adjectives when we are comparing two different elements. So the short adjectives are 1 or 2 syllable adjectives like thin, big, short, and clean. Also, we have regular adjectives. And regular adjectives are the ones that when we use their comparative form, they end with an ER, like bigger, thinner, shorter, and cleaner. Good? So let's look at this difference. First, the one-syllable adjectives, when you pronounce them, there's only one syllable. Tall, slow, small, old, young. Then the two syllables are happy, friendly, dirty, hungry, crazy. So 1 or 2 syllable adjectives are considered short adjectives. And the ones that are the regular adjectives are the ones that are going to just have an ER ending when we use their comparative forms. There are very important rules, so you have to keep in mind 4 main rules on how to spell comparative adjectives, where we're making reference to short and regular adjectives. The first one, if the adjective ends in E, you add an R. Like nice, you say nicer. Large, larger. Number 2, if the adjective ends in a consonant-vowel consonant, we call this CVC pattern. Double the final consonant and add ER. Big, as you can see, we have consonant, vowel, consonant. Bigger. The same as flat. We have LAT. Consonant, vowel, consonant. So you're right, flatter. Great. Number 3, we're going to state that if an adjective ends in a consonant plus Y, you're going to change the Y for an I and then add ER. Like funny, you dropped the Y, add an I, and then add ER as well. So it's funny and funnier. Pretty, prettier. Got it? And then the last rule. The 4th rule is that for all other adjectives, you just add ER. Remember, we're making reference to short and regular adjectives. Tall and soft are very good examples. Taller, softer. You're doing a great job. Check the additional extra practice exercise so you can continue practices using comparisons. See you in the next class. The present continuous is commonly used in our conversations and writings. It is important for us to learn how to use it properly. Let's get together and let's review what the present continuous is. The present continuous is the verb tense that indicates an action or condition is happening now, frequently, temporary, and may continue into the future. The structure used to express correctly the present continuous is, first, always the auxiliary verb to be. Am, is, are. Then you have the action verb, like run, talk, sit, read, and you are going to add an ending ing to that action verb. Talking, speaking, learning, writing. So, the verb to be am, is, are, and the action verb ending in ing. Let's go and see a couple of examples. Now let's take a look at this picture. What do you see? What do you think this person is doing? Suggested, only suggested, but you can think of any other different one. She is teaching an English lesson. Is teaching. They are training for the competition. Are training. Let me give you some time and think, how will you express what's happening now in this picture? You can refer to the condition or you can refer to the people in the picture. I am going to refer to the condition. So, it's raining. It is raining. Let's take a look at this next example. Can you guess? Can you try to think of a sentence? How would you express what is happening using the auxiliary verb to be plus the action verb ending ing? Let's take a look and see. How would you express what's happening in this picture? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Ready? Good. Now you're gonna read mine. They are watching a game. I am very sure we almost thought of the same example. Now our last example. Take a look at this picture and write your suggested sentence. Use the auxiliary verb to be plus the action verb ending in ing. I'll be back with my suggested answer. Here it is. She's taking her dog for a walk. Is taking. So we're seeing what? The auxiliary verb to be in the form of is and the action verb ending in ing. Taking. Now, think of different situations in which you use the present continuous. Share those answers in the comment section of the class. And don't forget to check the resources for extra practice. See you in the next one. In as a preposition is used for many different situations. But in this class, we're going to learn how to use it as a preposition of time. In is used in reference to periods of time. So it could be years, centuries, or a very specific moment in history. Let's take a look at one example. Susie was born in 2001. In addition to that, in is also used for seasons. I love to travel in the summer. We can also use in to make reference to context in calendars, like months. We will host the conference in March. In the day, we also have moments. During the whole day, we can use in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening. All of these beautiful pictures from the beautiful city of Salvador, Brazil. You can see during the day, we have many different moments that we can use in. Let's take a look at some examples. I enjoy walking early in the morning. In the afternoon, my mom and I will meet. Can we get together in the evening? Last but not least, we also use in to make reference to the time we will spend doing something. I will do the homework in 10 minutes. I will be finished in 30 minutes. Will we make reference on the time that we're going to be spending doing something? Now, do you think it's a lot of information? Don't worry. You can always check the additional resources we've created for you. But now, let's practice. Can you think of moments in which you use time references and you use in? Make reference to things that you do and that you use in as a preposition of time and share them in the comment section of this class. See you in the next one. Results and consequences. Every action and situation has a result and a consequence. So, how to express? How to express results and consequences. We're going to learn in this class how to express them. So, let's start looking at this picture. How would you express the results and the consequences of this? I'm going to give you 2 suggested scenarios or sentences that will lead to stating the consequence and the result of this particular picture. Let's go and see. First, my friends spent all night watching the game. So, how would you finish this sentence? How would you finish the second sentence? Last night, they ate junk food and drank beer. So, give your answers, share your comments in the comment section of the class. How would you end these sentences? What would be the results and consequences? We're going to use so to connect a situation, a behavior, with the result or the consequence. Let's take a look at this first example. He's hungry, so he ate a chicken sandwich. So, connecting one and the other. He's hungry. Now, the result of that. He ate a chicken sandwich. Second example. The weather isn't very nice. So, we decided not to go camping. The weather is being connected. The weather not being good, not being nice. The result, we decided not to go camping. Now, in this last example, we can see the connection between one behavior and the consequence or the result. She lost the key, so she couldn't get into her room. She lost the key. The result. What's the result? She couldn't get into her room. Using so is the best way to express results and consequences. Great job! See you in our next class.
This is a bigger boat than I expected. Don't you agree?
Bigger and faster, Jess. Maybe because we're sailing in the summer and it's easier, right?
Regularly, most of the boats leave the dock in the morning. It's also more convenient for us, as we're able to enjoy most of the day.
Hey guys, where is that music coming from?
It's coming from the other side of the boat. Let's go! You will love this.
Look at that. They're dancing and playing music.
These musicians practice for weeks, so they can always play popular music and sing traditional songs.
This is getting better and better. You won't believe what I'm looking at. There are whales swimming on this side of the boat.
The boat is going slower than before, so we can really take a look at them. Wow, this is so amazing.
What a great day. We are listening to great music and eating delicious food. I'll try not to eat too much so I don't gain weight.
Stop eating, Jess. We will soon go swimming.
Oh no, I forgot to bring my sunscreen.
Sunscreen is a must to avoid getting sunburns. You can borrow mine.
Thanks, Carol. Now I am ready to go swimming.
Let's go!
Great job! This is the last module. Module 4, Traditions, Celebrations, and Gifts. Before we continue, why don't we make a very quick recap of what we've learned? In Module 3, we learned the main spelling rules to correctly write short and regular adjectives. Also, we use the present continuous to refer to temporary situations. We practiced using in as a preposition of time, and we expressed consequences and results of particular actions. This, the first class of Module 4, WH questions, we're going to understand the structure we must follow to write WH subject questions. First, we're going to learn that the only two WH questions that we're going to use are who and what. It's either referring to a person or we're either referring to a thing, to a situation. Who and what? We're going to add in the structure the verb, the action verb, and then the object of the sentence. Great? Let's start. We want some juice fruit. First, identify the subject of the sentence. We. Remember, we're talking about subject questions. So our question should answer the subject. Got it? Let's go and see. After we do that, let's identify the object of the sentence. In this sentence, we want some fruit juice. We are going to identify fruit juice as the object of the action. The question should be, who wants some fruit juice? And why we use who? We're using who because the subject of the sentence is we. Let's take a look at this another example. So, meditation helps stress control. Meditation is the subject of our sentence. Meditation, it's not a person. It's a thing, it's a concept, it's an idea, it's a practice. Good? Now that we have identified the subject, let's identify the object, stress control. The question is directed to the subject. So, we're not going to use who, we're going to use what. What helps stress control? Meditation. Another example. Danny made a sandwich. Danny is the subject of the sentence. Sandwich is the object of the sentence. Who made a sandwich? Danny. WH questions. Who and what that refer to the subject. Let's take a look at this example. The hurricane destroyed my house. The hurricane, not a person. So we're going to use who or we're going to use what? Yes, we're going to use what. We're going to make reference to what? My house, as the hurricane destroyed my house. What destroyed your house? Very good work. Let's continue and see this very particular example. Douglas is watching the car. Douglas is the subject of our sentence. The car is receiving the action, right? So, take a look at the verb that we're seeing now. The verb has the auxiliary verb is and the action verb. So if we're using a subject question, we're going to put the verb as it completely states in the sentence. Who is watching the car? Douglas. Good? Identify here that it's not only the verb itself. It will be the conjugation of the verb. In this case, we have a present continuous. Remember, we've studied this in the previous classes. Let's practice together. Look at all these sentences. In the comment section, I want you to write the WH subject question that makes reference to them. I'll read them for you. Dinner was amazing. Betty took a picture. She's reading a classic novel. We traveled to Madrid. Mary bakes cakes. Great job! I'll read you in the comment section of this class. See you in the next one.
This will be a great day.
Yes, Carol. Today we are visiting interesting places. I am looking forward to learning more about Brazil and experiencing new foods.
Are you ready?
We are.
So let's go. Before we get to our destinations, let me share with you some interesting facts about the different places we will visit. Salvador is the capital city of the state of Bahia, but for more than 200 years, it was the capital city of Brazil. A lot of important events of Brazilian culture happened here. The first place we will visit is Pelourinho. Slaves who committed some kind of crime were taken there for punishment. A place that had such a sad story became a colorful representation of music, culture, and art. In 1985, it was recognized as a World Heritage Site. Visitors can see churches with outstanding architecture such as the Basílica Cathedral and the Igreja do Rosário dos Homens Pretos, as well as restaurants, bars, cultural centers, artistic attractions, museums, and much more. Located in the historic center of Salvador, Pelourinho is worldwide known for having served as a stage for international artists such as Michael Jackson. The second place we will visit is the iconic Mercado Modelo. Inaugurated on December 9, 1912, this market served as the main supply center in the city. You will be able to buy fresh and delicious fruits and vegetables, as well as unusual food such as salted shrimps and cachaças from different places throughout Bahia. Later, we're going to a spiritual place, the Church of Nosso Senhor do Bonfim. This church is the most famous of the Catholic churches in the state of Bahia. It was built in the 18th century on a hill in the lower town of Salvador. The church is the site of a famous celebration held every year in January, the Festa do Senhor do Bonfim, considered the second largest popular festival. Tourists from all over the world travel to visit the church for this celebration. As soon as we get there, we will see tied to the church's gate colorful ribbons representing people's wishes, desires, and hopes. After visiting the Church of Nosso Senhor do Bonfim, we will go to Barra. Barra is the place where the famous carnival begins. National and international artists perform in front of thousands of people in the streets. Farol da Barra is more than a mandatory stop for selfies. It's the place where people gather to go to the beach, play music, dance, eat, ride bicycles, and watch the most incredible sunset. I think we will have time to visit the Nautical Museum of Bahia so that you will understand the relationship between man and the sea in Bahia.
Thank you, Anna. I learned so much.
You're welcome. It was such a pleasure to show you guys around.
My favorite place was Pelourinho. That was a magical place to visit.
Great! Now let's go to have lunch.
It's official. You made it. This is the last class of our course. Thank you for the opportunity of being your teacher and learning together. In this course, we learned a lot. We practiced, and also we had the chance to share all of our different experiences in every single exercise. Among the most important goals that we reach in this course are using adjective plus preposition combinations to make statements about a person's attitude towards something. Also, distinguishing and practicing using ed and ing ending adjectives. Expressing consequences and results of particular situations, and learning how to use spontaneous expressions for offers and decisions. Now, you're almost done. Do 3 more things. First, complete the exam. 2, download the certificate. And 3, provide your feedback. Share with us your thoughts, share your experience, and share any suggestion that you have. I'm going to be very excited to see you in the next course. Bye!
Welcome to this basic English course. Verb to be, adjectives, and superlatives. My name is Fernanda Machado and I'll be your teacher. I hold a degree in English and I've been working as a teacher since 2012. And because I know English, I also had the opportunity to work abroad on board cruise ships. Because of that, I've been to more than 40 countries. So I hope you can have the same opportunity. Learn English and follow your dreams. In this course, we'll learn different language points. You're going to learn how to use adjectives, quantifiers, different verb tenses, also how to use pronouns, determiners, and conjunctions. This course is going to be divided in 3 parts: classes, role plays, and interactive quizzes. During the classes, we'll also have some interaction. In some classes, I'll ask you to pause the video, complete the exercise, and then continue. In the interactive quizzes, you'll find all the alternatives in your screen, and then you have to pause the video and find the correct answer. I'll see you in our first class. Welcome to the first module of this course. In this module, we're going to talk about quantifiers. You will learn how to use no as a quantifier and also how to use enough and to in different forms. But first, let's understand what a quantifier is. We use quantifiers when we want to talk about quantities, the amount, or the degree of something. It's the number of something. There are many different quantifiers in English. All, some, a lot. But in this class, you will learn how to use no as a quantifier. Every time we use no as a quantifier, the number we're looking for is 0. Is the lack, the absence of something. No as a quantifier is a determiner. That means we need to use a noun after it. And an important observation is that the sentence needs to be positive. The meaning of the sentence is going to be negative, but the sentence is positive. Let's see some examples. We have 2 sentences here. He has some friends and he has no friends. Both some and no are quantifiers, and we're using the noun friends after them. But they have 2 different meanings. When I say he has some friends, I can give more than one number. I can say he has 2 friends, 3 friends, 4 friends. But when I say he has no friends, it means he has 0 friends. No as a quantifier will always mean 0. We have again 2 sentences. The first one, there isn't any money left, and there is no money left. But in this case, both sentences mean the same. They mean that there is 0 money left. What I have to be careful is not using no with a negative sentence. You cannot say, I don't have no money. This is a double negative. You have to say, I have no money. Now it's your turn to practice. I want you to pause the video, take your time, and create a sentence using no as a quantifier. We have here a sentence you can use to form yours. There isn't food. There is no food. Let's do one more. I don't have time to waste. Pause the video, take your time, and create a sentence using no as a quantifier. Very good. I have no time to waste. Let's do a last one. There aren't chocolates in this box. Again, pause the video, take your time, and create a sentence using no as a quantifier. Great! There are no chocolates in this box. Next class, we will learn how to use enough and to as quantifiers. I'll see you there. In the previous class, you saw how to use no as a quantifier. In this class, you'll learn how to use enough and to. We use enough and to as quantifiers to talk about sufficiency. We will see 4 forms: too much, too many, enough and not enough. We use these quantifiers when we want to say something is more, less, or the exact amount of something. We can use enough and to with adjectives, with verbs, and with nouns. In this class, we're going to talk about enough and to plus nouns. In the resources section, you can find a PDF explaining how to use enough and to with adjectives and verbs. We'll start with too much and too many. We use too much and too many to talk about something that is more than sufficient. Let's start with too much. We use too much with an uncountable noun. Let's see some examples. I have too much homework, and that's too much sugar. It means it's more than sufficient homework. It's more than sufficient sugar. We don't need more. Let's see some examples with too many. We use too many with countable nouns. Those nouns we can give a number to. Let's see the examples. She ate too many eggs. There are too many people there. It means that she ate more than sufficient eggs and there are more than sufficient people there. It's crowded. Let's see the next one. When we want to say something is insufficient, it's less than sufficient, we use not enough. With not enough, we can use a countable noun or an uncountable noun. Let's see some examples. I don't have enough money. There are not enough chairs in the classroom. In this case, I don't have enough money is because I need more. It's not sufficient. There are not enough chairs. It means we need to bring chairs from other classrooms because we do not have sufficient. Let's see the last one. When we want to say something is sufficient, is the exact amount, we use enough. And again, we can use enough with countable or uncountable nouns. We have enough bread. We don't need more. We don't need less. We have the exact amount of bread. You already have enough books. You don't need more. You don't need less. You have the exact amount of books you need. Let's practice. I want you to pause the video and create a sentence using too much, too many, not enough, and enough. Be careful. Some sentences you have to pay attention if the noun is countable or uncountable. So, how can you complete this sentence? I want to say that I have more than sufficient time. There you go. I still have too much time to spend. I have more than sufficient time to spend. Let's do one more. I want to say that I have insufficient money. Pause the video and try to complete the exercise. Great. You can say there is not enough money in the bank account. I need more money. Complete this one now. You want to say, my sister has more than sufficient toys. Pause the video and try to complete it. Great. My sister has too many toys. Toy is an countable noun, so I have to use too many. Let's do one more. There are sufficient food. Pause the video and complete the sentence. Great! There are enough food for the weekend. You don't need more. You have the exact amount. Now, I invite you to write more sentences. Write sentences using too much, too many, enough, and not enough, and leave them in the comments. I'll see you in our next module where we're going to talk about adjectives. Welcome to this module. In this module, we're going to talk about adjectives. You're going to learn how to use adjectives with sense verbs and also how to form comparatives and superlatives. An adjective is a word we use to describe things, like she's beautiful, the dog is black. We're going to use sense verbs. We have 5 senses: sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell. The sense verbs are based on these senses. So for the sight, we have to see, to look, to sing. For hearing, to hear, to listen, to sound. For taste, to taste. For touch, to feel. And for smell, to smell. The structure we're going to use is a sense verb plus an adjective. We use this structure to describe personal beliefs, personal preferences, and feelings, and also to show similarity between 2 or more things. Let's see some examples. Imagine you're calling your friend, and when you're talking to your friend, you hear that your friend's not okay. So you can say, "Are you okay? You sound tired." I used my sense, hearing, to understand that. You sound tired. Let's see another example. Let's imagine someone is cooking, and you use your sense, smell, to smell the food. You can say, "Ooh, you're a great cook. This food smells delicious." So you're using your senses to describe things. Be careful. When you're going to describe the manner, the way someone says something, you cannot use an adjective. You have to use an adverb. Like, she listened carefully to the teacher. It's the way she did, it's the manner she used her sense. And also be careful because the sense verbs, they are stative verbs. So they show impressions. You cannot use them in the continuous form. You cannot say, this is smelling great. No, this smells great. This sounds good. So now let's practice. I want you to leave in the comments some sentences you create using sense verbs and adjectives. I'll see you in our next class when you're going to learn how to form comparatives and superlatives. In the previous class, you learned how to use sense verbs with adjectives. In this class, you'll learn how to use comparatives and superlatives. We did this using adjectives. There are different adjectives in English, but I chose some so we can create some examples. They are tall, perfect, busy, sad, bad, expensive, and good. The first thing we need to do is to understand the number of syllables. This is important because depending on how many syllables these adjectives have, we're going to change their structure. So let's separate them. Tall and sad have 1 syllable. Busy and perfect have 2 syllables. Dangerous and expensive, they have more, 3 or more syllables. And good and bad, I put in a different category. They are irregular ones. So let's see how can we form comparatives and the superlatives. For tall and sad, we're going to use a very specific structure. To form a comparative that contains only 1 syllable, we're going to use ER in the end. So I have tall, taller, sad, sadder. To create a superlative, we're going to use est in the end of the adjective. Tall, the tallest. Sad, the saddest. If we have two or more syllables in an adjective, there are two different structures we can create depending on the adjective. We can use the same structure as a one-syllable adjective, adding er or est in the end, or we can create a comparative using more before the adjective, or a superlative using the most. So if I have busy, a comparative, busier. Perfect, more perfect. To create superlatives, busy, the busiest. Perfect, the most perfect. If the adjective has three or more syllables, we're going to work with more and the most. Expensive, more expensive, the most expensive. Dangerous, more dangerous, and the most dangerous. And remember, we separated good and bad as irregular ones. When we have an irregular adjective, we change the entire structure. So to create comparatives with good and bad, I say better and worse. And to create superlatives, the best, the worst. In our next class, you will find all these grammar rules in the reading. Let's take a look at some examples. We use comparatives to compare a person or a thing to another one. We use them to say that a person or a thing is more or less in quality than the other one. Let's see some examples. Sarah is taller than Josie. I'm comparing Sarah to Josie, and I'm saying that Sarah is taller than Josie. Or I can say that Josie is shorter than Sarah. I'm only comparing these two people. I'm not comparing them with other people. If you observe, all the examples have the word than. We use than to compare two people or two things. Let's see another example. Johnny is busier than me. I'm only talking about Johnny and me. I'm not talking about other people. It's different from superlatives. We use superlatives to compare a person or a thing to all other people and things. So we use superlatives to say that a person or a thing is more or less than all others. Let's see some examples. I can say that Sarah is the tallest girl in our classroom. That means that I'm comparing Sarah to everybody else in the classroom, and she's the tallest. Nobody is taller than her. I can say that Johnny is the busiest person at the office. No one in the office is busier than Johnny. In our next class, you're gonna find all the explanation on how to form a comparative and a superlative. And I invite you to leave in the comments some sentences using comparatives and superlatives. I'll see you in our interactive quiz. This is the first interactive quiz of this course. In this class, you have the opportunity to practice all the language points you studied in modules 1 and 2. I'll give you some exercises and the options are going to appear in here. You can pause the video and choose the correct answer. Shall we start? If I say, she has no money, does it mean 1. That she has some money, or 2. That she doesn't have any money? Correct. Number 2, she doesn't have any money. If you read, "Oh my God, I have too much homework," what can you understand? That I have more than sufficient homework, that I have less than sufficient homework, or that I have the exact amount of homework. Correct. It means that I have more than sufficient homework. I don't need more. Complete the sentence with the correct sense verb. You tired. You should rest. Look, smell, taste, or hear. Correct. You look tired. You should rest. Can you complete the sentence with the correct form of the adjective big? Brazil is, then Mexico. Should you use a comparative or a superlative? Correct. You should use a comparative. Bigger. Congratulations on completing your first interactive quiz. I'll see you in our next module where we're going to talk about pronouns. In this module, we're going to talk about pronouns. You will learn how to use this and that as pronouns and also impersonal pronouns. Let's start with this class. We can use this and that in different ways in English. One way to use this and that is as a determiner. We saw in the beginning of this course that when we use something as a determiner, it needs to be followed by a noun. But in this class, you will learn how to use this and that as a pronoun. We use pronouns in place of nouns or noun phrases. And for this and that, we're going to use them in two different ways. As a subject pronoun and an object pronoun. We're going to use this and that in place of things, ideas, and people. Let's see some examples. When we use this and that as a subject pronoun, it means that this and that perform the action in the sentence. That's clear to me. This is amazing. I can say, this movie is amazing. So this, in this case, is performing the action. I understand what you're saying. That's clear to me. The other way to use this and that as pronouns as object pronouns. Object pronouns receive the action in the sentence. Let's see some examples. Have a look at these. Are you okay with that? I can say, have a look at the document. Have a look at these. These and that are receiving the action of the sentence. Let's practice. I want you to complete the two sentences using this and that as a subject or an object pronoun. You can pause the video to complete the sentences. Great! That is fantastic. That in this sentence is a subject pronoun. Do you want this? This in this sentence is an object pronoun, is receiving the action. I invite you to write some other sentences using this and that as subject and object pronouns. I'll see you in our next class where we talk about impersonal pronouns. In the previous class, you saw how to use this and that as pronouns. In this class, you will learn about the impersonal pronouns using every, any, some, and no. The personal pronouns are also known as the indefinite pronouns, and we use them to talk about things, places, and people in a general way. We're going to see a chart where you can see how to use the prefixes every, any, some, and no with the suffixes to describe those things. To describe things, I can use the suffix thing. So I have everything, anything, something, and nothing. To describe places, I use the suffix where. Everywhere, anywhere, somewhere, nowhere. To describe people, I can use one or body. So I have everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, someone, somebody, and no one and nobody. We use every, any, some, and no in different ways. Let's start with every. I want you to pause this video and try to create 3 sentences. One using everything, another one using everywhere, and another one using everyone or everybody. Great. Let's see some examples. Everything is good. When I use everything and everywhere or everyone and everybody, I'm trying to say all. So if I say everything is good, it means that all things are good. If I say I can go everywhere, it means I can go to all places. Everybody came today. All people came. So every time you use every as an impersonal pronoun, it means all. Let's take a look at any. I use any in 2 different ways. To use any in the affirmative, it means something similar to every. It means all. But if I use any in a negative sentence, it means 0. Again, pause the video and try to write sentences using anything, anywhere, and anybody or anyone. Let's see some examples. I can't hear anything. This sentence is in the negative, so it means I can't hear 0. No sound. You can go anywhere you want. The sentence here is in the affirmative, so has a similar meaning to every. You can go to all the places you want. Anybody can do it. All people. Does anyone need to go? Any people? All people in here? Let's take a look now at some. We use some to describe a certain amount. Again, pause the video and try to create 3 sentences. One using something, one using somewhere, and one with someone or somebody. Good. Let's see some examples. Something is wrong. I'm not saying that everything is wrong. There is at least one thing that is wrong. So I can say something is wrong. I don't need to give an exact number. I should go somewhere. Not all the places, but one place. But it's not specific. I'm talking about general places. Somebody help me. Doesn't need to be everyone. It can be only one person, somebody. She was with someone yesterday. Not all the people. She was with one person, but I'm talking about a general person. Now let's see the last one, no. In this course, you already saw no as a quantifier. And the idea here is the same. if we're going to use no as a pronoun, we have to have the sentence in the affirmative. The meaning is negative, but the sentence goes in the affirmative. I invite you to one more time pause the video and create 3 sentences. One with nothing, another one with nowhere, and a third one with no one or nobody. Great! There is nothing to eat. If I say there is nothing to eat, the idea is the same as no as a quantifier, 0. There is 0 food. If I say I can go nowhere with this weather, it means I cannot go to any place, 0 places to go. Nobody cares. It means not even one person. Nobody cares. No one is safe. Everybody's in danger. No one is safe. I invite you to leave all your sentences in the comment section. I'll see you in our next class. In this class, we'll have a role play with all the language points from modules 1, 2, and 3. Let's review them. So far, you've seen how to use no as a quantifier, enough, not enough, too much, and too many, how to create a sentence using a sense verb plus an adjective, how to form comparatives and superlatives, this and that as pronouns, and other impersonal pronouns. You will hear a dialogue where 2 people are going to use the language points from the previous modules. I invite you to listen carefully and take notes. Try to find in the dialogue where they're using the language points.
Wow, Alex, is that you? So great to see you. You look fantastic. How is everything?
Hey, Timmy, I'm doing great. I just came back from the nicest vacation ever.
Really? That sounds amazing. What about we grab a coffee somewhere around here and you tell me about it?
Sure, let's do this.
We'll have 2 coffees, please. So tell me, where did you go?
Oh, I traveled to the mountains with my brother. We rented a cabin in the middle of nowhere and enjoyed some quiet time.
Is that your idea of the best vacation ever? I cannot believe it.
Why not? Mountains are the best.
No way. This is absolutely no fun. Going to the beach is a better option.
I could not disagree more. Camping is more fun than going to the beach. Fishing is more interesting than tanning. Every time I go to the beach, there are too many people there.
That's the most exciting part. Everywhere you go is full of beautiful people.
Nah, you can't go anywhere without bumping into someone. It seems like there is not enough space for everybody. When I'm on vacation, I like quiet places with enough time to read my books, think about life, listen to good music.
For me, it is the opposite. When I'm in a quiet place, it feels like the day has too many hours and I never know how to spend the extra time.
Oh my god, you need to slow down a bit. You have too much energy, my friend.
I know that.
Next time I go to this cabin, I'll let you know so you can come with me and enjoy some relaxing time.
Me? Going somewhere with no good internet connection, nowhere to go if I get bored. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Okay, forget about it. You'll miss the greatest vacation of your life, but
There is nothing you can say that will convince me to do such thing.
well, that's okay. So, tell me about what you have been up to. It's been like what, 2 years?
Could you hear all the language points in the conversation? I invite you to share your notes in the comment section. Write down all the language points you could hear in the dialogue. I'll see you in our next module where we're going to talk about verbs. Welcome to this module. We're going to work with verbs. You'll learn how to use a detransitive verb how to connect a past simple to a past continuous sentence, and also how to use the verb be with adjectives. Let's start with our first class, the transitive verbs. There are many different types of verbs in English. Action verbs, phrasal verbs, stative verbs. But in this class, we'll learn about transitive verbs. They are called like that because they work with one or multiple objects. In this class, we work with the transitive verbs. They work with two objects. We saw previously in this course that the object is what receives the action of the verb. A detransitive verb works with one direct object and one indirect object. The direct object is the person or the thing that is affected by the action. And the indirect object is the person or the thing that receives the effect of the action. Let's take a look at some examples. Pass her the book. We can divide this sentence in three parts. Pass is the detransitive verb because it's working with two objects. Her is the indirect object, is the person receiving the effect of the action. The book is the direct object because it's the thing affected by the action. Let's see some other examples. Give the book to him. Buy them some food. Let's understand the structure. We can work with two different orders. You can start with the indirect object and then use the direct object, like in I gave Sally a bag. Johnny ordered his friend a pizza. But if you want to start with the direct object, you have to be careful because you have to separate the two objects in the sentences with the preposition to or for. Let's see some examples. I gave a bag to Sally. Johnny ordered a pizza for his friend. In the resources section, you will find three lists. One with verbs that are commonly used as a detransitive verb. A second list with verbs that asks for to. And a third list with verbs that ask for as a preposition. Now let's practice. We have a sentence, bake her something delicious. Pause the video and try to find the detransitive verb, the direct object, and the indirect object. Great! Bake is the detransitive verb. Her is the indirect object. And something delicious is the direct object. Let's do one more. I sent an email to my boss. Pause the video and identify the three parts of the sentence. Great job! Sent is the detransitive verb. An email is the direct object. My boss is the indirect object. We're using the preposition to because we started with the direct object. Now, I invite you to write some other examples using the transitive verbs in the comment section. And try to comment in the other students' examples and identify the parts of their sentences. I'll see you in our next class where we're going to work with past simple and past continuous. In our last class, you learned how to use the detransitive verbs. In this class, you'll learn how to use when to join two different sentences, one in the past simple and another one in the past continuous. Let's start with the past simple. We use past simple to talk about an action in the past, in a definite time in the past, like I ate pizza yesterday. I saw my friend 2 weeks ago. We can work with regular and irregular verbs. In this class, you'll learn how to use when to add two sentences in one. Let's take a look. I met him. I was at school. We have two sentences in the past simple. We're going to use when to join them. I met him when I was at school. I played tennis when I was young. Let's practice. We have here 4 sentences. I called the doctor. I was tired. I went home and I was sick. Pause the video and try to create 2 different sentences using the 4 sentences in your screen. Remember, you have to use when to join the sentences. Great job! I called the doctor when I was sick. I went home when I was tired. Now, let's take a look at the past continuous. We use past continuous to talk about an action that was in progress in the past. It can be with a definite time or a progressive time. To form the past continuous, we use the verb be in the past simple, so was and were, plus a verb with ing. Let's take a look at some examples. You're going to learn how to join a sentence in the past simple with another one in the past continuous. I met him, past simple, when I was going to school, past continuous. I was opening the door, past continuous, when you arrived, past simple. Pay attention that every time we use these sentences, the meaning is something was happening when another thing happened. So again, something was happening with another thing happened. Let's practice in the same way we did with only past simple. We're going to see 4 different sentences. I was walking home. He broke his leg. I saw you, and he was skiing. Pause the video and try to create 2 different sentences. Remember, you have to use when to join them. Great! I was walking home when I saw you. He broke his leg when he was skiing. Now, I'm going to invite you to write some other examples in the comment section. Try to write sentences using past simple, and past simple, past continuous. I'll see you in our next class when you're going to learn how to use the verb be with adjectives and the verbs in the infinitive. In our previous class, you learned how to use when to join 2 sentences in the past. In this class, you see how to use the verb be with an adjective. Let's take a look at the structure. We'll use it as the subject, the verb be in different forms, an adjective, and a verb in the infinitive. The infinitive is the base form of a verb, like to go, to do, to eat, to sleep. Let's see some examples. It isn't hard to change a habit. We have it as the subject, the verb be in the simple present and in the negative, isn't. Hard is our adjective, and to change the verb in the infinitive. Let's take a look at other examples. It was good to see you. In this case, the verb be is in the past simple. It's difficult to pass the exam. It wasn't easy to find the restaurant. As you can see, we can change the form of the verb be, but the structure is going to be the same. It, verb be, adjective, and the infinitive. Here, you'll find a list of adjectives that are commonly used with the infinitive. I invite you to pause the video and write some sentences using the structure. Leave the sentences in the comment section. In our next class, we have our second interactive quiz. I'll see you there. Welcome to our second interactive quiz. You practice everything you've learned in modules 3 and 4. In the same way as the previous quiz, I'll give you an exercise. You have to choose among the options that are going to show up in here and choose the correct answer. Shall we start? In the sentence, I need you to approve these. We can say that this is a subject pronoun, it performs the action, or is an object pronoun, it receives the action. Pause the video and choose your answer. Great! We can say that this is an object pronoun. It receives the action. Let's go to the next exercise. If you want to say, there is 0 food in your house, what would be the correct answer? There is nothing to eat, there is something to eat, or there is everything to eat. Great! There is nothing to eat. Let's go to our next exercise. In the sentence, I wrote John an email. Wrote is the detransitive verb. So, what is the direct object and the indirect object in this sentence? Pause the video and try to identify them. Great job! The direct object is an email, and the indirect object is John. Let's go to our last exercise. Can you complete this sentence with the correct verb form? Should we use to pass, passing, or passed? There we go. To pass, we have to use the verb in the infinitive. Congratulations on completing your second interactive quiz. I'll see you in our next class where we're going to start talking about conjunctions. Welcome to another module of this course. In this module, we're going to talk about conjunctions. You'll see how to use before and after as conjunctions, and also how to use so to show results and consequences. Let's start. Do you know what a conjunction is? Conjunctions are linking words. We use them to link ideas, sentences, clauses. In this class, we'll use the conjunctions before and after. We use them to show the order of the events. Let's take a look at some examples. We have here 2 events. She washed the dishes and we got home. Let's start with the conjunction before. We'll use before to show the order of the events. She washed the dishes before we got home. Or we can invert. Before we got home, she washed the dishes. Pay attention that we use before with the clause that happened last. And if you start with the conjunction before plus the action that happened last, it's important for you to use a comma to separate the sentences. In the first one, we have before to separate them. But if before is in the beginning, we have to use a comma after the first sentence. Let's take a look at how to use after. We have the same idea. She washed the dishes and we got home. In this case, we're going to use after with the action that happened first. Let's take a look. We got home after she washed the dishes. And the same, we can start with after. After she washed the dishes, we got home. And again, if you start the sentence with a conjunction, you have to separate them with a comma. Now it's your turn. Let's practice. We have here two actions. The first action is I drink water. The second one, I go to sleep. Stop the video and create two sentences, one using after and one using before. Great! I drink water before I go to sleep. Remember, you use before with the sentence that happened last. Or we can say, I go to sleep after I drink water. We use after with the sentence that happens first. Let's do one more. She had finished speaking. He ended the meeting. Pause the video and create two different sentences, one using after and one using before. Good job! She had finished speaking before he ended the meeting. And if you want to use after, he ended the meeting after she had finished speaking. Remember, if you're going to start the sentences using before or after, you have to use a comma to separate the clauses. Now, I invite you to write in the comment section more examples of sentences using before and after to show the order of the events. And I'll see you in our next class, where we're going to talk about so to show results and consequences. In our previous class, you saw how to use before and after as conjunctions. In this class, we'll work with another conjunction, so. Again, we use conjunctions to link ideas, sentences, and clauses. So as a conjunction is used to show results, decisions, effects, and consequences. Let's take a look at some examples. You weren't there, so I came home. I have some extra money, so I want to buy new clothes. He was very tired, so he went to bed early. He had a headache, so he took a pill. As you can see, in every sentence, we're using so to give a result, a consequence, an explanation. I need you to be careful with one detail. Every time we use so as a conjunction, it's important for you to remember to use a comma before the so clause. Before you give the explanation, use a comma, so, and continue your sentence. Let's take a look at some other examples. Now I want you to practice with me. I'll give you the beginning of the sentence, and I want you to pause the video and complete it with a consequence or a result. Let's see the first one. I was late for work, so... Good! I was late for work, so I called my boss. I was late for work, so I took a taxi. Let's do one more. She's hungry, so Pause the video and complete with a result or a consequence. Good! She's hungry, so she'll cook something to eat. She's hungry, so she'll order some food. Now, I invite you to do the same. Start a sentence in the comment section and complete your colleagues' sentences using so to show a result or a consequence. I'll see you in our next module where we're going to talk about determiners. Welcome to this module. In this module, we're going to talk about determiners. To be more specific, we'll talk about the definite article the. We use the definite article to talk about specific people, specific things, and specific situations. In this class, you'll see how to use the to talk about uniqueness, buildings, and geographical names. Let's start. We can use the to talk about uniqueness. If something is the only one. Let's see some examples. The Pope lives in Vatican. There is only one Pope in the entire world. So we say the Pope is a specific person. We can use in this other example, that's the President of Argentina. There is only one President of Argentina. Is a unique person. We also use the to talk about unique things. I love looking at the moon. We only have one moon, so we have to use the moon. To talk about buildings, we also use the. If you're going to mention a famous monument, a famous building, or a famous museum, for example, we have to use the. The Eiffel Tower is in Paris. The Eiffel Tower is a famous monument. I visited the Taj Mahal last year. The Taj Mahal is a famous building, so we use the. Other buildings we can use the is hotels, bars, and restaurants. I'm staying at the Plaza. It's a famous hotel. I'm staying at the Plaza. But be careful. If the bar, the restaurant, or the hotel is named after a person, you cannot use the. Like in, let's go to Manolo's. Manolo's is the restaurant, but it was named after a person, so we do not use the. Another use for the is when we're talking about geographical names. If you're going to talk about geographical areas, groups of rivers, mountain ranges, and oceans, you need to use the. Let's see some examples. The cruise crossed the Atlantic. Atlantic is the name of the ocean, so we have to say the Atlantic. My dream is to see the Himalayas. It's a mountain range. Another use for the is when we're going to mention countries, but be careful. We only use the for countries if the name of the country is in plural, if it contains republic, kingdom, or states. Like these ones. Eric is from the Philippines. The name of the country is in plural, so we have to say the Philippines. She's from the United Kingdom. We have to use the because the name of the country contains kingdom. There are many different uses for the. In our next class, you're going to find a reading with all the explanation and all the situations where you can use the in English. I'll see you in our next class. Welcome to the last module of this course. In this module, you'll learn how to use may to ask for permission. We'll have a review and also another role play. Let's start. There are 3 ways you can ask for permission or make a request in English. We can use can, could, and may. In this course, we will only use may. But in the resource section, you will find a link where you can read about the differences between can, could, and may. May is more polite and more formal than can and could. Let's see some examples. May we come in? May I explain what I mean? As you can see, we are using the structure may I and may we to ask for permission, formal permission. When someone asks for permission, you can answer yes or no. So yes, you may, or no, you may not. Let's practice a little bit. Pause the video and try to create 2 permissions. One using may I and another one using may we. You can use the pictures to help you with your sentence. There you go. Let's see some examples. May we sit here? May I use the phone? I invite you to write more sentences in the comment section and also to answer your colleagues' permissions. I'll see you in our next class where we'll have a review and our role play. In this role play, we'll work with modules 4, 5, 6, and 7. But before we do that, let's review the language points. You learned how to use the detransitive verbs. Also, how to connect a past simple to a past continuous sentence. You also learned about the structure verb be plus an adjective plus the infinitive. You learned how to use the conjunctions before and after to show the order of the events. Also, how to use so to talk about consequences and results. You learned when to use the definite article the, and last, how to ask for permission using may I and may we. You're going to listen to a dialogue. I invite you to take notes about all the language points you can hear in the dialogue.
Hey, Johnny, may I talk to you for a second?
Oh, hi, Ben. Sure.
The head of the marketing department sent me here to help you with the report, so here I am. Also, she sent you these files. She told me you asked her when she talked to you earlier.
No worries. They are all finished already.
Really? How?
Well, I did them myself. After we finished the meeting yesterday, I started working on the reports.
Wow, incredible. Since I'm here, we can start reviewing these files for our Friday presentation.
Sure. I was working on the presentation when you arrived. You can take a look and let me know what you think.
Before I do that, I need to bring my notes. I'll be right back.
Okay. May I ask you a favor? Could you bring a file called The One to me, please?
Yep, give me a minute so I can find it. There you go.
Thanks. Let me show you this. After you left, I added some other topics to our presentation.
Let me take a look. Wow, great job. I'm lucky to work with you. You always do a flawless job.
And I'm glad to hear that. I try my best.
I believe the boss will be happy to see the reports and our presentation.
I hope so. She was not happy after our colleagues finished the last presentation.
I know. It was not good to hear her comments about it.
Well, let's go back to the presentation so we can finish it by today.
Great idea. According to last quarter reports, we have to make some changes in our marketing strategies.
Could you find all the language points in the dialogue? I invite you to share your notes in the comment section. I'll see you in our last class. Congratulations! You just got the last class of this course. In the resources section, you will find a checklist. Go through it point by point and check if you remember all the language points. Do this before you take your exam. And after that, you can download your certificate. Don't forget reviewing this course. Your feedback is very important to us. I hope you enjoyed this process as much as I did. I'll see you next time.